but at the moment that hand's a ball. A pretty woman put a hex on me, saying now the sky's gonna fall. But she don't know she'll be the next to be crying like a porcelain doll. Cause pretty girl, it ain't sex to me, it's putting your back up against my wall. And if only my loneliness loves loving me, yeah, then why won't Miss Misery leave my leash a little slack? So close to defeat that my feet are slipping through the cracks. Whoa, whoa, how I wish she'd wish away the weight from my back. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Whoa, whoa, yeah, yeah, yeah. So damn it, woman, quit testing me in that simmering southern drawl. Let the woman get the best of me, now she's thinking she could save us all. So lying lady, laying ecstasy, taking shelter from your own squall. Cause pretty girl, it ain't sex to me, it's putting your back up against my wall. My wall, my wall. And I know and I do believe that it's bad, that I cannot leave this bed, I cannot escape this hell. So die we might as well, but no, I know you I do defy, no lie that I could tell. So now I've got to try to find my soul in cell. If only my loneliness loving me, yeah, then why won't Miss Misery leave my leash a little slack? So close to defeat that my feet are slipping through the cracks. Whoa, how I wish she'd wish away the weight from my back. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This brook will continue to babble on long after the light is gone. And if you heed her song, she'll lead you to Zion. A good book away for Sauvignon, a guarantee a light left on. Believers and on may both be wrong, I think the thing you can rely on is a riverside road to ramble on, past the last of your destinations, and you can only amble along, hoping it leads you to Zion.
This brook will continue to Babylon. I've been trying to find her heart, but I guess that is gone. That is all I wanted. I thought you wanted the same, and I thought I had found the answer in money, but lost the change. I can't keep following you down these blind roads, driving with no GPS. I lose you everywhere I go, and I wanted you to call me and say that you were right in front of me. Instead I'm writing songs thinking, what the hell have you done to me? What the hell have I done to you? I took away your innocence, but I guess it helped you out cause you're on your Miss Independent ship. I just wanted closure, you started it, let me finish it, but I can't get it right unless I write and send my penmanship. We lost that friendship, but gained experience. I was high off your love, but I think I'm getting delirious. You take over my thoughts, now that I know you hated it. I guess I'm just a blank space, and that would make you Taylor Swift. But let me take this path I chose, cause I'm sick of trying to find happiness in money, cars, and clothes. And I'm sick of everyone telling me that they've been down this road, cause I walked down it and found nowhere to go.
This brook will continue to babble on long after the light is gone. And if you heed her song, she'll lead you to Zion. A good book away for a Sauvignon, a guarantee a light left on. Believers and
trying to find nirvana, I'll have to find it alone. I can see that in your persona. I need to be here alone. There was nothing that you could help me with. At least back then I had somebody to be selfish with. All alone, it's just me and this pen. Lost my life, lost my girl, lost my world, lost my friend. I am in the places in, cause I made it past the misery. I'll never let another person take away my energy. I'll never look back and say I was too scared to go for it. Used to always do that, now I got nothing to show for it. Oh Lord, hose or hosier, take me to church because at least nobody knows me there. People without the vision hate it, but below they're scared. Hope I care a little, but look in my eyes and know what's there. But when the light drops, it turns into a solar flare, and everything's no longer black and white, no polar bear. And everything I thought was real somehow just faded, man. I just wanna look at my dad and say I made it, man. He told me, son, just speak your mind and never take it back. I'm trying to find the path to Zion, I hope I make it back. Until then,
this brook will continue to babble on long after the light is gone. And if you heed her song, then she'll lead you to Zion. A good book away for a Sauvignon, a guarantee a light left on. Believers and none may both be wrong. I think the thing you can rely on. Riverside roads will ramble on, past the last of your destinations, and you can only amble along, hoping it leads you to Zion. Da. Baby, don't you know, don't you know, don't you cry. Lot of more day to the day that I die. Lot of more day to the day that we die. Baby, don't you know, don't you know, don't you cry. Lot of more day to the day that we die. I had a hand in mine next to me, but at the moment that hand's a ball. A pretty woman put her X on me, saying now the sky's gonna fall. But she don't know she'll be the next to be crying like a porcelain doll. This pretty girl that ain't sex to me, it's putting your back up against my wall. And if only my loneliness of love loving me, yeah, then why does Miss Misery keeping me back? So close to defeat that my feet are slipping through the cracks. How I wish she'd wish away the weight from my back. Damn it, woman, quit testing me in that simmering southern drawl. Let the woman get the best of me, and now she's thinking she can save us all. So lion lady, lay next to me and take shelter from your own squall. This pretty girl, it ain't sex to me, it's putting your back up against my wall. My wall. My wall. My wall. My wall.
people in front of you calling you stupid. Quickly, Nova would capitalize on this opportunity, releasing a number of videos following his breakout success. This would include more food review videos, where he looked about as humorous as he had in the original.
Trying Taco Bell breakfast. Cheesy grilled burrito with sausage.
Wait, am I live? Oh. Get
The idea of cancel culture, or being canceled, is something that's been discussed.
Funding for Firing Line is provided by this station and other public television stations. Dow Chemical Company, the Mobil Corporation, John M. Olin Foundation Incorporated, Laurel Foundation, Atlantic Richfield, and the Friends of Firing Line.
The failure of the Democratic Party in the national election is generally conceded to have told us something about the collapse of liberalism as we have known it during the past half-century. There are those who A, insist the pieces can be picked up and reassembled, B, those who feel we should be grown up about the collapse of liberalism and move to the realism of conservative policies, and C, those who believe we should push out to the left. We have no representative here today of the first point of view to argue that Humpty Dumpty could be put together again. Accordingly, we will ventilate the other two alternatives. Our Emmett Tyrrell's new book is called, appropriately, The Liberal Crack-Up. Mr. Tyrrell has been designated by no less an authority on the subject than Tom Wolfe as, quotes, the funniest political essayist to come along in years. The book is funny but also seeks to be lethal, chronicling the disintegration of liberal illusions. Mr. Tyrrell is the editor of the American Spectator, the conservative monthly, published out of Bloomington, Indiana. Bob Tyrrell is a graduate of the University of Indiana, where he also took an MA in 1967. He founded, in 1970, the journal then called The Alternative, now The Spectator. He is the author of Public Nuisances and a syndicated columnist who appears regularly in the Washington Post, a singular achievement. Christopher Hitchens, representing the left, was born in England, went to the Leys School in Cambridge and to Balliol in Oxford. During the 70s, he wrote for the New Statesman. Since 1981. He has served as the Washington columnist for The Nation, as also for the London Spectator. I'd like to begin by asking Mr. Tyrrell whether he interprets the events of last November as signifying in any way a conscious national retreat from liberalism.
Well, you know, the Carter administration, in my opinion, showed that liberalism could no longer run a country, and the Mondale campaign of this past fall indicates to me that you can't even run a campaign on liberalism. It's almost unthinkable. It's almost unthinkable, Bill, that 20 or 30 years ago there would be so much ideological pressure on an American Democratic candidate that he'd leap to choose a third-term congresswoman with such unsavory contacts as the Mulberry Street connection.
Well, you're talking now about the incompetence of a presidency, incompetence of a campaign, but I asked a question a little bit different. Namely, do you see a conscious retreat by people who generate popular enthusiasm for what we think of as liberalism? Or is it simply
Well,
a reaction to an incompetent campaign?
No, I put it differently. It seems to me the reason I mentioned the campaign was the campaign, there were such ideological pressures on Walter Mondale that he couldn't run an effective campaign. And with respect to a withdrawal from liberalism, I would use an entirely different term. I would say it's a crack up. And as far as the liberalism of the past goes, it's my contention in the liberal crack up that there's a disjunction between the New Deal and the present New Age, the present riot of New Age liberalism, the riot of enthusiasms that are contradictory and idiotic and amusing.
This disjunction is caused by what? A false evolution. The New Deal grew into something called McGovernism, which you're saying is an illicit growth?
No, it was brought on by success. I mean, nothing destroys a political movement more than success. And in the 60s and the 70s, the liberals achieved most of the things they set out to achieve, particularly welfare and civil rights, and then were overtaken by a lust for power. They refused to notice that they had indeed achieved these things, and they refused to notice that the problems that were now being faced by the American people were different problems, namely the problem of continued prosperity.
Well, Mr. Hitchens, what are your remarks on the implications of these last two defeats? Do you think it was simply reactive against incompetence, or do you think it actually was a rejection of implied political philosophy?
Well, I never thought I'd hear myself saying this, but I'd like to recall to you a very striking phrase, I thought a rather clever phrase, of Norman Podhoretz commenting on the 1980 victory of the Reagan-Bush team, I think in commentary, and saying this is the election that Watergate postponed. I thought that was a clever remark. I also thought it was more revealing than it was intended to be. In order to take the line of crack up that Mr. Tyrrell has offered us in his book and elsewhere, you've got to really believe that it was a good thing that George McGovern lost the 1972 election. Now, I think that's quite a hard position to uphold. I don't think that a liberal or a socialist like myself or any other kind of radical can look back and say it's a jolly good thing that Nixon and Agnew won that time. We, had McGovern won, would have been spared, as well as Mrs. Kirkpatrick at the United Nations and various other bizarre phenomena in the Democratic Party. We'd have been spared the appalling corruption amounting practically to a coup against the Constitution in Washington. I think we would have been spared the particularly abysmal way that the Vietnam and Cambodia wars ended, and we would have been spared the 1974 near war between Greece and Turkey and the destruction and dismemberment of Cyprus.
Up until now, have you been spared knowledge that we came close to a constitutional coup? Tell me more about it.
Well, in my view, what was at stake at Watergate was not merely, as it were, the right of those at the top or in power to line their pockets or appoint their friends, but it was, under especially Attorney General Mitchell, the use, and this I call high corruption, of police and other federal agencies as if they were private property, the use of the IRS, the FBI and the CIA against political opponents, against pluralism, as it were. I mean, a very serious, as it were, configuration of
You may be a little bit behind in your readings on what happens in America. It was Robert Kennedy, for instance, who got the sex tapes on Martin Luther King. It was FDR
tell me I heard right, Rosie.
who
Weaver
engaged
gave
in
you his
tapes
old
just
armadillo?
as fast as the evolution of technology
man!
could do so.
That's the love.
I think
lots of friends of Roosevelt got rich.
My Withers,
friends got rich.
my Withers, Mr. Buckley, are unrung. I mean, I never tire of pointing that out in every review of a Kennedy depredation that I do. In fact, I'm on record, I think, this week in the literary review about that in the reviewing the Collier Horowitz book on the Kennedys. Of course, everyone has done it. I'm saying that in Watergate, quantity was turning into quality, that there was an attempt to institutionalize the use of agencies of the state as private political police force. If you don't think that's more serious,
well, I don't
that's
think
your problem and not mine.
I would think it more seriously if it was so, but I think that the FBI was used much more widely by the predecessor of Mr. Nixon, for such purposes as you describe as by Nixon. I'm really mildly surprised that you think that Mr. Nixon's political appetite to control others ever reached the limits that LBJ's did. A position, by the way, which is reiterated by many friends of LBJ's political program.
Mr. Buckley, if I was to say to you that the government of Poland is a grand tyranny against its people, and you were to say, yes, but so is Czechoslovakia and so is Hungary, what is the point you're making?
Well, the point
you mention many enemies, you mention other enemies of mine in an attempt to deflect from what must be surely an obvious point, which is that the Nixon victory in 1972, the beginning of what we're asked to hail and be pleased about as a liberal crack-up, was a disaster for the United States, for its democracy and for its institutions. Or would you, I mean, perhaps you haven't said, Mr. Troll, would you rather...
It was certainly a disaster for Cambodia and certainly a disaster for South Vietnam. Unhappily, it was a democratically controlled House and democratically controlled Senate that sealed the coffin lid in that situation. I'm not saying the Caligula is the same as LBJ, and that I have to mention him if I mention Nixon. I was simply isolating your remark that we had evolutionized America into a situation in which we were uniquely menaced, which is anti-historic.
But imagine, by the way, thinking that the presidency of George McGovern would have somehow been a great moment for American public policy and statecraft. I mean, this is the thing about
yes,
this.
I'm not a praiser of politicians, but I don't find. I think it was yesterday in your column in the Post you referred to the McGovern campaign as a gaudy campaign, which it struck me as a most extraordinary use of words for someone so, as it were, painfully honest and unglamorous.
You didn't think the mob surrounding him was gaudy?
No, I certainly did not. I mean, who on earth do you have in mind? Thomas Eagleton?
Well, it was rather bizarre.
Spectacular.
That was
you
a
might say
bizarre
he was a spectacular person. I think Gaudy would be pushing it a little. I just think people should be.
You thought those people were kind of Brooks Brothers?
Should accept the logical and probable consequences of what they say. What you say is it was a good thing. What you must believe is it was a good thing that Nixon and Agnew won that election.
Oh, God,
I say
yes.
that is the root problem with.
As a matter of fact,
I
tend to agree more with you, but for reasons that will leave you unsmiling. Namely, that I would much rather have had McGovern be there when we let down our allies in Southeast Asia than to have had Nixon do it. Nixon's preoccupation with Watergate did two things. Number one, it preoccupied him. Number two, it weakened executive power so that Congress was able to do that which it most probably could not have done under other circumstances. As I say, I would rather McGovern had presided over those 4 years than Nixon.
No, actually, unfortunately, you fail of your effect. Your answer does make me smile, because you haven't got the point that Watergate was the nemesis of a system of lying and deceit that originated in the need to lie about the war in Indochina, Vietnam, Cambodia. That was what necessitated the making of lying and deceit and the destabilization of opponents.
I'd have thought it was original
into an institutional rather than a random political.
In the first place, the principal lie, if we're going to taxonomize these things, dates back to Gulf of Tonkin, which had nothing to do with the public administration. Which was accepted by the Senate with only 2 dissenting votes, and which was proclaimed by Lyndon Johnson. So that is.
Why do you feel this somehow negates what I say, the fact that it was a Democratic president?
I don't doubt, Mr. Hitchens, that you don't like the American system. You're perfectly free to despise it. I don't like you to say, simply conveniently, that which you don't like is exclusively associated with Republican presidents, that's all.
I made no such allegation. We're discussing.
You're talking about the unique dangers of the Watergate era.
We're discussing liberalism. I made the citation of George McGovern. It seems to me that by saying of George McGovern, he isn't Lyndon Johnson, one's sticking to the truth. And to say Lyndon Johnson is a liberal is stretching it even further than Mr. Terrell does in his book.
He's much worse than Lyndon Johnson.
Here we are.
Anybody who would voted for Henry Wallace and refuses to apologize for it 25 years later is saying, in effect, that he was perfectly comfortable with Stalinist policies and with conciliation towards Stalinism in Europe. And George McGovern, who's a friend of mine, simply declines to apologize for the equivalent of voting for Hitler in 1932.
Well, there may be loyalty tests you can set that he can't pass, but I still think that to mention him and Lyndon Johnson in the same breath, say they're both Democrats, which means that they're almost liberals, and therefore that proves it, is worse than the ahistorical that you accused me of.
Well,
but I thought we were sticking to liberalism.
They
and
both
Mr.
call
Turrell-
themselves liberals. They
How
both
can we
call
stick to
themselves liberals.
liberalism how can we even discuss liberalism with you if you won't accept that George McGovern was a liberal? I mean, that
Oh, sorry,
LBJ was a liberal.
I'm claiming that...
I mean, we have a real problem here. We should have a Bircher here, too, because you two, with your extreme views of politics in this country, could get along
No,
perfectly.
but I think it's helpful that you claim Johnson's a liberal, because I think it shows what the essential category mistake of your book is, that a liberal is someone who you call a liberal, and the elasticity of your definition allows you
What
to
do you
have
call
a fair old romp.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you
Well,
can
this-
find...
Well,
if
in
you-
one of his books, John Dewey, some patient scholar discovered, used the word liberal to mean 23 different things. And it's true about the elasticity of the word. After all, there wasn't all that long ago that Woodrow Wilson said the history of liberalism is the history of man's efforts to restrain the growth of government. So we acknowledge it. But as liberal is used, let's say an ADA liberal is something both of them would have designated themselves as being. How's that?
Well, Johnson and the ADA were not pals.
Oh, for God's sake. Johnson...
No. The ADA opposed Johnson back when he was thought of as being a Southern regenerate. They were wildly enthusiastic about him ever since. The president of the ADA, John Kenneth Galbraith, as recently as 2 weeks ago, said that LBJ was a great saint of liberalism, unfortunately tainted by the commitment to the Vietnamese War.
Well, that's
You know what
like
a
saying,
beautiful
as
thing you
Hemingway
got?
said about your aunt, if she had cojones, would be your uncle. I mean, you can't, as it were,
Now, wait a minute.
abstract
Now,
Vietnam from it in
okay,
that way.
in that case, John F. Kennedy is not a liberal, since it was he who very much encouraged those alliances which we pursued. It was John F. Kennedy who made the initial commitment to Vietnam, pursuant to liberal policies which were born called the arsenal of democracy, and which suddenly is called the military-industrial complex.
Quite. Now, that's helpful, I think, because that gets us nearer to the book, which I was anxious to plug, as Mr. Turrell is. His book is an attack on the left, with which I am prepared to associate myself. And I think we may have, though this may have been intensely boring for everyone to watch, I think we've cleared the ground in a sense. I mean, he's not really attacking Lyndon Johnson in this book, is he? He's attacking the left.
Yes, he is
of the,
attacking Lyndon Johnson.
He's attacking the left that survived and came out of the civil rights movement, the women's movement, and the movement against the Vietnam War.
You say it, Mr. Terrell, who you're attacking.
Well, I mean, I don't... See, I'm a much more peaceful man than you are, Christopher. I'm not attacking anyone. I'm merely describing what happened in the 1970s. And what happened in the 1970s was the breakdown of American liberalism into a riot of enthusiasms. And if you would like to read, perhaps we have some organ music. Bill, did you bring your harpsichord? Christopher's about to read.
I don't...
Harpsichord makes very poor organ music.
I don't think that peaceful isn't a word I'm in search of, but if you say you don't attack anyone, how to come and you say the vast majority of feminists were disagreeable misanthropes, horrible to behold, uncouth and unlovely. They were inferior women, contemptuous of the superior women, who through their charm and intellect have so often been able to establish such enviable lives for themselves. I could go on. I mean, I will if you like.
Go on, it's beautiful.
Why don't you plug your own book? I would say that was a critical...
I would say that was, in my opinion, that's a clinical description.
Not elegant, but certainly not peaceful.
Just trying to point out, I know the difference between agreeable women and disagreeable women.
Well, yes, you have a number of roguish asides about yourself on this point, but you have a certain want of gallantry when you discuss the women's movement in general, one that I'm surprised in. Someone who is so fond of conservative affectations about the good old stylish days.
Here we are again.
Mr. Why are you anxious to say that you don't attack people? Because you do.
Well, I just would like to make one point here. This man has lived on terminological inexactitude. He's lived on the misnomers that came out of the 1970s because these misnomers make it easier for him to make the ideological points he wants to make. For instance, he just referred to the women's movement, and I suspect he doesn't blanch when he sees the New York Times refer to National Organization for Women representing the women's movement. But what of course, to be precise, the women's movement is a misnomer. It refers to some women's movement, those women being feminists. I mean, there is no such thing in this country as the women's movement. It doesn't in any way represent the women I associate with. The feminists don't in any way represent the happy-go-lucky women I associate with. And it doesn't represent the views of all those who voted for Ronald Reagan.
I'm sure that's true too.
So in other words, we got you again, didn't we?
And I'm sure a woman would have to. I'm sure a woman would have to be. Somehow I don't feel any sort of pain in my ribs. I Perhaps I should have noticed.
He began by saying you were insensate.
I know a rapier when I see one, and I know when I've been pronged.
Yeah, but you,
no, I'm sure, and I'm quite happy to grant you that a woman would have to be happy-go-lucky to associate with you. But if I said the women's movement, I don't mean to say that I don't recognize women as a sex, as well as a movement too. Terminological inexactitude is not what you meant to say, is it?
it's exactly what you. It's exactly what you.
It's a euphemism for what you intended to say. You want to call me a liar?
No, no, no. I wouldn't call you a liar because I believe you.
Well, you know the provenance of the
totally
term.
deluded.
You understand the provenance of the term.
No, no, I'm not going to call you a liar. I believe that you really and truly do believe these things. I've seen your performance in the nation.
I'll state my position if it's of any help to anyone. I wasn't living in America at the time, but I believe that the American left, American radicals, American liberals, many of them, in starting the civil rights movement for black Americans, in combating an unjust war in Indochina, and in beginning the emancipation of women, the way we think about sex, changed the way everyone thinks and the way everyone lives far beyond the borders of the United States. It was a tremendous time, and the whole world is in debt to the American left, I'd rather call it, for those three enterprises. Now, it's true that they're all now in rather low water, those movements, but I see no reason to sneer at them now or to forget the grand contribution they made, unsurpassed by any conservative rival.
Sneering is not the right word. I would
Jumping
use,
upon is the right word for this book.
I would use high indignation, and in one of the three you mentioned a moral sense of true shame to have guaranteed, as we did, that we would stand by the South Vietnamese and desert them is something which is plain shameful, not something you sneer about. Now let's take civil rights, because in Mr. Tyrrell's book he talks about how what we used to call liberals indeed insisted on something called equality, equality of opportunity, and how in Brown versus Board of Education, the Supreme Court of the United States said that it was un-American and indeed unconstitutional to take into account a person's race or color or creed in deciding whether somebody goes to the school or the other. Now, that has evolutionized. It's something called affirmative action and something now called quotas. That is viewed by Mr. Tyrrell and by a lot of liberals who endorsed the civil rights movement at that time, specifically, for instance, by Hubert Humphrey in a famous speech, something that would never happen. And that is a distortion and, in fact, a return to a kind of racism, however involuted. Do you welcome what we call a distortion?
It's probably the worst. No, it's probably the worst single problem that we have on the left at the moment, because not only is it, as you say, known as or reminds people of quotas. I don't believe quotas is what it comes down to. It does involve a competition for scarce resources between two constituencies who've normally been on, as it were, our side. That's to say, Jewish Americans and black Americans. And this has meant that life on our wing of politics has been very tender. I don't believe that simply by legally abolishing discrimination, you have abolished what led to it. The original singling out of black Americans, the original meaning of discrimination, where they were always mentioned, quoted, counted, and restricted. By saying that now stops, you avoid any responsibility for the past, and you avoid the very tangled question of how we're going to make up for
you're making a
the
point.
inherited disabilities.
You're making a cultural point. If you say, Art, henceforth, it will be perfectly legal, as indeed it should be, for blacks to enter a restaurant, does not guarantee that every table will have one black and one white patron.
No.
And the point is that any laws that sought to bring that about would be laws which, if one were properly grounded philosophically, one would resist rather fiercely, certainly more fiercely than you have. Now, what about the business of the women's movement? I despise and am horrified by the sharp rise in family desertion. And it seems to me that there is abundant evidence to argue that there has been a correlation between the so-called women's movement and the neglect of children and broken homes.
The whole movement, as a matter of fact, has been a terrible failure. A few minutes ago you talked as though this has been a great success, what's happened to America. The truth of the matter is that a great many kids are, they're called latchkey children, and they live without parents. There's evidence that there's a high incidence of juvenile delinquency associated with these kids that are raised in homes without a father on the scene. And there's also evidence that right within the women's movement that some of these women who 20 years ago were telling the young ladies of America to go out and get careers, careers, not jobs, but careers, are now finding out that no, it didn't come out so well, and that the women ought to go back and establish friendly relations again with the opposite sex and have children and live the Ozzie and Harriet life once again. I would feel a little bitter if I were a 45-year-old woman who had given my life over to following the dictates of Betty Friedan, and finding out that Betty had decided that on second thought, perhaps the women of America ought to go back, these 45-year-old women ought to go back and become mothers again.
There's a very good book with a title somewhat similar to yours, much better book, by George Dangerfield. It's called The Strange Death of Liberal England. It's a wonderful book. You may have read it. It's A.J.P. Taylor's favorite book. That may not commend it. That may not commend it.
You know, you just live in a world full of cooks.
I mention it. You're very sweet to say so. I mention it for this reason. It's a wonderful evocation of pre-First World War Britain, when the old system, which was basically a liberal one, came under tremendous shocks from the movement for women's suffrage, the movement to disengage from Ireland, and the rise of organised labour. And in the chapter on the rise of women's suffrage, he describes beautifully all the morbid symptoms that appear when a long repressed, especially if sexually repressed, group begin to take their own measure. The suffragette movement, simply for women's franchise, for the right of women to vote, was attacked by all kinds of people for its weirdness, for the way that women started to dress as men, to neglect their families, to behave promiscuously, and many indeed of these symptoms, up to and including suicide on some occasions, were indeed present. But when the air cleared, one could see that that was the result of the original repression. And when you say that women are now, as it were, looking for better relations with the people with whom they broke off when they had to, you're making my point.
Sex.
That's a phase through which that movement had to pass.
You believe American women were repressed throughout this century?
If you read Barbara Ehrenreich's wonderful book, The Hearts of Men, Socialist Feminist book, you'll see which calls for, now that we have more terms of equality, she said, with which to negotiate, let's make a deal with the men. Half our children are going to be boys.
You don't understand.
We can't get along without them. Men and women get married, as she wittily points out, in exactly the same numbers. Let's do it, but let's do it now, because now we're going to be taken more seriously.
But you don't understand that throughout this century here in America, with the exception of black people, particularly in the South, that this has been a free society, do you? I mean, you think the Women's Christian Temperance Union, for instance, to mention one of the repressive movements that rose up and disappeared in this country, you don't believe that was dominated and run by women, do you? You think it was probably run by men, probably the Buckley family.
I know there's a joke there that I've missed.
No.
I'm slow-witted.
Well, had you read the book, you'd know it.
Read it with care. Prepared to quote from it again.
You'd know that the Women's Christian Temperance Union had enormous amount of political power in this supposed country that you feel repressed women in the first part of the century.
Or, as you so brightly say, feminist demands are a horse laugh. The average American woman has actually controlled 2 bodies and sometimes more, usually by employing only 1 or 2 parts of her own.
Pretty good, eh, Christopher?
I'm so glad I didn't write it myself. The fact is, for your position to be even humorous, you'd have to say that all the women who felt themselves excluded from large parts of American life, underpaid or undervalued or underregarded, or in other ways taken for granted, were making it all up, that it was just a spree of neurosis. That all these ladies have been going on about. That must be what you believe. In fact, I think it's pretty evident that you do.
Now, wait a minute. Let me talk about something else that you said. You suggested that inevitably post-emancipation there is a period of exorbitant behavior, and one oughtn't to be surprised by this. And there's a certain sense in which what you say is not impossible to validate historically. When the Latin Americans fought to free themselves from foreign tyrants, they submitted to their own tyrants. Exactly the same thing has happened in Africa. We've taken a long, deep breath. 150 years have gone by, and a few nations in Latin America flirting with democracy. It hasn't quite happened substantially in Africa, but maybe it will in due course. It's certainly true that the whole notion that there would have to be a repression from the center after socialist revolution tended for a long time to immunize Stalin, and before that Lenin from the kind of criticisms which they had so abundantly earned. I maintain, however, that even if you are making a sociologically interesting point, what you are by no means doing is justifying any cessation of criticism during the Senate rule. That is to say, if you do have Colonel Idi Amin in exchange for the predecessor colonial power, the fact that you say, well, this kind of thing's going to happen before it involves democracy, does not say, therefore, you shouldn't be indignant about it or oppose it. And Mr. Terrell's thesis really is that let us indeed hope that some of the extremist feminists go back and behave and worry about things like families. But why can't we hasten that repatriation by sensible criticism?
Well, I don't think it was sensible criticism that I was just citing. I've no quarrel with your methodology at all. But in fact, Mr. Terrell is saying, just did say, that he thinks the whole thing was just a spree. It was all made up. It was promiscuity and exorbitance for its own sake. That there was nothing to, that they had nothing to complain about. Now, your point, I think, is much more challenging for me because, I mean, you raised the whole question of emancipation and at what cost it comes in at, and you mentioned Amin,
is there a
and
necessary
you
adolescent phase?
Yeah, the position we on the left keep finding ourselves in is the victims of a sort of three-card trick. We take the example of, say, Iran, which Mr. Terrell dwells upon quite a lot. We said for a long time it was a mistake for the United States to overthrow the government of Iran in 1954, a crime, in fact, and a mistake to impose the Shah. We said if you keep the Shah in power, it won't work. He's a real failure, a real tyrant, and there will be hell to pay. When the hell to pay actually comes, and we're proved right, the chaos turns on everybody, and who's identified as the wrong person to have been? We are, for having told you. And we're supposed to take the blame for the collapse of what we always opposed.
Well, this
is the three-card trick that's played throughout this book, and is played, very widely at the moment by the Reagan
He believes in a
campaign.
world without problems. He's an ideologue, and he has this set. You're an ideologue. You have this set of ideas here before you, this set of ideological desiderata before you, and you believe that if we live up to these desiderata, everything will be all right. There won't be problems. There won't be difficulties in government in Iran. There won't be difficulties in South America. There won't be difficulties between a man and a woman. I see now how the ideological mind has a utopian cast.
I'll let the viewers be the judge of whether I sound as if I believe any of that.
Well,
I haven't got time.
The difficulty with integrating your analysis is that you assume, and in the first place, one should never use mistake and crime as coterminous in situations, in political situations. Crime involves a mens rea, and there was no mens rea that I can think of in attempting to remove Mossadegh, who was a self-proclaimed dictator. Now, you are also asking us to believe that if in 1954 Mossadegh had taken over, the age of Khomeini would never have come. Well, presumably not. But this doesn't argue that the removal of Mossadegh was not at that time the judicious thing to do, and it certainly brought 30 years or 25 years of relative progress in Iran by your standards. That is to say, attempts to give more hospitals, more schooling, more literacy, more what we call.
But what about the women?
Well, first,
what about the women?
First, you're familiar with the joke expression, worse than a crime, a mistake. I mean, I'm sorry if I was conflating the two. I think mistake would be euphemism, crime might be an overstatement. Let's say anyway, historic blunder. Note the irony. If you read the memoirs of those, Kermit Roosevelt of the CIA and Christopher Woodhouse of British intelligence, who organized the overthrow of Mossadegh, you'll notice that their main allies in the overthrow of the Iranian left and center left were the mullahs, that it was the mobs of backward fanatics and religious leadership who were employed to do that job, and who were thus given a larger role in Iran in the first place. The Shah continually compromised with them too. Indeed, though he blasphemed them by calling himself in one of his own titles the shadow of God, he certainly posed always as the defender of Shia Islam. Shia Islam is not a new political phenomenon in Iran just because it was only discovered by the newspapers when the Shah was collapsing. I'd still like to reiterate my grievance, if you don't think I'm sounding plaintive. It's that now we're attacked because it's all gone wrong in Iran and life there is hell. And there's a filthy theocratic dictatorship where for some reason they can't seem to separate religion and politics. And I've no doubt there's mandatory school prayer. We who warned that this would happen if it went on under the despotism of the Shah are now blamed for it and made to carry the can.
Well, you are blamed in the sense that you were the point man at a critical period during which we forced the Shah to behave in a way that proved suicidal. You don't, when a regime is tottering, urge that particular moment for amnesty for political prisoners. Doesn't make much sense, does it?
Well, no, I've been calling for that amnesty from long before. I wouldn't stop calling for it just because the regime was tottering.
Bill,
I mean, you'd be asking me to do the impossible?
Well, it depends on whether you have the clairvoyance to see what the immediate alternatives are. Unhappily, Mr. Carter did not, right?
Well, if you had clairvoyance, you wouldn't be in that position in the first place. So I think there's an undistributed middle in your logic.
No, wait a minute. I'm careful about undistributed middles. If there were the foresight, if you prefer, to see to it that there wasn't a third alternative waiting in the wings in Iran. There was going to be either this madman or the Shah, who in fact was rather liberal-oriented, as these people go. If you knew that there was no third alternative, one ought not to have hesitated to back the Shah. That's not an ideological position, and certainly one with which I should think, given that you so convincingly deplore the excesses of the Ayatollah, for instance, school prayer, that you would agree with me about this.
I'm prepared to leave you occupying the position that the Shah could have been saved, because you'd rather say could, I suspect. In your best moments, you'd rather say could than should have been saved. But note that you're putting the worst case straight away. I'm asked to say, what do you do when a man has plunged you into a position where he says it's either me or barbarism? I would say you'd have to ask, who is this guy that he's led us to that choice? And that is the same mistake as you made with Somoza, and as you have made with El Salvador, and in the process of making in the Philippines. And again, I can tell who's going to be blamed when it goes wrong. The people who never thought Somoza or Marcos was a good bet in the first place are going to be blamed. We're going to be told we lost the Philippines.
Yeah, but actually you haven't. You've got such magnificent control of the public forums that you haven't been blamed for anything, so don't worry about it. I find it more interesting, if I might.
Doesn't feel like that, but I mean...
I know you got this terrible sense that everybody's ganging up, and this. By the way, I'm very uncomfortable, Bill. You know, we outnumber poor Christopher 2-1 here, and we disagree with him. I'd like to try to agree with him on something, just to be kind of chummy and not to look at, because it's very unusual for you, who have spent 30 years of public life being outnumbered by the media in this country, and I who've spent 45 years of public life, being much your senior.
You do look a day over 40.
To kind of gang up on poor Christopher. But can we return to America? Because I think it's very interesting.
We're through with Iran.
Well, if we could, I mean, because
it's you who raised it in your book.
Factually, one of the big problems in Iran, of course, was that Iran had a very small middle class, and it's very hard to have democratic politics in a huge country like that with a tiny middle class, and the huge number of backward people that you had, all in allegiance to, or owing allegiance, or owing their affinities to the mullahs. I mean, basically your problem isn't ideological. There was a problem of practical politics.
Let me ask a question unsarcastically. What percentage of Great Britain was middle class, say, in 1830?
In 1830?
Yeah. Would you say as high as 15, 20?
Well, it's difficult to gauge because that's before the Reform Bill, when it was decided on what basis one was a middle class enough to be allowed to vote.
But it would be around that, wouldn't it? The reason I point that out is that this was a period when England did not allow votes to women, to Jews, or to Catholics. And yet history isn't as harsh on George IV as we are urged to be on the Shah of Iran, where far fewer than 25% of the Iranians were members of the middle class. So that gives us perhaps a useful historical perspective. Go ahead.
I'd never thought of him as George IV before, I must say.
Christopher, you're an unusual creature in American life in that you are so rigidly ideological. And this is, by the way, something I blame you Europeans for bringing over to our shores, is this ideological cast of mind, which I believe...
well, we got a few homegrown ideologues.
Well, but it's always, I know we do, and it's unfortunate that we do, but nonetheless, I think it owes itself to European politics. And the European criticism of America has often been that we aren't ideological enough. But, you know, one of the things that I think, points I make in the liberal crack-up is that it's an ideological cast of mind that leads to the kind of enthusiasm and irrational enthusiasm that you see making the liberal wing of the Democratic Party such an unmanageable menagerie today.
Well,
it's not. By the way, for instance, the New Deal under Roosevelt was not nearly so ideological as the present Democratic Party. And I might point out a point that I like to make in this book is that there is no line in logic or in policy, no direct line from the New Deal to the present gaggle of enthusiasts.
I'm not so sure I agree with you.
I figured that we did.
Because
See, I wanted to.
a
Bill, we've got
a lot of critics of the New Deal said what we have opened the doors to is the kind of thing that is now happening. And as a matter of fact, if you measure the distance between, let's say, the vector of Roosevelt's policies and those of Calvin Coolidge, you would probably find that distance much, much greater than the distance between Roosevelt's and LBJ's.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, the Communist Party at the time, at one stage, called the New Deal fascism. And many leading American business organizations said that Roosevelt was at least a socialist, if not worse.
Yeah.
And I suppose that might be the measure of how non-ideological it was. I mean, I've now been told I have to stick up for the position of intolerance and ideological rigidity, and that I've imported it to the United States, which I think could probably have acquired it without me. But I did begin, I'll just remind you, I began by saying that when I still lived in England, before I became an immigrant, I was, as many, many millions of people were, very inspired by the American examples, in particular Dr. King, but also later the movement to arrest the unjust war in Indochina.
What about Jefferson
and
and
as I say, it was American women who really began to show women in the advanced countries that they needn't live on the assumptions that dictated their lives up till then. These were the examples that stirred me and that I still am inclined to defend.
Well, there you are again. I mean, there you go again. You're in favor of... the trouble with the ideological cast of mind that you exhibit here is, one of the problems is that it tends to politicize more and more areas of American life. I contend that men and women never had to be politicized on the grounds of sex, sexual or gender.
Surely they had to when they weren't allowed to vote. You had to politicize the movement to give them the vote.
Well, I'm talking about the present. In the present, and what you had, the reason you had what the historic evolution of women in this country was towards greater and greater freedom brought about by two things: one, the birth control pill, and the other by the need to get out and get into the workforce. Economic reasons. And there's no reason that and this was going on. I mean, the trend was very clear that more and more women were going into the workforce. And there's no reason to believe that this had to be politicized. Naturally, when they got into the workforce, when they got down to the office, there weren't enough women's restrooms. But you see, the difference between you and me is, I say this was a historical evolution, and you say this was an example of conscious repression by the American male, probably white. You probably throw that.
Did you say that?
No, I didn't say that. That's not what I meant.
But you would say that. You would, if you were given, that you do believe that. No, you already said that you thought women were repressed in this country.
What I'll say I've noticed as a person who is, as you would have noticed, both white and male, is that attitudes of my peer group, other people like me who are white and male, I mean by that, towards women have undergone a vast improvement in the last 15 years or so. I think one of the good things about the civil rights movement was how it improved the moral standards of white people. And I think one of the great things about the women's movement, or the feminist movement, if you like, is that it's changed the way that men think.
That's because you're English.
It's been for our sake as well as theirs. That's what is good about reform movements, is they're not what are now called interest groups or selfish, narrow, contained things.
But you see,
yes,
you
of course,
needed to
I
be
think
enlightened in your treatment of women because you're from England. And English, as we all know, have always had a sense of what?
Of separatism.
Of separatism. I mean, you
most Americans
might
think
very
that
well
English
be a member
people-
of an English men's club right now.
Most
where women will
Americans seem to think that Englishmen take the view that gentlemen prefer gentlemen anyway. I mean, I can't argue with that. I mean, I know what our reputation is. It'll take a lot of living down.
Let's not probe that one. But, you know, going back to de Tocqueville pointed out that in this country, women were freer, traveled, given more dignity, more self-assertive than any place else in the world. So we actually have, you know, the truth is, you also have this notion that America has a great deal to be ashamed of. I don't. I think it's a wonderful country, and I'm delighted to live here, and I can see that you're happy here now.
I went to more trouble to live here than you did, Mr. Sorrell. You were just born here. I went to all the trouble to cross the Atlantic. I like it well enough to have done that. Of course the American woman is assertive. If they weren't, they wouldn't have started the feminist movement in the 70s. It took assertive women to do that. I mean, what do you expect?
But it didn't have to be done.
Why do you think you've answered me by pointing out
Of course, the whole thing didn't
their
have to be done. My point is, far more venom was exchanged in this advance of women that you talk about. I think it's a mixed blessing, because I think the same for every woman that happily got herself a career, there were 10 mothers made miserable before having to stay home and take care of the kids. And people like you and Betty Friedan and Gloria Steinem and then the fanatics out there, of course, made life for those mothers raising kids at home all the more miserable. With that awful question that would always be asked at the cocktail party to some perfectly sensible mother, what do you do? What do you do? My wife, of course, translates French for the American Spectator, does reviews for the American Spectator, reviews Buckley's books at the American Spectator, and she's too authentic to say, I
it sounds like
American Spectator.
Chattel slavery to me, your wife's existence, I must say.
Exposes it to wonderful literature, though.
I'm now, for heaven's sake, told that I'm against motherhood, too.
Yeah. No. Look at you. See, you have this persecution complex. You have a persecution complex. That's another problem that the left has in this country. I just told you that in fact, Bill just tried to criticize me for something, so we could let you off the hook.
Sure. I'll give you an example, because I attacked your ungallant use of words about women earlier on. Jean Kirkpatrick, say, or Midge Decter, your great friend, and Jean Kirkpatrick, your great heroine, are people with whom I have really tremendous political disagreements, immense ones, I mean, quite unreconcilable ones. I do not say in my column, the old bitch, the old bag, the old douchebag, the old dog, the old pig, she's only in politics because she's hideous, she can't find a man. I don't say, as you say, of my sisters on the left, disagreeable misanthropes, horrible to behold, uncouth and unlovely.
Did you see douchebag in there?
And they were inferior women.
I didn't see it. Did you hear douchebag, Bill?
Now,
Billingsgate, I will not.
20 years ago or so, there would have been the temptation to say that about a female opponent would have been very strong, and probably a lot of us would have yielded to it. But we men on the left have all become infinitely nicer, more charming, more stylish, more gallant
chauvinist pig.
than you.
How many times have I been called a chauvinist pig?
The conservatives who say that it's terrible these days, women don't want the door held open for them anymore.
Will you defend me whenever I'm called a chauvinist pig, a Nazi, a fascist, and all that stuff?
No,
you weren't a part of that.
I know a fascist when I see one.
And
I call him a fascist when I do.
And do you see one?
But of course, the problem there is if someone is a fascist.
Look me in the eye.
The problem there is if someone is a fascist, it's not an insult, because if you call a Nazi, you're not being rude to him, are you? So one can waste a lot of breath in this.
Well, I don't know. I think
with abuse.
Look,
if you see an ugly woman, you call her ugly. You're certainly being rude.
It depends. The question of timing is everything. Timing is everything. The question is, when do you break it to her that she's ugly?
It depends on your value system, too. Maybe she admires.
Well, if you're in a clinic, I suppose.
Do you in any way see my point, or am I just being sanctimonious?
Well, yeah, I think you are. I mean, after all, my point is that in political discourse, you and your sisters, as you put it, in that awfully uncomfortable way, once again suggestive of an ideological cast of mine, you attack me for calling women misanthropes, or feminists misanthropes, But
Horrible to behold, uncouth and unlovely.
Yes, but what about the women on your side who would refer to me as a chauvinist pig, as a matter of course? I mean, that went on all the time.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I think you obviously
and
are.
the difference is
Bob,
they're absolutely serious. They are.
Pig,
See?
wait a minute, but Bob, you can't cite their misbehavior as authorizing your own.
No, but I don't think that I'm. He said that he talked about my language. First of all, he said I used Billingsgate such as douchebag, and of course then he went on. There was no such word there. Those words are perfectly
I
acceptable.
didn't say you said it. I was content to quote your own.
Those words are perfectly acceptable. And I see nothing wrong with describing feminists who have been so misanthropic as misanthropes. However, I do think that it takes a certain flight of mind to refer to a person like me as a chauvinist pig. But Christopher just pointed out that it's not. That's exactly what I am.
I've also read your book more carefully than you have. It says, in the New Age, all women would be hags. This was the logical imperative of the feminist revolution.
That's right. That's what they wanted. They wanted to. It's their point. The feminist point.
It's followed by really sad abuse of H.L. Mencken's prose. I don't think you have the right to pray him in aid for a sentence like that. But you see, we don't have to, on the left, go around politicizing things when they already are.
You have politicized.
No, but they already are. We found them that way, and we decided to call it by its right name. I mean, as we sit here, for instance, everyone in this room has been made into a frontline soldier. The nuclear age means that we're all conscripted. We don't have the right to conscientious objection anymore. We are in the front line while the soldiers are in the bunkers. A complete redefinition of the meaning of war and the civilian. That's been done to us, whether we like it or not. We can't then complain of those who object to it that they're politicizing the situation. The politicization has been done. We're all conscripted. We might as well be sitting here in uniform.
Well, you sound like one of the
and that conscription was enforced.
You sound like some fanatic libertarian who would say the same thing. We have to pay taxes. We've already been conscripted. We've been forced to.
I don't think that's a terribly good comparison.
Good enough.
Because
they haven't been conscripted.
It's good enough for you.
Stop. Everybody stop. There's a sense in which it is true that we live in an age in which 2-3 people can decide on the future of the planet. And therefore, any overtures to those people require political position. It is, however, not true, as Mr. Hitchens seems to want to believe, that it therefore follows as a corollary, that all movements and all relationships are equally politicized for that reason. It's true that there's no significant difference between the man in the trenches and the man in the Park Avenue in terms of apocalyptic exchange. It is not true that a housewife ought to feel that she is a part of an ongoing political movement, and it certainly is true, in my judgment, as Mr. Terrell has argued, that an effort has been made to say to all women, you are not only women, you're not only mothers, you're not only homemakers, you're not only writers, whatever, you are also women qua women. Jesse Jackson gets up and he says, I'm a black man first and an American second. In saying that, he gives an order of priorities which tells a lot about him, which would have made Martin Luther King shudder, for instance. Now, I deny that we ought to permit ourselves to be so politicized. Do not deny that the effort is being made. Do insist that effort can be successfully resisted. But before we've only got a minute or two left, you've made 3 hit-and-run remarks about Vietnam. The last one was the unjust war.
Yes.
Lots of volumes have been written on Vietnam, but let me record that I had no reason 15 years ago to think it was unjust. As days go by, I'm progressively convinced that which was unjust about it was our desertion in the field of people whom we had rallied to the cause of liberty in the course of explicating a series of arrangements made with the benediction of your government, Labour and non-Labour, and the governments of the Western Europe during the 1950s.
It's to their eternal shame, yes, that's
well, I don't think that Lord Churchill would be embarrassed by it, nor Bevan, nor Cripps.
But the war ended in a squalid and dishonorable way, as it was bound to. That's how it began. It began in a squalid and dishonorable way.
I don't doubt that it did.
It couldn't have been otherwise.
It is that, well, What do you mean?
Nothing became it, as it were, like the leaving of it.
What do you
It
mean?
began in a squalid, dishonorable way.
The
as an
leaving of
attempt
it
to
hardly became it. If you mean 200,000 boat people became or leaving Vietnam, I think that you have no
You
poetic
were
or
talking
moral
of the
sense
you were
what's
talking of
appropriate.
the American departure from Vietnam.
Yeah, what were you talking about?
I was talking about the American departure from Vietnam. I
Well,
was replying to you
yeah,
about that.
and
In my opinion,
and
a war
what
so
happened
squalidly
2.5 years
conceived
later?
could hardly have been honorably ended. The Vietnam War ended in 1954 when French colonialism was defeated at Dien Bien Phu. That's when the war was lost.
Do you believe
And that's who lost it.
You-
All subsequent depredations by successive American governments, often supported by the British government, though never, I think, by the French, who'd learned their lesson by then. De Gaulle warned Kennedy a long time ago what would happen.
Do you believe that the resistance to communism is squalid?
No, I didn't say that.
No, but I don't understand
That-
even the
that's-
logic of what you say.
No,
That is what you
and I
said.
don't blame you for trying
You said
to.
it
And I
was
don't blame you for trying to change the
No, no,
subject.
no, I
was
just-
talking about who lost the Vietnam War and when and why.
It's like
I'm
saying-
offering you my view.
It's like saying that the Philippines really, when we pulled out of the Philippines in 1948, we in effect ended a relationship with Filipinos who were democracy oriented. The hooks really are the natural heirs of the. I simply deny it. I see no reason at all why that mad poet Ho Chi Minh, specializing in torture and oppression, should have been encouraged when there is ample evidence to believe that there were enough South Vietnamese who preferred liberty and who should have been convinced that we had no neo-colonialist designs in South Vietnam.
Ho Chi Minh was good enough to be an American ally against the Japanese during the Second World War, when he became acknowledged as the leader of Vietnamese nationalism, whatever his other Stalinist traits may be, which I don't deny or seek to deny.
And Stalin was good enough to be an ally
he
against
had,
Hitler, so what?
Well, so quite a lot, as a matter
So
of
not
fact.
very much.
No, I think so. Good deal.
So Churchill
So
was
good
proved,
deal. So
was proved
actually-
correct that under certain circumstances we would make contracts to the devil.
Quite.
Not particularly flattering, but this is the kind of thing that unhappily the world is made up of, where so many political choices need to be made.
Tough
Where would
ones,
you resist
tough ones,
communism?
tough ones too.
Where would you resist communism? Where
Well-
would you resist a communist overthrow of government?
Yeah, with what weapon do you mean?
With force.
Both
what about
questions are good. With nuclear weapons, I wouldn't. There are no circumstances which would justify unleashing thermonuclear weapons. No outcome could be worse than that. So, which I don't think is your own opinion. I think that's to say there are worse things than communism, and by saying it, that's what I mean by it. In case you might want to reinterpret what I
So you
said.
would be in favor of unilateral disarmament, as Neil Kinnock is?
Yes, of course.
Uh-huh,
yes.
yeah. So
Obviously,
so therefore-
if you're not going to use weapons of genocide and suicide, you shouldn't be preparing to use them. No.
So you prefer biological survival to freedom, and that's a very important
I don't
point to make.
prefer it, but I would. I
Obviously
would,
prefer it. You said
I
you
would.
would
Wait,
disarm.
I don't say those are the alternatives. Perhaps I should have spoken. Perhaps I should have spoken less rapidly. I
Thank
don't.
you,
If those are
Mr.
the choices, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Christopher Hitchens, and thank you, Mr. R. Emmett Tyrrell, author of The Liberal Crack-Up. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of Yonkers Prep.
For Firing Line is provided by this station and other public television stations. Dow Chemical Company, the Mobil Corporation, John M. Olin Foundation Incorporated, Laurel Foundation, Atlantic Richfield, and the Friends of Firing Line.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
This program was produced by Sika, which is solely responsible for its content. For a printed bound transcript of this program, send $3 to Firing Line, Post Office Box 5966, Columbia, South Carolina 29250.
We favor a fresh approach which would begin by declining to prosecute drug consumers. Drug merchants we would not need to worry about since they would disappear, their profit motive having gone. And then finally, we would devote ourselves to seeking out the reasons for this ravaging weakness and concentrate our resources on treating those who will be treated and educating those who will be educated. But in doing so, under the fresh approach, we would have made some headway against the ignorance of present policies, which ignorance I now invite you to listen to with that grace and hospitality so characteristic of the Southern temperament.
Congresswoman Schroeder will oppose the resolution.
Deposit accepted for
Well, I find it very interesting. I think indeed Bill Buckley has finally hit his midlife crisis. He seems to have really surrendered to, I think, one of the most serious things that we have to deal with. I suppose I'm looking at this as a parent, but I cannot imagine a parent in America who wants their child to experiment with heroin, LSD, Charles Manson's favorite snack food, crack, or any other such thing. And I think the problem is too many people think the trouble with drugs is the crime that comes from that. That certainly is a critical part, and we will be addressing that. But the trouble with drugs is also the use of drugs. And we must not forget what a drug usage does. To say it's a victimless crime is really incorrect. It tears at the fabric of families, it tears at the whole society fabric. And I think that we really have to be very, very serious about this and to have the federal government come in and say, rather than allow these poisons to be outlawed, we're going to allow these poisons in 7-Elevens. I think that's putting a stamp on them that we don't want to put a stamp on. When you look at 1988 and the fact that we were willing to take grapes with cyanide out of the grocery stores, why in the world would we be wanting to put all these other things that are so terribly destructive of the mind? I think a lot of people also will try to convince you tonight that if we legalize drugs, there will be no more crime. That also is incorrect. If you legalize drugs, you are surely not talking about legalizing them for young children. You would put the same limits on, I assume, that you would for alcohol. And so therefore you're going to have another whole market that moves on. Not only that, if people engage in crime to buy illegal drugs, they're going to engage in crime to buy legal drugs. And the reason people engage in crime is to buy VCRs, new tennis shoes, drugs, or whatever they want. And I think you will find that crime over and over again goes at the conscience and makes it much more easy for people to go at it. The other side also often argues that the only solution is more prisons. And I don't think the only solution is more prisons. We should be proud of the fact that some of our education is now starting to work. Some drug usage is down in America among our young people, which is very good. And there have been local programs that have worked very, very well when you put people in with these networking situations and community support. We ought to be doing more than that. There is no easy fix to this problem. You can't quick run out and legalize it. You can't just say no. You can't just keep building more prison beds. That we all have to work together as a society to tackle this, or I think we're going to be in great, great trouble when we come to the 21st century trying to compete.
Material accepted.
Judge Sweet, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to make some opening remarks, and then they get a chance to go at you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. I'm privileged to discuss these issues with three very distinguished members of Congress and Mr. Van Raab, and of course with the eminent citizens on my left. After 12 years on the bench, I conclude that our present drug laws don't work. and that we must regulate, not criminalize, drug use. 35 million Americans have used mind-altering drugs. Some 6.5 million are abusers. The drug industry, untaxed, unsupervised, illegal, is a major industry, about $150 billion a year, operating at a profit margin of 5,000%. Since 1917, we've made drug use illegal. This year, we'll put more than 1 million prisoners in jail, more proportionately than any other industrialized nation except South Africa. Congress will spend over $10 billion this year. More prisoners, more money, more addicts, a sort of domestic Vietnam. We need a fresh, hard look at this internal social problem. We have to reduce the harm caused by drug use, squeeze the money out of the business, eliminate the street crime and the drug dealers, shift our dollars from jails and interdiction into research and care, and deal with addiction as a disease, not a crime. We're a caring nation. We must identify and treat those who threaten their own lives. We must address disillusion and despair. President Kennedy said change is the law of life. Our thinking about drugs must change, and with our thinking, our laws.
Thank you. Here's a unique opportunity to interrogate the judge. Who has a question for him? Mr. Von Raab.
Judge Sweet, we've heard from you as to what's wrong today, but we haven't heard anything about what you would do about it. What do you mean by legalizing drugs? To what degree would you make them available? And if you would limit them at all, what would you do about the black market?
First of all, my conclusion is, as I've indicated, that what we're doing now does not work. And it would be presumptuous of me to step into the shoes of these distinguished congressmen and to try to legislate. At the same time, it would be pretty, I think, disingenuous to say that you simply, that what we have doesn't work and not to have some thought as to what should work. The principal thing, I think, is that we must regulate. The principal thing is that we have to treat this illness as a disease. So what I would suggest is there be a form of regulation, a method by which drugs known could be bought under state supervision, and the people identified who use these drugs. This would take the crime off the streets, those who rob in order to get money for drugs, because it would take the money out of the business. And it's the money that drives it. It's the money that drives the economy of foreign countries that are involved in the drug business, and it's the money that creates the drug dealers. So if we took that out, I believe we would have no crime, no drug dealers, and of course we would have to prohibit the use by young. We'd be in the same situation that we are with alcohol.
Congressman Ray.
Judge, you reluctant to get into the shoes of members of Congress, but don't you feel as a member of the bench that have taken an oath to support the Constitution that you have some obligation to protect the treaties that the United States have entered into with countries indicating that we are opposed to countries producing drugs, opium, marijuana? How would you allow the United States to reduce its moral standards that to just drug-producing countries?
Well, if it's a question of moral standards, it seems to me that the law must speak to justice. And a law that's flouted and is not working doesn't, in my view, speak to justice. As far as foreign nations are concerned, I noticed that the present budget talks about $2 billion in aid to Peru and Bolivia in order to help them cut back on their drug production. Well, how far does this go? Are we going to then offer billions to other countries, Burma, for example? How much are we going to do to try and stop the production of these substances when the real problem is here at home? The problem is the demand, and that's what we have to face.
The treaties that we have entered into, that we will be violating treaties that we have signed.
Congressman, you're way ahead of me. You always have been. And I'm frank to tell you I don't know what the treaty obligations are. But I have strong views as to what our domestic law should be.
Mrs. Schroeder.
Judge, I want to follow up on some of the things you said that trouble me a lot. First of all, we're not going to give this away, right?
No.
Okay, so people are still going to need money to purchase drugs.
But not any, the 5,000% that is the profit margin now would be taken out of the business.
Well, but people are just as victimized by folks going out trying to raise money to buy their drugs, and whether they're buying them legally or illegally, it is very difficult to work when people get into that kind of a habit. And so I think that to say all crime is going to disappear isn't quite true. The second thing is, you're saying, I assume you would want the 21-year-old limit that you have on alcohol.
Yes, I think that two substances are comparable in a lot of ways.
So then you're going to have a whole black market going on with children. There will be a terrific temptation to buy it at the state store and then turn around and sell it to children at a much higher rate. So you'll have that going on. And I also want to know, would you tolerate all substances? I mean, are you going to allow LSD? Are you going to allow crack? Are you going to allow any new mind-altering substance that comes down the road? Those are very serious when you look at what they do to people's body. And we're not talking about broccoli. We're talking about very serious.
You know, that's of course it's serious. There are 6 million people that abuse these things. It's very serious, but there are 17 million people who abuse alcohol, and we abandoned the prohibition against alcohol. So what I think we have to do is to focus on the problem, and the problem is the demand for these mind-altering substances. Why is it that these people seek to alter their minds in this fashion? And I suggest it's because of despair and disillusionment and the ravages of poverty. Those are the issues that need to be addressed.
I would agree with you on the demand, but not on the legalization.
An agreement is not a question, and I think we'd better move on. Thank you very much, Judge Sweet. Congressman Rangel, would you like to ascend to the podium and make an opening remark?
I think it's outrageous now that people are seeking freedom and hope all over the world and coming to the United States that we would lower our standards to that of any drug-pushing country. It would just seem to me that at a time that we're beginning to fight back, where parents and community leaders have finally become outraged enough to demand that their government do something, no, not just to put people in jail, which is not the answer, but at least to look for those people who are homeless, who are jobless, who are hopeless, who are seeking treatment, and indeed has the Congress looking for treatment on demand, that the only thing that we can come up with is to say, let us make drugs available. Are we really talking about drugs on demand? Ms. Schroeder asked, if you can't pay for it, I assume you would not discriminate against the poor, and we would have drug stamps, or we'll cover it by Medicaid, or perhaps we would say that we'll find a legal way to cut it off for people that are under 21 years old, and protect our children the same way we protected them against alcohol, or the same way we protected them against tobacco. Is this really a victimless crime? Have we looked at the children that are born in pain, addicted to drugs? Have we really taken a look at the number of crimes that are committed? Yes, by perhaps 17 million on alcohol, but will we make our roads any safer and our highways any safer by adding to alcohol, cocaine, crack, and marijuana and heroin? I doubt it, and I don't think we're sincere in the debate.
Don't go away, Congressman. You have a chance to submit to the questioning of these people over here. And remember that just as on Jeopardy, the question must be in the form of a question. Mr. Dennis.
At least we've seen one Academy Award performance tonight. Thanks. What would you say to one of your constituents, say a mother of an IV drug user whose son dies because of the lack of a needle exchange program in the city of New York?
I would say that your question is not responsive to what we're issuing here, to what we're talking about tonight. You are now talking about whether or not we should give away sterile needles, and I would say to her that for those people that were talking about needles without programs, without talking about treatment, without talking about jobs, without talking about opportunity, that they were playing a cruel hoax. America needs more than clean needles
That's
to
more in
deal
the debate
with our
tonight?
AIDS problem and dealing with our narcotic addiction problem.
But you've lost me. That's more in the debate tonight, what you just
Clean
mentioned?
needles? I didn't read
needles?
it anywhere.
Well,
I mean, are you going to give away the heroin with the needles? Are you going to give away the crack and the cocaine? Are you going to stop anywhere? I would ask, if we give away clean needles and we give away the heroin, at what point would we stop giving it to her son? Until he OD'd?
Well, you're 2 steps ahead of the mother. She just wants a question about the son and the needle.
Well, I would say that you obviously want her to have the needle and the heroin.
Well,
and I would say, how much would you want for your dear son? How much heroin should we give him? Or should we sell him? Or should we allow him to have?
But Charlie, do you believe that law enforcement is the predominant method we should use to deal with the drug problem?
Ridiculous.
You do not.
The prison system is a complete failure.
So you do not believe that law enforcement is
First
the
of
predominant.
all, neither does the president, neither does the United States.
Well, the president must surely believe it.
Would you listen?
70% of the program is for law enforcement.
The entire number of DEA agents that we have in the United States and in 44 countries are 2,800. We got more Capitol Police than they got in the DEA.
But what percentage
office.
of the 10 billion? What percentage of the $10 billion that the federal government spends on drug problems is for law enforcement?
Probably too much, because we have no
70%.
We have no education program. We're here with a kinder, more gentle administration that's not dealing with jobs, that's not dealing with homes, and I don't believe you really mean that the answer to what the administration is not doing is to provide dope instead of hope.
Do you think that that has something to do with the fact that when something is criminally prohibited, there is a responsibility to enforce that law, and that that's where all the energy and money is going?
It's a big laugh to think that we enforce the drug laws in this country. You got to have pretty bad luck to be busted by a federal agent.
Well, 750,000.
You know? And so, I mean, it's not happening.
Congressman, if that's accurate and that there is a disrespect for the law, and if in many cities you can get drugs any way you want, any time you want, if that's the case, then isn't it time that we faced that reality and gave up this business of trying to say that it's illegal and that people have to go to jail for it, and say instead, let's recognize the reality and let's identify these people and treat them?
Well, Judge, every time you find it difficult to enforce the law, I hope you won't suggest that we make it legal. It's a real rough problem that we're facing. But I really don't think that you think legalization means that we're not going to break the law. Are you going to have 24-hour clinics to dispense drugs? What happened when the junkie wants it at 6 o'clock and the clinic is closed? What happens if the alcoholic wants the extra drink? I assume that the cocaine crack user would want the extra valve. Do you say that he doesn't go into the illicit and legal market to get what he needs?
I can't think of anybody in the United States that is better qualified to determine the appropriate regulation of just that subject than yourself.
No, it would be a doctor. You see, judges should deal with the courts, politicians with the law, and doctors should deal with this medical question.
I agree.
And no doctor would uphold your position.
I agree. Now, what you have just done, in my view, is you said regulation is all right and that it should be a medical problem and treated by the doctors. And with that, I agree.
If you tell me that doctors agree that given access to crack is going to reduce America's health problems, as we see these children born every day, it is costing us $1,500 a day to take care of a crack baby, $600 a day to take care of a drug addict, and all of the other illnesses that's there. And what is your answer? Throw gasoline on the fire and give them more.
No, I'm saying that's what's happening today under the present system.
Well, if you give them better access to it, what do you think a junkie's got to do with heroin?
The first thing that would happen,
use it.
First thing that would happen is that they would be identified. The second thing that would happen. No. When they seek to use the drug.
Mr. Rangel, is it possible for drugs to be more accessible than they are now?
When do you cut off the amount of cocaine that a crack addict can have? When do you cut off the amount that a heroin user would have?
Can you answer that in one word? No, I don't think you can. We'll have to take it as a rhetorical question. Thank you very much, Congressman. Yes, both of you should, Mr. Glasser and Mr. Von Raab, ascend the thrones here, and Mr. Glasser will make an opening remark first.
The central question that faces us is whether or not we should deal with our drug problem as a criminal matter or as a public health matter. Whether we should try to deal with our drug problem in approximately the same way we deal with our alcoholism problem and our cigarette problem, or whether we should try to deal with it as if it were a rape or an assault or a murder. The fact of the matter is that, as everybody knows, the present system has been a failure for years. Our drug problem is out of control. Ask yourself if the problem is worse now than it was 5 years ago. Ask yourself if there's more crime in the street, if people are getting gunned down, if there's a state of siege out there. Ask yourself if we have failed to interdict drugs and stop the supply. Ask yourself if the crime has gotten worse. Ask yourself if we've reduced demand. We have done none of those things. We have had far more success in reducing the problem of nicotine addiction and alcoholism than we have in reducing any other drug. And we have done it without criminal penalties, without an increase in crime, without enriching the criminal cartels, without corrupting the police, and without spending fortunes of money on fruitless efforts of law enforcement that nobody, even the people on the other side of this debate, appear to agree with. This is a disaster of a policy. It has resulted in our drug problem being out of control. It has resulted in enhancing the AIDS epidemic. It is a mistake, and it is necessary for us to begin looking at other examples that have worked in other countries and that have worked here with respect to other drugs.
Mr. Von Raab.
We've heard once again the same debate, and that is the system doesn't work, change it. The United States is sick, it has cancer, so let's have a little form of societal euthanasia. That's legalizing the drugs. Why doesn't the system work? The system doesn't work because it is not a tough system. We have decriminalized drugs as a practical matter. Congressman Rangel is right. The chances of being busted by a federal agent are about as remote as you could imagine. There is no genuine fear or threat on the part of any drug user or any low-level drug trafficker that he or she will be punished. Notice, I didn't necessarily say talked to by a policeman, harassed by a policeman, or arrested, but punished. That is what has to happen. We are losing because we are not tough on drugs. Everyone knows it. Washington, as usual, is riding along on its own rhetoric, and now, interestingly enough, it's being nourished by additional money. I never thought I would have seen a Republican administration that would be proud that its only accomplishment so far in the drug war was to increase the budget by 70%, not to improve the situation. What we're running is a kindler and gentler war against drugs, perhaps one of the most scandalous oxymorons that I have ever heard.
Thank you. Now go ahead, each other.
Mr. Von Raab, in 1986, President Reagan said that no amount of law enforcement and interdiction could possibly end the plague. You agree with that?
Yes, I absolutely agree with that. What has to be done are the two ends of the spectrum. Production has got to be reduced. We have to develop a foreign policy. We have no foreign policy. Production of cocaine over the past 5 years has quintupled. No one has done anything about it. We had a tea party in Cartagena recently because our president was nervous that people were upset at him for an invasion of Panama, which was probably one of the great things that's happened in this drug war. We've got to get tough on the foreign countries producing it, transshipping it, and at the same time, we've got to make it clear to users and small-level traffickers that they will be punished if they do it.
Everybody believes, however, that interdiction and the production, the control of supply can't possibly work. If you don't believe that, you may be the last person in America.
Interdiction is a containment effort, as is civil law enforcement. the best you can do is limit the damage that is being produced by the drugs that are being produced abroad.
South America has 2.5 million acres of land that is suitable for growing coca leaves.
And more
they
and
are
more
growing.
is used
They
every
are
day.
using only 700 square miles of that 2.5 million square miles today. It's a big cash crop for them because of the demand in the United States.
And
what
has
makes you
our
think we can
government-
change that?
What have we done about
What do
it?
you want to do?
Nothing.
What do you
Well,
want to do?
maybe we put some provisions in loan agreements. I mean, you're not allowed to kill elephants in Kenya because the World Bank will take your money back.
Do you really think that's going to work?
Well, you can certainly grow drugs wherever you want, and the World Bank won't say a word. Our diplomats are afraid to be critical of anyone in these countries because they won't invite them back. Let's use some tough talk with these countries and tell them that if they don't cut back on their production, we'll lower the boom, whether that's economic sanctions or whether it runs all the way to use of multilateral security forces to do something about it.
Bombing? Would you bomb South America?
No, I wouldn't bomb South America. It's not necessary. It can be handled much more easily.
Well, it hasn't been handled
I regard
yet.
this as a national security problem. My friends' children are being subjected to terrorism that is being brought from South America. There is no difference between 200 pounds of cocaine being shipped into this country and 200 pounds of Syntex coming in from Czechoslovakia.
How many
There's no
people?
difference.
How many people died last year from overdoses of drugs, all illegal drugs taken
We
together?
don't even know because in many
Well, the
cases,
government says it knows.
the government hasn't a clue as to what's going on. They have never analyzed the situation.
Well, they publish statistics, Mr.
I've been around. I've watched those.
You don't believe those statistics?
I certainly don't believe.
How do you know that anybody uses drugs?
I know that lots of people use them because I see the deaths that take place in all.
Do you know anybody who uses cocaine?
I don't know that I know anyone. I probably
And you don't
do.
believe the government statistics, and you don't know anyone who uses it. Do you believe that anybody
I
uses
also
it?
believe there was no Holocaust as well. I mean, the fact of the matter is that there are drugs and they are killing people.
How many?
How many people are being killed directly or indirectly? Hundreds of thousands.
Yeah,
no
how do you
doubt.
know that?
I can
The government statistics said 3,562 last year.
The government
Oh, well, excuse me. And where did you hear this information
I
from?
thought we were discussing whether drugs should be legalized.
We are, and we are trying to find out. You were talking about taking extreme measures against foreign countries who are
That's
making
right.
a cash crop,
Yes.
which never has worked before.
It's never been tried.
Well, you always
No, it
say it's
hasn't
never
worked
been tried.
before 'cause it
Every
hasn't been
time there's a
tried.
new program, somebody's been arresting people. I've been reading headlines about bus and breaking the back of this and taking 15,000 kilos of that and $4 billion. I mean, Miami Vice has gotten very far with busting people in
If you
Florida.
think
And you say nobody's ever arrested?
If you think questioning whether there are drugs that kill people and other things like that are going to convince the American people that we should legalize drugs,
I
suggest you come up with another argument.
I am saying that treating the problem like alcoholism will do a better job of controlling drugs than prattling on about controlling people in Bolivia that you have no capacity to control and that you failed to control when you had the responsibility to do so.
Mr. Von Raab, this is gratuitous information, but you're free to go on the offensive now. It's your turn to question Mr. Glasser.
I would like to know, what if legalization doesn't work? What if people are dying in great numbers? What do you do then? What we in effect did in 1970s was to decriminalize drugs. Now you want to legalize it. How do we put the genie back in the bottle when a whole generation begins to
You know,
die?
you're like a doctor who's trying to treat somebody, and the treatment that you're giving them is killing them. And when someone suggests another treatment, you say, aha, but what if it doesn't work? It's your treatment that's killing people. It's your treatment that's creating crime. It's your treatment that is killing people of AIDS because of unclean needles, because it's against the law to give out clean ones.
By the way, there
It's
are
not
needles,
illegal.
by the way. Just people should know, there are needles produced today that can only be used once. There's no
Yes,
issue
and
about
it's a
and so
crime
this
for a
whole
doctor to
business-
prescribe them to heroin addicts.
Needles
And
that
that's
can be used
because of the criminal prohibition. And in the Netherlands, for example, where that doesn't happen, only 8% of heroin addicts have AIDS, and in this country, 26%
Have you been to
have AIDS.
Amsterdam recently? Are we talking now about Amsterdam? You mean Sodom and Gomorrah on the Zuiderzee?
Now that, you don't believe our government statistics, but you believe them.
that is the biggest disaster. If that's an
It is?
example of how
Why is it
well
a disaster?
legalization works.
Well, marijuana is legal and
Mecca.
marijuana use went down.
It is Mecca for drug traffickers and drug users in Europe. You speak to any government official
And what does that
in Great
mean?
Britain, in France, in Germany, and they will tell you one of the great fears that they have with the formation of the EC is what to do about the drug problem that will pour over from the Netherlands into their countries
right.
because of
You keep
their...
fantasizing that way, but the fact is that the Netherlands has a lower rate of marijuana use since they legalized, a lower rate of marijuana use than we do,
how is
almost no crime, very little age as a result of criminalization, and nobody getting shot in the streets by people using machine guns. And
They have low crime statistics because the penny crime in Amsterdam is so
they
bad
have low
they
crime
don't
statistics
keep
for
it
the same
anymore.
reason that we don't have high crime statistics for nicotine
If you
addicts
walk,
and
the
alcohol.
next time you walk down the streets in Amsterdam, look on the concrete. You will see a fine dust over all of the streets. That is the glass from the car windows that have been shattered every time you leave a car because of drug addicts taking accessories from cars in order to pay not for their drugs because they're not that expensive, but to pay for their food and their lodging because they don't work.
In addition to not believing your own government statistics, you apparently don't believe the Netherlands government statistics. The rate of crime is
I
low.
know the
rate of
Netherlands
AIDS
police,
is low.
and I know
the rate of
that
people
they
getting
do not
killed is
collect
low.
these statistics because they don't want to look
You
bad.
know an awful lot that government
I
seems
spent
to
8
deny.
years worrying about this problem.
I suggest to you that hasn't been enough.
Well, I can tell you that some people think it has been enough.
Some people
I think it
it's
was
been
quite
too
a lot.
much.
I
I'm
still
ready for
would
another
like
question.
to know what is, I've asked you a number of questions. In any case, what about the issue of availability? Can you deny that making drugs available does not increase the demand?
I can deny that legalizing drugs would in any way make them more available than they are today. You have got to be kidding. You have not been in New York or Detroit or Chicago or Philadelphia or almost any place in this country if you can suggest that making drugs legal would make them available. They are available, buddy. They're available on every corner to anyone who wants them. They are particularly available in the poverty ghettos of this country. They are as available as they can be. Whatever else legalization will do, it will not make them more available.
I don't agree with you, and I have spent a lot of time. I've traveled with the New York Police Department on many occasions and the Metropolitan Police Department in Washington. There is not a single policeman with whom I have traveled that would agree with that position. They are under some
I can introduce you to a few
control.
hundred if you would like.
I'm just telling
And if
you
would
that I
like
don't agree with that.
If you were
particular
suggesting that drugs are not easily available
No,
on
I
every
said
street
would they
corner in
be
New York,
more available as a result?
I think you two guys will be able to continue this discussion as the evening progresses. Thank you very much. Mr. Dennis now has his opportunity for an opening remark and then submits to questioning from the opposition.
And they are the opposite. Thank you, Mr. Kinsley. I hope tonight we'll remember that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And I believe it is mere wishful thinking that we can stop tens of millions of Americans by law from getting what they want. We should have learned by now that government isn't the greater power that's going to save us from ourselves. 9 out of 10 Americans don't use illegal drugs. The 9 out of 10 people who do use illegal drugs don't become addicts. It's a pipe dream to think that by law we can save 1 in 100 of us from self-destruction. There is no justification for inflicting on society the costs of keeping drugs illegal. Let me be specific about those costs. In the 2 hours we're spending here tonight, and every 2 hours, at all levels, we spend $6 million on law enforcement. That money could treat the majority of addicts in this country. During the same period, the high cost of these drugs caused 1,000 crimes, $2 million in stolen property. During the same 2-hour period, 60 people will be arrested for mere possession of marijuana, a criminal misuse of resources. They could be anyone's son or daughter. 45 people will be diagnosed with glaucoma, an eye disease that can lead to blindness. Amazingly, the smokable marijuana that could cure their disease is not available to them. Let's take a detour from this road to perdition and legalize drugs.
Congressman Randall.
Mr. Dennis, that constituent that wanted the clean needle, I was asking her before the time ran out, just how much heroin would she want me to allow her son to have? And I don't recall what her answer might have been.
The question is, whose choice is this? It's not your choice. It's not the mother's choice.
I see. How much would her son would have wanted? How much would we dispense? Would you want the federal government to do it, or would you give it to the private sector?
If you want a model for it, think of a pornography store.
No, I would have no experience. Perhaps you can tell me how that works.
Well, assuming there's no pornography stores in your district, I'll explain it to you.
Well, we really don't. That's very expensive stuff. We go for the real thing, you know.
You zone it, you regulate it, you tightly regulate it, you make sure kids don't get in it.
No, I'm talking about her son, the adult addict. Now, I want to know how much heroin, is it his choice to OD? And who's going to provide it? The federal government?
We already answered that. No.
Well, the private sector, do we advertise it? Is it competitive?
No.
Will the pharmaceuticals have the profit?
No.
Now, wait a minute. Now, it's the private sector, there's
You said
government.
pharmaceuticals.
Who do we go to?
Well,
who's going to make the heroin? Who's going to make the crack?
You know, if you only ask 6 questions at a time, one would suspect you were interested in the answers.
If it's not the government and it's not the private sector, who in God's name is going to give the kid the overdose?
No, I said it would be the private sector.
Okay, now, do we have our pharmaceuticals do that here for a profit? Will they be competitive?
Whoever.
Would it be Would they advertise? Would they give free samples to the doctors? I don't know.
You're switching your metaphor now. You've got
I'm
doctors
trying to find out how this kid can get his overdose. I mean, can he get it on the Medicaid?
Well, you know, can he get it in the system we've got now?
It's bad. The system we got now is bad. I'm talking about your system. It's legalized. The private sector gives him what he wants if he can pay for it.
Right.
Okay, now he can't pay for it, so what happens? Hit somebody in the head or what?
Right, but he only hits somebody in the head about 1/100th of the time that he does now, because that's how much the cost will decline, 99%.
I see.
Congressman Gingrich.
I just want to pursue. I've noticed a pattern that at least 3 of the 4 panelists on the other side follow. You said you would tightly regulate it, and you would make sure that kids don't go into it.
Right.
Okay. Now, let's say somebody broke the regulations. Would you have sanctions?
Well, I wouldn't have the sanctions you have in your bill with Senator Graham, I can tell you that. Where a 20-year-old on a college campus who gives another 20-year-old $10 worth of pot gets a mandatory minimum sentence of 10 years in jail.
I understand that you're not in favor of locking up people who sell drugs to children, but let me go a stage further now.
20-year-olds.
Okay, when I want to go back to. No, I'm asking you a very direct question. You want a direct question? I'm asking a direct question. When your regulations are broken, are there sanctions?
Yes.
Are the sanctions law?
Yes.
Does that mean then that you have engaged in an illegal act when you break the sanctions?
Yes.
Okay, let me ask you a second question. You'd have tighter regulations on children. Is that correct?
You'd have about the same ones you have now. I would assume.
You have the same ones you have now?
Approximately.
Let me pose then for the entire panel that in fact, as currently defined, except possibly for Mr. Glasser, 3 of you are not advocating that we legalize drugs. You are advocating that we have a partial legalization applying only to adults.
That's absolutely correct. No, and of course he is too.
Okay, so in fact, so nobody in your panel is defending the proposition tonight.
Nobody who didn't originate on Mars would defend that proposition.
We didn't think it was stated so subtly that you couldn't understand.
But no. Let me carry you back since for many years I have watched you teach us English. Resolved. Drugs should be legalized. That's an unqualified statement.
Oh, you're begging the question. I mean, that's so.
Okay, so I'm just trying to. Okay, so we're still going to.
Would you say that alcohol was legalized?
Did the 21st Amendment?
Get you there in a second.
Did the 21st Amendment make the distinction that you're asking us to make, or did it not?
I'm trying to walk you through it now. Okay.
Wait a minute.
So therefore,
wait a minute.
we're not asking for a level of generalization
I'm not earning
that went
my
beyond the
keep here.
Constitution of the United States.
Okay. So, in fact, drugs would still be illegal if sold to children, and there would still be legal sanctions if you broke the rules.
They would never be as legal as Ivory soap,
Okay.
even for adults.
Would they be as legal as say beer?
The softer ones.
Okay. So soft drugs would be. I just want to close with this question. I think it's the one that your whole panel is going to have to deal with sooner or later. Everything we have seen with tobacco and alcohol tells us that the more you make it legal, the closer you get to, say, 19-year-olds, 18-year-olds being able to walk in a store and buying it, the more it filters through to children. Therefore, I would simply ask you, isn't it likely that more children will have access to drugs under your system, despite your effort to
Not
tighten
if
up
we're serious about it. Because we are not serious about keeping alcohol away from children. Let me cite your counterexample, the laws against statutory rape. There's a distinction we're serious about. We care about the difference between minors and adults in that area, and we enforce it, and the penalties are real. If we care, we can do it.
Thank you, Mr. Gingrich. Mr. Gingrich.
No.
Having ensured that the entire panel will be eager,
My
let me
daughter
start by
wants to do
citing The Economist, which recently has said that
Believe
they
it or
favor
not,
legalizing drugs.
I
They wrote a
felt out
full
a
page on the joys of Holland,
you think
and I
we
think
can
it's
rig
useful to
something
return to
up
a
so
certain
we
amount of
can
common
do
sense and reality in this
karaoke
debate.
over calm?
This is their quote from
Clever
their
ideas,
description
that kid.
of crime in
well,
Amsterdam.
Anyways,
Prudent diners out
I'm gonna
put
get
chains
some
on their
shots.
bicycles or deposit
do
their
it all
car
over
radio
again
in the
tomorrow.
cloakroom.
Am I right?
Now, I just want to
Hey,
suggest this
kiddo.
is in a legalized drug environment where they have reduced the incentive for crime.
Would you do that in New York?
People take their car radio and put it in the cloakroom. I just want to start with this point.
Good morning,
There is no panacea here.
9346-52.
That hard drugs
Links would
are a
like to
real
share the
problem,
following inspirational
that they
message.
are in fact
The
a
greatest
real threat
reward
to
in life is
society,
the chance
and
to
that
work.
even in the most
Listen
radical
up, folks.
experiment in Europe,
Let
which is
me
the Dutch
introduce
experiment,
you to
there
Hal
is still
Rose.
sufficient level of
No
crime
need for introductions,
that people
Weaver.
take their car
I
radio
know
in
who
to
you
make sure it
all
doesn't
are.
get ripped off while
Let's
they're having
just
dinner.
get right
Now, I just
into
want to
it.
suggest in addition that the British
I know
experiment
you don't love
led to
a
a
middle
substantial
manager like
increase
me
in the number
coming
of
in,
addicts,
making life
and in
hard.
fact was considered a
Yeah,
disaster by most
I
observers.
get it.
And
See,
I want to
I'm
propose that
from
it is
people like
very dangerous
Used to work the
to
lynx
suggest
yards
that
around Searing.
a substance which is already
Not
difficult when
shipbreaking, of
illegal
course.
would
Processing,
become somehow
which
magically
honestly
easier to deal
is
with
just
when legal.
as tough.
Thank you.
Real back-breaking work.
Ms. Gingrich, the article
We
from
know
The
processing
Economist
can
from
be
which
tough.
you just
This is real
finished
simple.
quoting
I hit my
begins
goals,
by saying
and
that
I'm out
there
of
has
your
been
hair. But we
a
all gotta
relative
pull the rope in
diminution
the same
in the
direction.
criminal
Get
rate in
it?
Amsterdam, but that there is still petty crime, which is why people lock up their bicycles.
You
We
scratch
don't
my back,
suggest
and we'll
that
all be done
legalization
here in no
is
time.
going to eliminate crime.
Capisci?
But by
Okay, then.
contrast, people in
I'm
America have to
taking
lock
the
up
day
their
to settle in,
maidenheads when
and
they
we'll
go
see
out.
you all tomorrow, bright and early.
The kind of risk
Okay?
run from a missing bicycle or missing
Okay, then.
VCR is not
This,
really
I
the
think she
kind
knows
of
what
thing
backbreaking
that
work is.
arrests our attention. What
I'm
does
telling ya.
is the number of
1
people who
week.
get
Tough.
murdered,
You guys gonna
raped,
cooperate with the
stolen
business
from,
end of my grapple?
and otherwise
Okay, now.
mutilated.
Remember,
question, Mr.
be
Buckley?
on your
So
best
the question is,
behavior.
how do you reconcile
See y'all in the yard.
the situation in Amsterdam over against the situation in Harlem?
Let me say, first of all, that you're talking about two radically different cultures. In the very same article, we can stay on that for a moment, they also point out that the Dutch have a very bad difficulty in dealing with foreigners. The United States happens to be a country which encourages a level of in-migration unparalleled by any other country in the world. We are truly a melting pot, and that has with it a lot of side effects. But they say quite specifically that the Dutch are not capable, or not finding any reasonable way of dealing with that part of their population which is non-Dutch. Second, I'm a little puzzled by, there are two patterns here that I find puzzling. One is the suggestion that organized crime would suddenly find itself unable to do anything to remain successful as organized crime. Now, unless you gentlemen are also going to propose we in passing legalize prostitution, legalize numbers, etc., organized crime will remain a fairly large element of America's largest cities in itself. But secondly, to go back to your point, Bill, I don't understand any relationship between legalizing drugs and making America's streets safer. It doesn't seem to me that most of the people who engage in the crimes you described, particularly crimes that involve rape, that are violence against person, as distinct from crimes to get money, that those have any relationship to legalizing drugs.
I'll tell you what. Let me ask you what the relationship is. When Al Capone killed people, he didn't do so because he was drunk. And when drug dealers shoot people, it is not because they are high. Homicide, the leading cause of homicide in most American cities today is drug traffickers. Disputes over dealers, not under the influence of the drug, but disputes over dealerships, disputes over debts, disputes over prices.
Stop right
Increasingly, people are getting killed, innocent people. What kind of crime do you think that is?
Let me ask one thing. You just said that most of the crimes, most of the murders that involve firearms in larger cities are in fact fights between drug dealers.
That's correct.
Who are by definition not innocent people.
Yeah, but they're killing innocent people in the
innocent
crossfire.
bystanders get killed in the process.
And
Let me carry back to stage fright. I just want to clarify. The reference that Mr. Buckley made was, for example, to rapes. Now, are you seriously suggesting that there's any relationship
But
between
I'm making a
rapes and
reference to
drug dealing?
homicides. You can deal with him when he asks you the question. When I ask you the question, you can deal with me.
Okay. Well, the same bill which Mr. Dennis referred to earlier, the bill that Phil Graham and I have introduced, is very tough on using a firearm in a crime. And
Really? How do you expect to enforce that?
How do I expect to enforce that? I expect, first of all, to have large cities hire more policemen.
Oh, yeah, with what money?
Buffalo, New York.
Mr. Dennis.
I have a different subject. You're a historian, Congressman, and you remember that in a war you need a consensus. And you remember what happened in the war in Vietnam when the consensus was no longer there. The policy and the support for it faded quickly, and it was a disaster for the country. With polls showing up to 30% or more people considering legalization or decriminalization as an option, and 90% believing that no matter what the government does, people will get drugs if they want them, isn't the consensus for a war on drugs just about out the window? And isn't that by itself enough sufficient reason to tone down the war on drugs?
I don't know what polls you use, but the polls I've seen...
LA Times?
I have not seen any poll which suggests, when you deal with hard drugs, that anything like...
But the war on drugs isn't just about hard drugs. 3/4 of the arrests in this country are for marijuana and for possession, and 1/3 of the arrests in this country are for simple possession of marijuana. So the war on drugs is not just a war on hard drugs.
Okay, let me go back to the point you made. Because you use the general term drugs. There's an overwhelming consensus in this country to break the back of hard drugs. There's an overwhelming consensus in this country to take the steps necessary, I think, to drive the dealers out. And there's an overwhelming consensus in this country that when this country looks at crack babies, when this country looks at the kind of deaths they see caused by drug use, that this country has no interest in any effort to legalize drugs. And in my
Is there
judgment,
a consensus to punish the users?
And I think there's a very strong, there's a strong consensus to charge the users more money and to lock up the dealers.
Thank you, Mr. Gingrich. Mr. Buckley. This is your opportunity to go after the man who's brought us all here. Have I read this wrong? No, Mr. Buckley? No, I've read it right. Who has a question for Mr. Buckley? Mr. Von Ryan.
Mr. Buckley, I have not heard anyone on your side suggest that drugs would be limited to any adult, regardless of the effect that they might have of them. In other words, overdose, total non-productive, taken virtually out of society. What is your plan to support these new charges on society, this new army of vagrants that will be produced wandering the streets, overdosed on drugs? Are we going to have a new protected class? Will they be given special rights in hiring and other things, or are we going to just let them roam the streets?
Mr. Vandenrop, it is not our burden to instruct you on how we're going to handle the natural catastrophes that afflict humankind. There are 30,000 people every year who commit suicide compared to 3,500 who die of ODs. I don't know what we do about people who commit suicide.
So
those people who want to increase the suicide rate by taking extra drugs are going to end up committing suicide. If you say, can we stop it? The answer is no, we can't. But we're trying to stop people from being killed who get killed innocently because you want to commit suicide.
So your position is that the violence we will stop by virtue of making it legal is unrelated to the issue of the number of men and women who will die in the streets by virtue of drugs becoming totally available.
Neither you knows what that number is, nor do I know. Every time we give you a statistic that makes you uncomfortable, you deny its existence. For instance,
I deny it.
Okay, you want it now before I say it to you, or shall I say it first? The Economist notes that 5% of American high school children use marijuana. Half of 1% of high school children in Amsterdam use marijuana. So the answer is nobody here can predict whether the kind of program that we envision would result in a heavy increase in usage or would not. The very fact that you can buy 200% proof whiskey doesn't mean that people go out and buy 200% proof whiskey. It's going, in fact, in the other direction. There has been a reduction of cigarette smoking, of liquor drinking, of hard drinking versus softer drinking. These are elements that have to do with a national concern for physical fitness. Now, those who are going to defy that, they, to the extent that we can be compassionate about them, we should be. We shouldn't form public policy based on
Mr. Rangel. Mr. Rangel. No, Mr. Rangel.
Mr. Buckley, did you agree with Mr. Dennis that the federal government should not subsidize the drugs and it should be privatized?
What do you mean subsidized?
Well, strike that out. How would you like to see the drugs distributed that are legal?
If you manufacture cocaine at the cost at which it takes to good,
would we grow it here?
It would cost about as much as a Coca-Cola.
Would we grow it or would we import it?
Whichever is cheaper.
I see, and that goes for the opium as well. Opium as well. The opium as well.
Our intention is to break the back of the black market.
But
if there is a heavy demand for opium,
I guess the answer
then
would be
opium
yes.
would be produced sufficiently and in cheap enough tender to break the back of the black market.
I'm just asking these questions. You, like the federal judge, would have no problem in violating our treaty obligations and growing it.
By the way, I don't know what treaty you're referring to.
We have any number of multilateral treaties. They're United Nations.
Name one treaty ratified by the Senate.
They have the multilateral in 1987. The United States Senate verified a treaty. It took a long time. The psychotropic drug treaty was verified by the United States Senate, and we had another one in 1916.
With whom?
With every nation in the United Nations, and nations are in violation.
How would we violate
treaties.
that treaty by producing the stuff ourselves cheaper?
Well, I would think that if we say that we have a higher standard, but let's get back, suppose we did produce it.
Yeah.
Would we be distributing it free, or would we charge for it? Or would the private sector do it?
We would charge a low enough rate for it to make it unprofitable for any black market here to
When you say we, you're talking about the federal government or the pharmaceuticals? Or you don't care?
Having followed your career for many years, I would not want to stand in the way of your appetite to have the federal government do everything.
We could have a 1,000 points of light, 1,000 drug distribution centers. You know, we'll follow your theory and let charitable organizations give it away.
Okay. More rhetorical questions. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Pat Schroeder. Does anyone have a question for the Congresswoman?
Well, I can start.
Go ahead.
Colorado, you remember Colorado. It's one of 11 states to decriminalize marijuana. In fact, those 11 states that don't have any higher use rates than the 39 that haven't. Kind of makes that old argument about sort of the law and sort of people deciding if you lessen the penalties that more people will use it. Maybe they're all not right. But I'm wondering which you think is right, the great state of Colorado or the U.S. Congress about marijuana?
Well, first of all, I think the interesting statistics on marijuana have been that addiction from marijuana use looks about the same as addiction and alcohol use. And so you're only looking about 1 in 10 people who might become addicted. But when you get to heroin, when you get to crack, when you get to all these other things that you're perfectly willing to go forward
What about
with,
cocaine?
you're talking, well, cocaine, you're talking about almost a 70% addiction rate.
Wait, how could it be 70%?
Listen, I don't know. That's what they found in the surveys. I mean, I didn't count that.
25 million people have tried cocaine in this country, and there are at most 2 million addicts.
Let me tell you what the difference is. I mean, the difference is we've got a few people who may do it recreationally on their yacht, but they've got a six-figure, salary out there calling them, and then you've got an awful lot of people who use it as an escape, and it doesn't take much till it really locks people in. Crack is incredible, where you have seen women on crack knowing what it's going to do to their baby, full well knowing what it's going to do to their baby, and it's really going to make their baby absolutely non-competent.
Well, they can always vote them.
They go ahead and they do it anyway. And so we're spending all this money. I mean, that's why I find it so horrifying, because it is not a victimless crime. I mean, you're trying to make it into a victimless crime.
Would you went from hot to crack in this equation somehow?
Well, that always happens. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
In 1985, the CBS New York Times poll said that 1% of the people in our country thought drugs and drug use was a major problem. In the fall of '89, 54% thought it was the major problem and the major problem in our country. Doesn't that mean that the American people recognize that what we're doing is not a success?
Absolutely. And I think the American people are very concerned about the fact that our country has a worse track record of drug and alcohol abuse than any other country on the planet, and we better be very concerned about it, because in the 21st century, you're going to be able to put your business anywhere you want to on the planet, and you're not going to come to a country where you as a business person are going to have to spend megabucks and gigabucks dealing with a drugged out bunch of employees. And that's why I find where you're going is absolutely the wrong way.
But
we
you're
ought to be figuring out why we're different.
a drugged out bunch of employees.
Costs a lot of money.
Well, of course, I agree. Also, a bunch of alcoholics cost a great deal of money.
Absolutely.
And the addiction rates are roughly comparable as far as I know.
With marijuana.
Also with cocaine.
Also with cocaine.
Yes. The cocaine
and there are
and the crack, I have seen it 70%.
We have a quarter. We have a quarter of 1% of the people in this country that are addicted. And if we took the people that are addicted and put $5.6 billion, we could treat every single one. Now, shouldn't we shift this $10 million that we're spending on interdiction and on guns and shift that into treatment?
See, Judge, where I think you're missing the whole point is that you're wanting to save the money that we have on law enforcement interdiction. I understand that. I agree with you. I think more should go into treatment. I think that we have been fighting the whole supply side and blaming it on outsiders doing it to us. And we ought to be looking at the demand side and asking what is driving the demand. But you don't legalize the demand.
Well,
very quick question from Mr.
Quick a
Glasser.
fix as the people who are going after the supply side.
You are a member of Congress, and I would like your political judgment on whether you think it is going to be possible to spend substantially more for treatment and rehabilitation and prevention without at the same time substantially reducing what we spend on law enforcement.
I don't think we have. I think we can spend a lot more for treatment and for education, and I think we know we have to because we're picking it up in the private sector if we don't do it in the public sector, and so we have to work hand in hand.
That wasn't my
to do it.
question.
Well, no, the question I think is very clear. You want to tell people why do they want to make their bodies into chemical waste dumps?
No, that wasn't my question either.
Well, we're not doing that. We're saying to people, if you do this, we'll lock you up.
Let me try to restate it. My question is, we're spending $10 billion in federal funds to deal with the crime problem. 70% of that is going to law enforcement and interdiction. Since we cannot spend much more because we read his lips, the question is, can we spend more on treatment without reducing law enforcement?
Yes or no, Mrs. Schroeder?
Yes, and my point is you're going to spend the same amount on law enforcement even if you legalize it because you're still going to have children wanting it and you've got all sorts of other problems that I think you guys are too naive in dealing with.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rangel, your turn, and Mr. Buckley. You have 5 minutes to question the congressman, Mr. Buckley.
Mr. Rangel,
be kind.
I'm genuinely curious about your concern as to who actually comes up with the stuff that would be sold under federal supervision. And I wonder what clause in the treaty that worries you would be violated if we were to purchase cocaine, say, in Peru and sell it under federal supervision, or if we were to produce it ourselves.
Okay, first of all, I think there's a moral standard involved here. I know we can break any international law that we want. We've proven that in Panama.
No, I asked you what provision would we be breaking.
The question
I said,
is,
what provision would we be breaking?
we would have entered into treaties with other civilized nations saying that we would not be involved in international drug trafficking. Your theory would make Noriega supply sider. I mean, if you just disregard the law and say that, you know, it's the free enterprise system. The question I was asking...
I don't know, but what provision 1987 would say, for instance, that we couldn't ourselves, intending a therapeutic change in national policy, produce cocaine, even as, for instance, marijuana is homegrown?
Because we said that unless it's going to be for health reasons, and crack, no doctor would tell you that crack is consumed in order to help one's health.
Yeah, well, no, it definitely helps the health of society, is our point.
Well, that's where we differ, Mr. Buckley. You don't believe that.
You keep talking about all the people you know who have suffered from taking too much drugs. Let us, for a moment, adduce people we know who have suffered innocently from being run over by people who are in pursuit of money with which to buy
That's my
stuff.
point, Mr.
So therefore,
Buckley.
certainly we ought to be concerned about their health.
There's no question about it.
Well, then why wouldn't it be in
over-
pursuit of a national health policy to interdict this flow of and to break the back of the
Mr.
criminal
Buckley,
cartel?
if what you were saying is true, you would allow alcoholics to drink all the liquor they want and go on the road. I am concerned about the innocent. The alcoholics have really terrorized people on the highway. They've jeopardized the health of the people that they work with. It is dangerous.
Are you reading from anything any of us said that we are in favor of people taking cocaine and then going and driving their
Well,
cars?
I think that you want to put the same restrictions on cocaine, crack, as you have unsuccessfully been able to do with alcohol. I think you want to protect the child the same way you protected him against liquor, against marijuana, against tobacco. And you failed. And I'm saying don't do that to the next generation. Just because we failed with liquor and tobacco, don't do it for crack.
You're the head of the principal committee in Congress charged with writing laws on this subject, and we're all talking about your failure. We haven't written these laws.
Mr. Buckley,
This sort of says the situation is devastatingly bad. We agree. You're the top responsible congressional official for writing drug legislation. And all of a sudden, we're supposed to weep over the consequences of our projected policies rather than yours actual policy.
It is so unusual. It is so unusual for you to be this wrong. But the truth of the matter is that select committees under our law have no legislative jurisdiction. But that's not. I am one of the leaders. I try to influence those that do have legislative jurisdiction. So you have the wrong person. But let's take a look at Mr. Bush or Mr. Reagan, and I would suggest to you that these are the national leaders. You can't name one educational program, one preventional program, one treatment program, and yet you're ready to throw up your hands and legalize. I'm saying give education and prevention.
That is the opening salvo in your offensive, whether you do it or not.
Mr. Rangel, we completely agree with you that the administration's policy is ill-founded. What he did was take the $4 billion that Ronald Reagan was spending and increase it by 150%. Ronald Reagan took the $4 million that Lyndon Johnson was spending, increased it by 1,000%. Meanwhile, the price of cocaine went from $40,000 to $17,000.
Let me ask
That's an index of the success that this approach is having. And we're asking you to think differently about what to do.
Let me ask you some questions, Mr. Buckley. We have no education policy in the United States. We haven't had one. As it relates to drugs, you know we haven't had one. Not one from this educational secretary, this educational president.
Well, you don't have
We don't have a treatment policy. The Secretary of Health has no idea what to do. Now, without education, without prevention, without treatment, why do you jump to legalization?
You don't even have a policy on the Ten Commandments because constitutionally we're not allowed to teach them under
I don't
current
see how.
president.
If you can tell me how that
Why
relates
do
to
you
my
say-
question, Mr. Buckley.
Well, because
don't go to the Bible. Tell me why.
No, I
why?
won't.
Why?
I'll go to the
Why is it? Why is it that because our government has failed us, because we have no leadership, because we haven't tried to provide homes and jobs and hope, because we don't have treatment for the addict, your answer would be legalize it.
Now, Mr. Randall, in the first
Why
place,
don't you get a policy?
In the first place, I don't believe that the United States relies on Washington for all of its policies. I have an education policy in respect of my son. I'm sure that all of you have in respect of your children. All of us who have biological, normal procreative resources have had children to look after. Why do we need an education policy from you, for God's sakes?
Well, where do you think you're going to get the legalization policy from me, for God's sake?
I don't need a legalization
So if you want a legalization, then you got to do it.
All you've done is screw things up.
Now you really get you're bringing sex into this, and I'm saying
done that by putting all of its emphasis on law enforcement.
If
70% of the money that you pass is going into law enforcement, plus $5 billion from the states themselves.
Well, the jail's a dumb thing to do. The judge, I agree with the judge. The jail's not
working. Why'd you vote for that bill then?
Don't you think we should?
Why'd you vote for that bill?
Are you against treatment?
I'm against treatment in the sense that you want me to be against.
How do you know? Are you against an addict getting help? Are you against an addict getting some help?
No, obviously I'm not.
There we
I'm
go.
against the silly proposition that treatment is the obvious answer to a question.
No, it's not the obvious answer.
You know
but
that
you're
the
not against
recidivism
it,
rate is
though.
60-70%. It was as high as 95% in the 20s.
But we haven't tried treatment. Why don't you give treatment a chance? Why don't you say, let's try treatment? And if that fails, let's try prevention. Why do you jump to legalization?
We spent an hour today suggesting that treatment rather than jails is the direction in which we ought to go.
Well, let's do it. But how does legalization get into it?
That treatment is going to end the problem.
You seem rather heartless in saying that let the addict OD after all other people commit suicide. What do you think about the child that's born addicted? Let that child just remain in pain and
I
agony?
live in a world in which tragedy is quite common, Mr. Randall. And there's no way that you can prevent the mother who decides to sacrifice
Are you saying that when you
the fate
find
of her
these
child
tragedies,
by creating a crack-addicted child?
and so what we should do is to give her more access to this poison so that
She
more
has all
children
the access
would be
that she
born this
wants.
way.
But she gets that access by increasing crime.
For shame, Mr. Buckley.
Oh.
Thank you both. The Executive Director of the American Civil Liberties Union to take the stand, Mr. Glasser, and submit to interrogation from the opposition. Someone have a question for Mr. Glasser? Mr. Von Rad.
I would like to know, Mr. Glasser, if you agree with Mr. Buckley that
hardly ever
that a decision on whether drugs should be legalized should be made without respect to what happens to the people that take the drugs that are legalized.
I think that all of our policies now are made without respect to the victims of those policies.
Please answer my question, not your question.
I believe
yes
that.
or no?
I believe yes or no.
To my question.
Have you suddenly changed the rules here? Yes or no?
All right. Give evidence of yes or no.
My God. Look, we make policies. There are several constituencies to be concerned with, whether we are for your policies or our policies. One is the drug addicts themselves. Two are innocent people. Three are the families of the drug addicts. And four are the victims of crimes that attend all of that. All of those things ought to be taken into account when you consider the consequences of policies. It is our position that our policies will do better for the drug addicts, better for innocent people, and better to reduce crime than your policies will. Your policies have been tried for 70 years and have been a spectacular failure. One of the reasons why treatment and prevention, Charlie, can't work is because you keep voting for bills, 70% of which go to law enforcement. That's why it can't work. And nobody wants to spend more money.
All right.
Let me explain something to you the way
But
this
it's got to be a
works.
question. And a brief
You
one.
have no idea
Answer yes or no.
how many bills have been rejected by the administration. Why don't you help us to pass these treatment bills? Why don't you help
have an
us
exaggerated
to pass
sense about power,
educate? No, but if you run off at the mouth, I think it might help if you bring some of the people along with you that can help us to do these things to prevent the addiction.
No. The plain fact is that the addiction that we have to face in Congress and the addiction that we have to face in the White House is the addiction to criminal laws as the way to deal with this problem. And that is what they want to spend money on, and they don't want to spend money on treatment. You are part of the problem.
Well, you haven't even tried to support the things that you're talking about.
Yes, we have.
This is no longer question and answer. Ms. Schroeder.
I just want to say, Ira, that I agree with you that the Rambo chest beating, I can out scream you, is not the only way to go. But I'm very concerned that you don't look at the demand-driven side and try to be more helpful in that part of the debate. And what I really hear you saying in legalization is that if, under your rules, anyone who came and wanted anything, you give it to them, right? I mean, what if they're an airline pilot? What if they're, do you care about what they do? No, and what
do
if
you think that I'm in favor? You and I fly planes a lot. Do you think that I'm in favor of pilots drinking alcohol before they go on the plane?
Well, if you're going to legalize it, then you're saying you're putting the government stamp.
Alcohol is legal now. Does that mean I'm in favor of pilots flying drunk? Be serious.
But then the ACLU doesn't want to test them. So you're going to give it to them, but you don't want to test them.
Who said that?
Well, you do. And I mean, I heard you list all the things that you were concerned about, but you weren't concerned about what the person did. I think you've got...
Look, you're talking about the demand side. You want to talk about the demand side. The most spectacular reduction in drug addiction in this country in the last 20 years has been nicotine addiction, which happens to be by far the most addictive drug we have.
And we've done a terrific job.
And the whole
education.
attitude towards smoking has changed. And the percentage of the populace that smokes has gone down from 43% to 28%.
You're making my case.
Guess what? No, I'm not making
You're making my
You're
case
under
that
a
we should be
delusion,
doing
I'm not making
education. No, we should be doing education.
We have done that without a criminal prohibition, without interdicting people, without arresting people, without putting folks in jail, and without beating our breasts. And we've done it through education and treatment.
Stop.
You try that first.
I missed the sound of Newt Gingrich's voice.
Well, I just want to go back to I think where Pat Schroeder was trying to carry you on this question of rules. Now, maybe I did misunderstand, but I thought, in fact, you were against testing airline pilots.
We're against testing airline pilots without probable cause.
So they have to be drunk flying the plane before you check out.
I've instructed you in that difference before, but I'm happy to try it again.
Let me carry you a stage further. As I understand the collective plan over here, you would protect children from drugs. Even you agree.
Protect children the way we protect children from alcohol.
Which is to make it illegal. That is, it is currently illegal. Okay, so you'd make it illegal. Now, you would want, in order to protect them, I assume, you would want to fairly strongly enforce those laws.
Yeah, you went through that before.
Is that correct?
Right. Well, it depends on how strong the laws were. Let me tell you something about how children got into this trade. In New York State, children were never part of the trade before 1973. You know when they got in? They got in when Governor Rockefeller passed a law that made mandatory penalties, approximately like those that you want to do, that was so draconian that the way they got around it is they got kids to run drugs for them. That's what got kids in. And it's the lure of the money, not the lure of the drug. And it's the criminal prohibition that lured kids into the drug trade, not legalization. Kids do not go around Harlem running liquor. They don't run cigarettes.
Ira,
they run drugs.
You're not being responsive. We weren't talking about kids being runners. I was asking if you were going to protect them from becoming addicts.
Are they addicts now?
Some are.
How many?
And under your plan...
How many?
Rhetorical question. Thank you very much, Mr. Glasser. Does someone have a question for the former Customs Commissioner? Judge Sweet.
Mr. Van Raab, why is it morally appropriate to prohibit drugs and to permit the use and the advertising of equally dangerous substances in terms of the numbers and the addiction, namely alcohol and tobacco.
Well, first of all, I'm glad that you raised that. To compare
I must have made a mistake.
to compare alcohol and tobacco and drugs is a huge error. Basically, tobacco and alcohol may shorten your life somewhat. Cocaine debases it and destroys many other lives at the same time. The addiction rates of alcohol versus cocaine are also different.
I suspect this evening we're not going to get an
So they're very, very
on
different.
addiction rates, though Professor Gazzaniga of Dartmouth says, and he's in the business of psychiatry and neuroscience, it's his belief that the addiction rates for all these substances are roughly the same, 10 to 15%.
Except for nicotine.
Yes, except for nicotine, which is 9 out of 10. Now, if there are 300,000 people dying from tobacco poisoning of one kind or another, and 100,000 dying from alcohol, and 3,000 some odd dying from drugs, haven't we got our value system skewed?
The difference is that cocaine is mind-altering. And you cannot get out from under this by denying that the addiction rate of cocaine is not many times that for alcohol.
Well, I do deny it, but I'm afraid we're not going to get it.
Well, obviously we're not going to agree on that. They are very, very different in terms of what they do to you and your desire for them.
Well, Commissioner, I have never seen anything except anecdotal evidence with respect to addiction rates for cocaine that are higher than this 10 or 15%. If you get the government surveys and you run them out percentage-wise, they're all relatively consistent. So I think...
Well, we don't agree on that point. So I mean,
yeah, but he's right.
Mr. Dennis.
I know you're not talking about crack. You're not talking about
Come on, boys and girls.
At least 50%.
Mr. Dennis.
Well, crack is 1 in 6 if anyone cares. But here, you seem very concerned. You said, what if legalization doesn't work? Well, why do you have this image of sort of the people in the United States who don't do drugs poised at the starting gate wanting to get hooked on this stuff? When all the polls show that people who have never tried illegal drugs have very little interest in them. Less than 1% want to try cocaine.
I mean, it's quite simple. I mean, when Prohibition was ended, alcohol use went
But everyone in this country knows that, as you said,
let's
these
get
things
some
are
of these
different.
numbers straight. How many people use alcohol? We have 100 million people using alcohol.
Right.
We have 75 million people in the United States that use tobacco. Those are the kinds of numbers you're going to see if you had a free market, a legalized drug. The other thing I might point out, by the way, and that is...
The polls don't show that.
What polls? I mean,
you
polls
ask
of people that are going to use drugs? I haven't seen that poll
If X were legal, would you use it?
I have never seen that poll.
Well, you wouldn't want to see it because it would ruin your case.
Well, I'm just saying, it defies any sort of analytical
Why do you think
logic.
so little of the American people that they're going to go out and do
I don't think little of the American people. I think so much of the American people that I don't want to turn them into a bunch of drug addicts.
What evidence do you have? What evidence do you have that reducing the legal barrier will significantly increase not drug use, but drug abuse, drug problem users? What's your evidence
is
for that?
Both statistical, which we cannot agree on, all right? So there's no point in debating that. And it's also physical. The fact of the matter is that drug use is the most desirable physical phenomenon that you can imagine with respect to all
You're
of your
talking like
other
a man
senses.
who's talking about sex who's never had any. It's not true.
I'm telling you that medical science will tell you that it is a very, very powerful force.
Medical science does not tell you that.
It certainly
You're
does.
making it up as you go along.
I am not making it up as I go along.
Cite me a single study. Cite me a single study to that effect.
Mr. Van Raab, do you recall Reefer Madness?
No, I have heard about the film.
He's the movie, not the experience.
Yes, I mean the
Right,
movie.
I know the film.
My point is this. There has always been a horror to which people who have your position go. Initially, it was one marijuana cigarette and you would be addicted for life. Then it became, after marijuana, it became heroin. Now, for the last 10 years, the number of heroin addicts in this country have stabilized at about 500,000. Now, then it was cocaine, and now it's crack, and tomorrow it may be ice.
It will be ice, that's
yes,
right.
all right. But ice is nothing more than methamphetamine, and that's something that we gave in a number of 2 million...
If you say that ice is nothing more than methamphetamine, you are really headed for trouble.
No.
It is the crack of methamphetamine.
We gave to our troops in World War II 2 million tablets of amphetamines. And now, true, there is a difference in how you get it. There's no question that pharmacologically, if you smoke it, it has a much more direct effect on the mind.
Ice is smokable methamphetamine.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
And it is 6 times more powerful than cocaine.
It's 6 times more quick to be delivered to the brain.
And
it's not 6 times more powerful.
It is 6 times more powerful, and it lasts 10 times longer.
Thank you.
It's actually quicker.
On that statistical note, thank you very much, Mr. Von Raab. Now, Judge Sweet and Congressman Gingrich. Ascend the podium. Was Congressman Rangle's microphone on? I just wanted it to be recorded. He said that's great stuff even if you didn't make it up.
And I said I did not make it up.
Judge Sweet, play prosecutor again.
Congressman, I don't want to be the skunk at the garden party because everybody is having a nice time fighting. But at the same time, I've listened carefully to you and your cohorts, and it seems to me that there is emerging here some degree of unanimity. What I'm hearing, I heard it from your distinguished colleague, and matter of fact from both of them, no offense, Mr. Von Raab, that treatment, greater treatment, maximum treatment was a desirable thing, and that, of course, is exactly what we've been saying. So I think we're that far in agreeing. Now it comes down to this question of legalization, which is a difficult word, or decriminalization. And you mentioned the study in The Economist, the article in The Economist. Well, here's my problem, and this is what I think we have to deal with. The Economist tells us that the profit margin is 5,000%. I sentenced a young fellow, 19 years old, a few weeks ago, to 20 years. What he did, he had no prior record. What he did was to stand guard in a drugstore, not a
Is there a question
ShopRite,
coming,
but a drugstore. And for this, he was paid $200. Now, he had left school at the age of 12 to make money for his family. What was driving him into this, he was not involved in drugs, what was driving him into this was the money. And that's what we have to get out of this business. So my question to you is, how are we going to get the money out of it so that the drug dealers won't infiltrate the young and have this profit?
Well, I think that you have to draw a distinction between how you go after the user and how you go after the dealer. I think that, as we suggest in the bill that was mentioned earlier, you go after the user in part by raising the cost, by having much steeper penalties, whether it's fines or asset seizures, by, in effect, pricing most users out of the market. Second, I think you go after the dealers by precisely what you did the other day. And I think that if we were more consistent, if people knew that there was a certainty of being caught and a certainty of going to jail, you would have dramatically fewer people doing it. The fact is, and it's something nobody on your side is going to want to deal with, that in countries like Norway, where people are in fact very serious about this business, in countries that are serious about breaking the back of the drug trade, it does have an impact. And to go back to the point about the 1917 law, from 1917 to 1960, outside of the inner city, there was overwhelming belief that the drug laws were working.
You don't accept the analogy of prohibition. You don't accept the analogy that if you take the money, if you take the illegality out of it and you strip the money out of it, then this problem does not occur.
In the first place, I just suggested to you that we successfully prohibited hard drugs from 1917 to 1960, and we were very good at it because we were serious about the law. And we sent, the trick is not to arrest 1.5 million people or 3 million people or 5 million people. The trick is to send the signal that the certainty of being caught and the certainty of going to jail is sufficiently high that it's an irrational decision to engage in the business. And we did that for 43 years. And nobody seriously disputes that.
I think everybody sort of agrees that perhaps we should treat this as a disease, that is, drug abuse.
I don't think everybody sort of agrees with that.
Well,
Your
drug
side
abuse,
agrees with that.
drug abuse, greater treatment. Now, we can also recognize that if it is treated as a crime, as a disease and not as a crime, then we will be able to reach these people and assist them, and that will assist in dealing with the AIDS phenomena. Don't you think that the AIDS phenomena and that epidemic is in itself enough reason to rethink our policy?
Answer that question and then go on the offensive.
Well, I think that the AIDS disease is a tragedy which has impacts that are culturally involved far more than drugs and far more than intravenous drug abusers.
Now go on the offensive.
I'm not allowed to ask that. Well, but let's stay on this a second, because I want to go back to what Charlie Rangold asked earlier that I think is the core weakness of your collective position. Where do you draw the line? Let's start with, are all drugs available?
Well, let me try to be as precise as I can about it, although it's going to be Charlie's problem.
No, but you're advising us.
Okay, I've just been retained by Wrangle,
Sure.
something that I've looked for all my life. But I've just been retained. All drugs would be regulated. That is, that they could be sold. There would be a threshold at some point to be determined, presumably medically, beyond which, if you engaged in this practice, you would be civilly committed. So that...
Wait, I don't understand this. You would be locked up?
Yes, not in a jail of the kind we have today, not in a jail, but similar to the civil commitment program.
Your idea of legalization is if they do it wrong, you lock them up, but it's not really a jail because it'll have a nice sofa?
No, it's not a question of sofas. It's a question of finding out who these people are and trying to help them.
Now,
if they get to
wait a second. I'll role play for a second. I have now figured out that if I do the wrong thing under your regulation, you will send me to this non-jail which has a sofa.
Don't worry about it. I'll get you out.
And Ira will promptly... Okay. Now, if I thought that Ira would take my case, I would show up. But isn't it more likely, not necessarily trusting the ACLU, as George Bush used to say, isn't it more likely that I am going to then start evading your regulations and maybe not signing up and not being available if I decide I want to engage in a behavior you have just regulated?
But I already know about you because I've seen you 2 or 3 times at the store before, and you've been identified. You have also been given the information, the facts about the drug.
Which part of New York do you practice in? And I just want to understand this world you live in where you know who this guy is. And
because when you come in order to get this substance that you want, you're identified.
And do I then have a fingerprinted? Wait a second. Ira is...
No, I'm not...
Okay, go on over, Ira.
Congressman, you asked me to advise you and Charlie.
Right. We're trying to find out if there is any rational structure to this romantic notion that you can somehow magically replace a national symbol.
I've got to tell you, this idea of romanticism in this, I find very, very difficult. This is tragedy. This is people's lives.
Oh, we agree.
This is a system that is not working, and we must reach these people. And this is a way in which we can reach them.
But notice how you just described it. Because I'm trying to walk you through confronting your own description. You've now set up a system where, in order to have your regulations, which are not law, legally work, you have now fingerprinted me so that you know how to find me if I decide to evade your regulations so you can lock me up.
Very quickly.
Aren't you in fact creating a monster in the name of legalization that will be as destructive and as difficult as precise? And I notice that one of your partners is nodding yes. As the system you're suggesting you're going to replace?
Quick answer, Judge.
No.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Dennis, Ms. Schroeder. Yes. Mr. Dennis, would you like to ask Ms. Schroeder a question to start?
Certainly. You really don't like that side with those other guys, do you?
Some of them. You want me to name names?
you talked about your concern as a parent, and I'd be willing to have people decide whether they're for legalization or not, thinking strictly in those terms. 40% of college freshmen smoked marijuana in the last year. That's more than smoked tobacco. As a parent, why don't you see that the law is more of a threat than the drugs are?
Because as a parent, there are two things I know. Number one, we have a profile of children who we know won't get into trouble with drugs. And those are ones who really
I say
get it.
pot. I don't know if I said alcohol.
Well,
but
but see, what you're trying to do is, the problem with your side is they want to use marijuana as the least troubling, but then it
Newt wants to
suddenly
put this 20-year-old in jail for 10 years.
But it suddenly mushrooms into crack and all these other things that they're also saying is perfectly all right. And so that, I think, is where we have to really draw lines and say this is very critical and we ought to be communicating that to our young people.
Why don't you guys just do the sensible thing, be drug warriors, but get pot out of that category? Then you'd have a lot more people who
Then
could
maybe
support
you
what
ought to
you're
come
doing.
over here. I mean, you know, I mean, what you're saying is that marijuana shouldn't be in there with the hard drugs, but I don't hear you defending. You're not, as a parent, going to defend crack. You don't want your kids using crack casually, do you?
Absolutely not. And I don't think you have to, when you talk about legalization, say you're going to legalize anything that anybody can think of. But the fact of the matter is the arrests are for marijuana. The college kids are using marijuana. They're adults under these bills. They're going to be hauled off into federal court, and they're going to wind up in jail.
But now we're talking about two different economic classes, because you and I, our fear is maybe children will use marijuana and it will be on the record and then they won't be able to be a lawyer or something later on.
My fear is they're going to be in jail.
Well, I tell my children that all the time. Don't do this, right? But what we're talking about are inner city kids too that get into crack. That's very serious because they have no other hope. They get hooked on this stuff, they get hooked into the system, and they never have a chance in the world to ever come out of that. And that's why I'm so shocked you're on that side of the table as a parent saying that should be legal.
We always bait and switch here between pot and crack. Let me ask you a question that only applies to pot. Do you support the use of medical marijuana for glaucoma victims?
Actually, I do.
I'm
I
not
think for
surprised.
glaucoma
Thank you.
victims, I think there are some uses for cancer victims who are terminal. I don't think most Americans are worried about that. But I think they're very
Well, the
worried.
DA's worried about it. They're chasing people around to do it. They won't give
Well,
them permission to do it.
That's part of that macho Rambo thing. But I'm very worried about the fact that in this country we still have a much higher demand among our young people for these very, very serious drugs that really impair our whole society. And the crack babies, for crying out loud, the profile of those crack babies is very troubling, just as the fetal alcohol syndrome babies are.
How does the law help with the crack babies, though? If I could figure a way that the law would help, I would be for criminal penalties. I mean, there's clearly a victim in that case, but there's no way I can sort of conceive that sort of enforcing the law does the victim any good.
Well, legalizing it certainly doesn't do the victim any good because then it makes it much more accessible. And one of the things
Well,
that we found
no,
is
I don't agree
crack
with that.
is more, well, no, I mean, the studies have shown that crack has been much more agreeable to women. They've been much more willing to use crack than they have mainlining stuff. And that's why crack babies have become so prominent among women. I think if you legalize it and you make it accessible and you think we're doing this nice thing for her, she now doesn't have to go rob a bank, she just comes in and she gets it. We're not doing anything for the baby. Either way, the baby's damaged. And we ought to be spending the money and focused instead, saying, what can we give her for hope? What can we do for her so she doesn't want to do that to her baby?
Why don't you go on the offensive now and ask a question to Mr. Dennis?
Well, I think you should come join us on our side, because I think that what you're really saying, as I hear you, is you are for legalizing drugs for medicine reasons, for medical reasons,
Well,
right?
I think the
If you
issue
have cancer or glaucoma?
It ranges from medical marijuana to what do you do about ICE. I mean, and every one of those is a separate issue, and they're all impacted by the attitude we have about the war on drugs.
But you don't want ice in the 7-Eleven store.
No, but the reason we don't have medical marijuana is because we have a war on drugs, because we have an idea that we've got to stonewall the real truth about how dangerous marijuana is.
But you see, I think what you and I are really saying is what I tried to say in my opening statement is that we have been looking for really quick fixes to this very difficult problem. And as we go whipsawing one way or whipsawing another way, we really make great mistakes. And I think that's where you're coming to, too, to criminalize everything across the board and treat it all equally bad, or to legalize it all across the board and put it all in the 7-Eleven store. Both of those are crazy.
But the hard...
And he wants to give up.
But I want to give up on for all the people that are getting hit over the head when people have to steal to get the money. I want to give up so that we don't make these Colombians so rich that they can launch a war against us.
But it's not
I want to give up before we have to send troops down there.
I mean, don't you really think it's still, I mean, you came out of the capitalist world and did very well there. I mean, isn't it really the demand that's driving it much more than the supply? I think to blame the Colombians for the fact that our people are getting this is really rather silly.
No, that's absurd.
And to send out ships and the Navy and the airplane, I mean, you know, that's just the way.
But here's the hard call. Cocaine. It's where the money is. If you don't legalize it, all the benefits of decreased crime don't happen.
But you see, what I would say is if I were a drug king, I would be really pleased if your side won and legalized it, because I would figure we'd get many more customers.
But you wouldn't.
That horrifies me.
You know how many customers you would have? You'd have 0 customers.
Oh, no, you're absolutely wrong, because first of all, everybody under 21 would desperately want it.
Everybody under 21 would desperately want this all of a sudden now just because it was legal?
Let me tell you, everybody under 21 thinks that they can do everything. They're invincible. They're not going to die. They drive cars fast. They drink. They do all these things.
They think that now, though.
And now they can get it real easily because people can go into the market and buy it and hand it to them. And so it's much more accessible to them. I mean, you know, there's a reason we draft 18-year-olds, and that's because they're crazy enough to run at a bullet. And they will run at a cocaine thing. But I think what I also heard on your side...
I think those people also vote. You better watch.
Well, no, but I think that that's part of that mindset, and that's one of the things that troubles me, again, as a parent, about legalizing cocaine. They're much more willing, they'll be much more accessible to them if people can buy it and turn it over to them. But then I think what I heard on your side was debates about dosages and how much you would give people and so forth. So if people really get hooked, and they say, no, you've had your quota for the month, then they're right back out on the street
That's
trying
not my
to get
program.
It.
That's somebody else's scheme.
I think this side is coming apart, guys. I don't know, but I really think that that's a very serious part of it. I think the point made on your side about how children get used to go out and sell these drugs, the harder we get on them, is also true. That will happen too. If you legalize it and say, then we're going to, let's say we're going to use capital punishment on anybody who sells it to children, then what they'll do is get children to sell it to children and say, you can use capital punishment on children? I mean, that was precisely what they did in New York when they tried to get very tough, and then you've got children back in the drug market. You don't want that.
Of course, but it sounds to me like you're making our argument to me. I mean, the question is...
No, my argument is I don't want that. I'm saying that you're saying there'll be no crime if we legalize it.
No, I'm absolutely not saying that. That's a straw man. No one says there'll be no crime. Clearly, the crime associated with getting the money if you're underage will exist. Clearly, the crime that's associated with the things that might still remain illegal will exist.
And
but
the crime
after
to
all
get the money, to buy it, no matter where it is.
But the price will be so cheap that that's not a significant
factor. And now let me
factor.
ask you about the next thing. What about automatism as a defense? Are you going to allow automatism as a defense then?
No, I wouldn't.
Will we allow the Twinkie defense?
What is automatism?
Automatism would be where people would say, well, you know, the government's made this legal and I was under cocaine. I didn't know what I was doing, so therefore I had no intent.
Wouldn't be a defense if I was in my court.
Is it a defense now for alcohol?
It's not, but we did the Twinkie defense. I mean, the Twinkie defense worked in this country, and if you have a government seal of approval
Criminalize
on this,
Twinkies. It's
But when you hear that it doesn't get rid of all the crime to decriminalize almost all drugs, remember, it does get rid of 80% of it, and that's 80% of the muggings and 80% of the robbings and 80% of the money tracing back up to Colombia, and 80% is pretty darn good.
That's pretty high risk because I don't think you're going to find that it's going to get rid of the 80%. I think you're going to find you're spending just as much money policing this very convoluted system we have to put together, and I think you ought to come over on our side of the table.
Thank you very much.
Well, I'm glad we don't have a convoluted system now.
Time is up. Thank you very much. I think we had a historical development here just now. I heard Mr. William Buckley say, "What is that word?" Anyway, it's
automatism.
It's time for closing arguments. Congressman Newt Gingrich will close for the opposition.
Can I say they're writing it down for
me? Let me say, first of all, that I couldn't help, as I tried to understand the perplexities of why America doesn't give in, why we don't just accept your argument that legalization and accepting addiction and finding ways to give away free drugs would work. And I reflected back on the experience that three of us have had in the last 6 months of hearing Lech Walesa and Václav Havel speak to the American Congress. The one, the leader of Solidarity in Poland, the other, the playwright turned president of Czechoslovakia. Both quoted American political documents. We are endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union. And I think that the romanticism, to go back to that word of the American people, the belief that we can offer more to our children than drug addiction, we can offer more to young women than having crack babies, that yes, it is difficult, that the idea of outlawing drugs and enforcing it, of making it stick, of changing the culture is in some ways very hard. And yet, it's inevitably American. And we look at the alternatives. The Dutch have learned just how difficult and destructive legalization can be. The Rotterdam police supervise a brothel where addicts work as prostitutes to make a safe living. Somehow the idea of that being American government policy is inconceivable and incompatible with what being American is all about. In Norway, a study by the Scandinavian Research Council said the following: Norway, with the sternest control policy, also has the highest street drug market prices, the lowest number of hard drug addicts, and the lowest public acceptance of drug use. It does not, however, have the highest number of incarcerations for drug offenses. Denmark, with its more liberal drug laws, actually incarcerates more people for drug offense than Norway does. And so I think most of us think it is possible, by combining treatment, education, and the legal system, to in fact break the back of the drug trade in America. All I can say in conclusion is I couldn't disagree more with Mr. Dennis when he said the law is more of a threat than drugs are. Crack, cocaine, heroin, ice, each of these is more of a threat to America and Americans, and especially young Americans, than is the legal system.
Mr. Chairman, we've tried to make an empirical case here. Everyone seems to agree that the existing situation is not a good situation. I quote just the two closing paragraphs from this article in The Economist, to which Mr. Gingrich has referred. Dutch policy aims, quote, to lessen the problems attendant upon drug abuse instead of decreasing the use itself. In fact, it may do both. Cigarettes are reckoned to have killed 18,000 people in 1987, and alcohol 2,000. The next most fatal drug was heroin, which killed 64. More important, the death toll was declining and the average age of the dead was rising. Toleration meant that addicts were living longer and fewer young addicts were being recruited. And finally, cocaine takers are sometimes psychotic, but Holland has no cocaine-related crime and no cocaine-related death. As for cannabis, the official figures for 1988 show that 33% of Americans aged over 12 had it, sometimes tried it. A comparable survey in Amsterdam showed that 24% had tried it. The American figures cover an entire country whose people are told to say no and often arrested for saying yes. In a tight-packed city with cheap marijuana available everywhere, the Dutch used the stuff less. 700,000 people were arrested last year under the law. That represents 2% of the people who violated those laws. If we had arrested the lot of them, there would be certainly no unemployment in America, and probably nobody else at school. We're suggesting that this is a misbegotten policy. The notion that to make that judgment means that we want to hand crack out with popsicles to the kiddies is a way to burlesque a serious argument which has given us a legacy that threatens to corrupt the judicial system of this country. A legacy that threatens to bring crime and give to overlords of crimes primacy over our cities. We need to take our thinking, reason rationally, agree that what we have in mind to do is to help people who are now miserable under this curse and have the courage to reason originally about that plight.
Well, I'm glad that's all settled. The one thing we didn't seem to settle tonight is the question of the addictiveness of cocaine, and I was really amazed to hear so much debate about it tonight because Tallulah Bankhead, the famous actress, settled that one long ago. She said about the addictiveness of cocaine, of course it's not addictive, darling, I use it all the time. If you're wondering tonight, as I think some people watching might be, whether this whole evening wasn't Hamlet without the Prince of Denmark, the producer asked me to let you know that we did invite repeatedly drug czar William Bennett to come and defend his current policy, and he said these guys could do it just fine without him, and it's up to you to judge whether they succeeded or not. In my view, neither side has really grappled with certain flaws in their arguments. I think the anti-legalizers were right to point out to the pro-legalizers that they have not solved all the details of how it would actually work in practice. In particular, I don't think they have a very sensible answer to the argument that drug use would go up. I know, speaking personally, I don't use drugs now. If they were legal, I might well do it, and I think that must be true of others. The anti-legalizers, on the other hand, have it both ways on the question of, is there a crisis? Sometimes they say there is a crisis when they want to build up the drug crisis, and then when they confront the legalizers, they say, hey, things are getting much better. Why throw it all away now? At any rate, we can all continue debating this in our homes, and we'd like to thank the people of Columbia, South Carolina, and Sika for their hospitality tonight. And I don't know about anybody else, but I need a drink. Thanks.
Funding for this firing line special debate was made possible by the John M. Olin Foundation, the Laurel Foundation, and the Friends of Firing Line.
Good morning, shipbreakers.
This program was produced by Sika, which is solely responsible for its content. For a printed, bound transcript of this special program, send $5 to Firing Line, Post Office Box 5966, Columbia, South Carolina, 29250. Indicate the subject of the program and please allow 3 weeks for delivery.
Weaver, that's a good one for you. Maybe write it down or something. Actually, I can just send it to you.
This is PBS. William F. Buckley Jr. offers 20 years of firing line guests from the 60s to the 80s. For $19.95, you can receive this companion book by calling 1-800-872-8642. Credit cards are acceptable. Or send a check to Firing Line, 2700 Cypress Street, Columbia, South Carolina, 29205.
Understand how unexceptional that case was. Clearly, then, political correctness is a menace. It is also a bore, in the sense that a national debate on whether we ought to retain the Bill of Rights would be a bore, or a debate on whether the multiplication tables or an insult to Senator Moseley Brown would be a bore. Mr. Chairman, I had the honor a few years ago to serve as the commencement speaker at this university, and I remember it as a happy occasion, though perhaps it turns out that this is so because I made no reference to water buffaloes. We must get on with our program, earnestly hoping that our adversaries, who certainly are not a menace, will not bore us. Which reminds me of my old friend, Mr. Mark Green.
Mr. Green. And someone in the audience, I hope, will keep count of the number of references to water buffalo on each side tonight. We'll weigh them at the end.
Bill, friends, consistent with your opening jest, Michael, I am delighted to be part of any debate
which forces conservative Republicans to become ACLUers in defense of the First Amendment. So whatever happens next, we've already won. As for the resolution, it is drafted in a typically cunning, heads they win, tails we lose manner. You see, because Bill controls the defining language, which is, of course, what that team says the PCers do in that debate, our side has to prove both that political correctness is something a little less than a menace, yet more than a bore. Well, I accept the challenge to defend my goalposts within the 10 and 20-yard lines of my own side of the field. Our burden was made actually quite clear when exactly 50 hours ago, my wife actually watched Kathy Lee Gifford on television make a passing Mormon joke, at which point she caught herself and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, what a mistake, hold those letters, quote, isn't political correctness a bore?" Closed quote. In other words, it's politically correct to make fun of political correctness. Well, now that Kathy Lee has thrown in our towel, let me try to retrieve it. To me, PC, when audiences or individuals engage in a stifling conformity, deterring or chilling free speech, can be a pain in the butt, can be obnoxious. But in our constitutional galaxy, the American ethos is cultural and political pluralism. I mean, what does liberal education mean but open and free and robust debate, out of which comes our laws, our orthodoxies, our heresies, and the ratings of firing line, such as they may be. But huff and puff, as the critics of PC might do, political correctness is not Watergate. Political correctness is not the Red Menace. Political correctness is not the invasion of the curriculum snatchers. So by the end of our 120 minutes, I hope we advance at least 4 propositions. First, the real menace is centuries of, or at least generations of, racial discrimination, gender discrimination, homophobia, which do produce sometimes overreaching reactions to fight just such originating discrimination. Second, the real hypocrisy are by those who egged on Joe McCarthy in the 50s against perceived pinkos, and now in the 90s condemn the unorthodox views of nominees Lonnie Guinier, of Mort Halperin, and who now, without any sense of blushing, attack others as the PC police. Who's wielding the nightstick here exactly? Third, what's really a bore are those critics who constantly recycle a few well-known anecdotes as they ignore far more frequent examples of hate speech on our campuses and in our country. And fourth and last, what's amusing to watch are conservatives desperately foraging around post-communism for a hot-button direct mail issue, deciding to pump up the volume when it comes to PC. Ultimately, they are merely playing a game of whose orthodoxy is gored. Ultimately, the war on political correctness is largely a repackaged conservative assault on liberal values, just as liberal values are becoming the majority consensus on civil rights and on choice. Or as the church lady might have said on Saturday Night Live, isn't that convenient? Thank you.
Mr. Glasser.
Good job.
Make your opening remarks and then submit to interrogation by the opposition.
Thank you. Well,
your former friends of the opposition.
My former friends, yes. Well, that remains to be seen until the end. This issue is a little more complicated, I think, than either both opening statements implied. Public debate over what is politically correct or should be politically correct is a healthy thing. It's the essence of democracy. Arguing about where the line should be drawn between sexual harassment and free speech, arguing about whether affirmative action is an appropriate remedy to discrimination, arguing about whether gay people should come within the protections of civil rights laws, is a good thing for us to debate and a good thing for us to advance. The problem occurs when political correction becomes a menace, is when it is used as a device for stifling that debate, when it is used as a device for enforcing a conformity of views, when it is used as a way of cutting off the debate instead of opening it up. These are things we should be arguing about. They are not things we should be repressing the arguments about. Now, this is nothing new. What's new is the phrase political correctness, but the phenomenon isn't new. one of my leading examples of political correctness is the yellow ribbons that everyone began to wear during the Persian Gulf War. If you didn't have a yellow ribbon on, if you didn't have one tacked to your door or tied around the tree to your front yard, you were practically thought of as unpatriotic. If you advocated disarmament in the 1950s, you were called a pinko, so that meant you didn't have to confront your views. All you had to do really was dismiss the person. But the problem, and conservatives have used that, as Mark suggests, as a way of putting down debate. But liberals, at least some liberals, have advocated something which is much worse of a menace than that. That has not yet been talked about. And that is the question of using laws to actually prohibit speech that you don't like, that isn't politically correct. Laws passed on college campuses all over this country, the kind of law that Canada has now, which actually makes it a crime to engage in sexually explicit expression because it degrades women. The problem, of course, is that the government gets to decide what's degrading, and now women's books and women's bookstores, including the books of women who advocated the law, are among those most frequently seized under the law. Laws that restrict speech are an abomination for a very simple reason. They're like poison gas. They seem to be a good weapon to vanquish your enemy, but the wind has a way of shifting. We should all encourage the debate about equality. We should all encourage the debate about what's politically correct, but we should all unite in opposing attempts to stifle debate, whether by law or epithet.
Thank you. Don't go away. Don't go away.
Yes, they have to attack me.
Professor Green.
Yes. Don't you think there's a little hypocrisy involved in focusing in on hate speech in the context of the political correctness debate? Surely you don't advocate that we repeal all laws which prohibit people from making false statements in security offerings. We do that because we want people to invest their money with the understanding that true statements have been made about the conditions of the company. That is a regulation of speech. There are other areas, copyright protection, plagiarism, etc., where we suppress speech for good ends. It seems to me if there is any end to which we ought to put any speech suppression, it ought to be the promotion of equality in society. So how do you justify our tolerance and indeed our acceptance of these other regulations on speech and yet the attack on racist speech, which would seem to embody a concern much more important than the truthfulness of a stock offering?
Well, it's very simple. The truthfulness of a stock offering is subject to objective facts about whether 2 + 2 = 4, what the ingredients are in a product that you're selling. To use the FTC-type model to deal with political speech means you have to give somebody in power, either the university president or the government, the power to define what is truth in the political realm and what is hate. Look at the problem with TV violence now. Now, there's a politically correct issue.
So you're making a political speech distinction.
I'm making a political speech distinction at least. But the fact is that you have to be willing to give your enemies the power to make that decision, don't you? Catherine McKinnon went to Canada and championed this law to make sexually explicit expression a crime. And now her colleague in arms, Andrea Dworkin, who advocated this law, is being victimized by it.
So you favor some suppression of speech, but just not the suppression
I
of
favor
hate
the suppression
speech.
of speech that happens when I argue you down. I do not favor the suppression of speech that results from giving the government power to define what is permissible.
Regrettably, I agree with you, Ira, that a false statement in an SEC disclosure can be disproven. But a racial epithet is not a statement of fact. It's just a statement of prejudice. Joe Smith hates blacks. Well, you can't disprove that. And so I don't disagree with your distinction. What I actually don't understand, though, is there is now speech which is censured by the Supreme Court. It's called sexually harassing speech in the workplace. And so how do you make a distinction between a male employee who verbally diminishes and embarrasses and coerces a female employee, which is actionable, even though it's speech rather than conduct?
Well, words themselves don't confer First Amendment protection. Extortion is a crime. Blackmail is a crime. Threatening to burn out a black family who moves into a formerly white block is a crime, even though words are used. Judge Wachtler in New York was convicted of harassing a former lover of his and her daughter, but all he did was use words, right? So words can constitute harassment, but what cannot be the case is that all words that offend constitute criminal harassment. Because if that's the case, if you start talking about statutes that say anything that intends to cause emotional distress is a crime, and I got to tell you, every time I open my mouth, I'm looking to cause someone emotional distress, and I'm doing it again. Now, all of us are out of business if that becomes a crime.
So therefore, are you saying that if a white college student is in a contained area, a room with a black female student, and he repeatedly, in a given hour or over time, makes racially slanderous remarks, no action, no conduct, but just remarks, it can rise to the level of coercion like sexual harassment and be actionable?
Sexual harassment or racial harassment or any kind of harassment can use words as part of the harassment, and the harassment can still be actionable. But words that offend somebody cannot by themselves be actionable. There's obviously case-by-case line drawing to be made, but the principle has to remain clear, or else its overbreath threatens all of our speech.
Professor West.
But Ira, though, if in fact perjury and bribery and conspiracy and false advertising are illegal because one can point out the facts using this positivistic language, right? But somehow when it comes to morality and political dialogue, we can't point out the facts. So patriarchal put down of women are a set of lies. They're untrue. To actually say that people of color are inferior, that is a vicious and pernicious lie, as wrong as a act of perjury in a court.
Cornell, 90% of what I hear on television in political campaigns, I think, are pernicious lies. What are you supposed to do about that? You know? You're supposed to debate it, and your way of deciding political truth are votes, but you can't give people who win the elections the power to put their opponents in jail. That happened in 1798.
I take no personal offense.
Thank you, Mr. Glasser. Professor Botstein. Make an opening remark and then submit to interrogation by the affirmative team.
Well, I'm afraid to disappoint my fellow musician, Mr. Buckley. I'm afraid this is really not about free speech at all. This is really about the nature of the university. The university regulates speech all the time. We actually have a higher standard than the street. We don't actually make a business of replicating the worst vulgarity that exists in our country. We are supposedly about truth, about standards and quality, excellence. I think very important words to the conservative side. We are also about civility, which means that we regulate very heavily what's said in the university. Someone in the physics department telling us the earth is flat, we take action. Someone who says the Holocaust didn't exist, we take action and should.
Unless they have tenure.
And even if they have tenure, there's something the university has an obligation to do because we have a higher standard. If in fact someone said Jefferson was a woman, we'd say, well, probably not true. And there are probably rules of evidence about it. Now what's important is this is about the standards of the university. And we have an obligation to teach our students and our faculty to live by the highest standards, which for years we were taught by the neoconservatives we should really uphold. Standards of truth, standards of high values. Now, what this debate really is all about is that when a student says something that is the worst vulgar epithet, or even a mild vulgar epithet, and in fact the behavior which we at the university have failed to control, which is the behavior of vulgarity, we have an obligation to do something about it, to create a climate where in fact real inquiry, debate, and dissent can take place, which is a climate that has a higher standard than the street. In the street, someone can get on a soapbox and say anything she or he wants. But in a university, we should actually have criteria for what constitutes the standards of discourse, and we fail to do so. I think university administrations are in fact at fault. But they're not at fault for trying to raise the level of discourse, which means to have codes, just as we have codes in the conduct of science, the conduct of scholarship, codes in the way we behave, comport ourselves, and deal with one another. And part of those standards are about respect for other human beings, irrespective of gender, race, and nationality, and all other distinctions. So we are not, in fact, a university or a place that simply favors one population. And therefore, I think the rules are terrible. The form of punishment, ridiculous. We are about teaching. But in order to teach, we have to establish serious standards, and that's really at the heart of the political correctness debate.
Thank you. Anybody got a question? Professor Stimson.
Leon, how do you teach civility? How do you teach mutual respect without indulging in the most tedious and manipulative form of social engineering?
The social engineering, why do any social engineering? It seems to me that if our faculty administrators behaved at the highest standards, they could teach by example. And also, it seems to me also, just as we have codes of professional conduct which are not social engineering in the evaluation of faculty and in the adjudication of peer review of what makes for serious science or serious scholarship, it seems to me that it's perfectly reasonable to have a set of moral and ethical standards of conduct of what it means to be a member of a university community. And if you act like essentially a vulgar, drunken fool, it seems to me that there's a serious grounds for reprimand. The reprimand should be a constructive one, not a punitive one. But it seems to me we should stand for a much higher level of behavior than we tolerate among students and faculty.
Dr. Mr. Bohr.
I don't think there's any question about somebody who's behaving like a drunken fool. The question is rather, when things are said which are not racial epithets, they are simply somebody takes objection to them because they feel hurt. There's no objective standard. It's a question of what the person who feels hurt says about it. And that has to suppress speech. Now, you talk about a code of speech. It is noteworthy that in a society, we have a First Amendment, and nobody would think of trying to draw a code of what speech may be spoken and what speech may not. There are some exceptions to the First Amendment, but no code, like a tax code.
I'm not suggesting a code of speech. I'm suggesting a code of conduct that's quite different. That is to say, I agree completely that kind of formal restriction of speech is absolutely the wrong way to go. What I am arguing for is that in the context of free speech, we in the university have an obligation to make someone self-critical about what they're saying and what the impact of what they're saying might be, not to restrict it. I think that's ludicrous. So I concede that to you. What I do not concede to your side is the self-righteous assumption of a kind of blanket free speech position, because I think underneath it really is a discomfort with the fact that you're not entirely, perhaps, at ease with the notion that there has been a real history of discrimination against people of color and a discrimination against people of a different gender, and that they now have assumed some role of authority and presence in the university, and the things that we took for granted in a men's club, a white men's club, are no longer easily to take for granted. Just as a Jew entering Harvard University in the generation of Oscar Hamlin, that it suddenly was no longer de rigueur or even good to use the word kike in the common room, or to make anti-Semitic jokes about how Jews being Shylocks. Well, that doesn't happen. Just as when Catholics entered the university, people stopped making jokes about popery and things which were offensive to Catholics. That is no restriction of free speech. Thank God it's an elevation of common human decency in the university so people can conduct the real business of the university, which is scholarship and learning.
I'm glad to see you are not defending political correctness.
I'm defending what's right.
Ira Glasser. Well, I am, of course, totally comfortable with what you just said. I'm not sure anyone on this side of the panel isn't. But you are talking about something different than the controversy that has arisen. And just to get clear, I want to ask you this. A few days ago, the University of New Brunswick in Canada, a 27-year tenured professor of mathematics wrote an article for the school newspaper about date rape, in which he said some insensitive things. And his basic thesis was, if a female student accompanies a male student to his bedroom in the evening, she ought to understand that that's an invitation to sexual intercourse. This was greeted with such outrage that he has now been suspended, tenure notwithstanding, and the university president has said, well, not only is it an outrage to our rules, it's also a crime in Canada for him to have said what he said. Now, I take it that if a professor at Bard wrote a letter like that was published in the Bard newspaper, that would not happen to him at Bard.
No, it would not happen to him, Bard, and I hope this doesn't happen to me. But that is to say, I don't have to make such a decision, because I think the important part, and that's the point I would like to make, is that there is a real issue when members who are faculties do essentially blur the distinction between their professional expertise and use the station they have in a context of inequality of position to put forward things that have the air of authority that are mere prejudice and opinion. Therefore, this professor of mathematics is a fool. A fool, number one, not so much because he wrote the thing, but the fact is that it seems to me that the provocation to write this under the title of a professor of mathematics it seems to be besides the point of being a professor of mathematics, and it should have been dealt with constructively, not by suspension, not by muzzling the person, but in fact exposing the person. What we do wrong as university administrators and college administrators is we should elicit the prejudice. There's a lot of racism out there. There's a lot of sexism out there. We should bring it. This is the one place, in fact, it can be heard, but then not merely heard, but constructively responded to in the name of what actually is right.
I don't think there's any disagreement. Thank you both. Professor Bork, it's your turn to make an opening name. Professor Green. Mr. Bork and Professor Green, if you will ascend to the podium. I guess it's not very far to ascend here. And Mr. Bork, make an opening remark, and then Professor Green, and then you can go at each other.
Well, I hope we don't have any more watering down of political correctness in order to escape the issue, which I think just happened. Political correctness, I think, is something that's widespread in the society, and it's part of a mood of radical egalitarianism, which has taken hold. And of course, equality doesn't occur for all people without coercion. And I'm afraid that's what we're seeing. We're seeing it in affirmative action and quotas in the universities. We're seeing it, which causes a great deal of hostility between groups. And we're seeing it in the speech codes, which are judging speech not by what it objectively means, but by how somebody perceives it, over which the speaker has no control. And I think this kind of leveling in speech and of rejection of the achievement principle for quotas, which isn't going to work because more and more groups are demanding quotas and are becoming hostile to each other, this kind of thing, I think, leads to hostility, a loss of civility, and to a rejection of the achievement principle upon which the society is really based.
Thank you, Professor Green.
Thank you. PC is a menace, but perhaps for different reasons than the other side would say. It's a menace because it obscures the real problems and issues that we face as a society. It's a clever rhetorical phrase which turns a debate about racism and sexism into a debate about censorship. If you can force us to discuss censorship instead of discussing racial epithets, censorship instead of discussing sexual harassment, censorship instead of discussing the question of how we are going to transform our institutions into more diverse places, then you've set the terms of the debate and prevented a discussion of the real issues. And it seems to be a great cause of glee on the right among conservatives that they have been able to change this debate. Let's stop attacking young people who come to college, whose parents send them to college with a reasonable expectation that they won't be the victims of racist derogatory speech. Let's stop attacking the victims and start attacking the problem of racism. PC labels prevent that. The PC charge prevents that, and that's why PC is a menace. Let's eliminate the phrase and get on with the unfinished business of transforming our society and transforming our educational institutions.
Thank you. Professor Bork.
Professor Green, do you think there is more racism in the society today than there was 30 or 40 years ago?
I think that racism has changed its character. I think that racism still exists, but its character is different. I think we have two types of racism going on, or at least two. In one type, we see the explicit racist remark or the explicit racial decision, sometimes because of an inadvertent slip or recording, etc. Other times we have a veiled racism, not necessarily the product of a person's specific intent, but an unconscious comfort which we have with the status quo. I think what we need to do is not to focus on calling each other racist or sexist, but instead to try to understand how historical racism has affected our lives and consciousness, and not make charges, but try to understand how we all, white, black, men, and women, have been affected by our past.
Is it your understanding, Professor Green, that you were actually defending political correctness with that statement?
I'm not defending political correctness, but perhaps what you mean, you're asking me questions, I'm sorry. Perhaps what you mean by political correctness is the idea that there are certain things we should not do or should not say. I think that to transform the debate about eliminating inequality, eliminating discrimination in education and employment into a debate about political correctness is a mistake, and it's unwise, because what it means is that we are going to perpetuate the problems of the 19th century into the 21st century. And what we need to do is to work together to solve those problems by openly discussing them, not by covering them up with a PC label.
Professor Green, I think none of us on this side of the table disagrees that people could be punished for making open racial or ethnic insults in a university. The question is, that is not the question in which this arises. This arises when students steal a student newspaper because they regard it as racist, although it's just conservative, or when a professor is put through sensitivity training for a remark that was not really offensive in the classroom. That's political correctness. And that's what we object to, and it's happening. It's not just a question of forbidding talk about racism.
Well, is it political correctness because the university expresses a concern? It seems to me that if we eliminate the label of political correctness from our debate, we can talk more explicitly about what speech we want to empower people to engage in. Let's stop talking about political correctness, and instead talk frankly about what we want people to be able to say at the university. Are we saying that we want students to be able to say anything they wish to another person? Are we saying that we want faculty to be free to make remarks, however offensive or threatening to their students? Are we saying that we want professors to be able to make sexual remarks to their students? All I'm saying is that the PC charge prevents us from discussing the rules of decorum in the university. I think that when you mention acts like the stealing of newspapers or other acts of this nature, we all understand that these acts occur in a context. From what I have heard here, that the context in which this particular theft occurred, and I am not defending the theft, but the context was one in which the newspaper was thought to be hostile to the concerns of these students, and that they had tried in many ways to engage the publishers of the newspaper in a dialogue. So, it's hard. I don't think we want to continue to focus on the specific incidents. I think what we need to talk about is the way that political correctness, the charge, the characterization of this debate prevents us from really discussing how much freedom a professor should. We've both been professors. I'm a professor now. You've been a professor. You know how important it is to be free to speak and to not be misunderstood.
Well, I think you
and I support that totally, that freedom.
You and Leon Boston ought to be on this side of the table.
Well,
maybe the others should too, because nobody on this side of the table is saying we should not discuss racism or sexism and how to deal with it.
But what I'm saying is that the PC charge prevents us from having that discussion. It turns the question of inclusion, of empowerment, of freedom from racial epithets and sexually harassing comments into a debate about political correctness instead of a debate about those
Don't
issues.
go away. You can go on the you can start attacking him. I just want to break from format just briefly to ask Ira Glasser. Is Mr. Bork correct that everyone on this side agrees that it's okay to punish a student for making an overtly racist remark?
No, I didn't say that.
I didn't think so.
I said a racial insult.
A racial insult. No, I think You may have less allies than you think, Professor Bork, but go ahead.
But you can
That's
come to
typically
our
the
side.
case.
Yeah.
You know,
Judge Bork, I invite you
Go
to
ahead.
take my seat on
No,
my
go
side.
ahead and interrogate Judge Bork.
Yes, sir. Judge Bork, don't you think that there's a great deal of hypocrisy in the free speech debate? We don't have an outcry over the regulation of speech in the context of stock offerings. We don't worry about regulating speech in the area of copyright, plagiarism. Some of the conservatives are perfectly happy to suppress pornography and obscenity or other types of advertising, etc. So how would you make the distinction between that speech which ought to be permitted and that speech which we ought to suppress?
At the core of the First Amendment, which I take it is the emblem of free speech in our society, at the core of the First Amendment, there is concern for political speech, concern for speech about ideas, about social matters, and so forth. There is no concern about speech. There wasn't originally concern about speech, which expresses no idea, but merely expresses hatred or obscenity or something of that sort. And therefore, I think it's quite easy to say that speech, if somebody says, for example, that Asian American students turn out to be better at mathematics and physics than others, I take it a speech code might land upon that person. That's political correctness, and that's wrong. We ought to be free to discuss differences, abilities, and so forth. But when you get to a code about a stock offering, you're merely saying don't sell somebody a product that you have lied about.
I'm still wondering how you make the distinction between what distinction you would draw. It seems that you're supporting the idea that we can regulate some hate speech, that which constitutes perhaps
In the university.
in the university, and hate speech which might be one person making a personally directed racial epithet at another person. Wouldn't you agree that that ought to be, if not punishable, certainly subject to some type of university discipline and correction?
There certainly ought to be. I remember there was an episode at Brown University not long ago in which a drunken student went out in the quadrangles and shrieked anti-Semitic remarks. And the dean had him in, and I think he was suspended. I don't have much trouble with that.
Okay. Well, at the University of Wisconsin, we had a problem with our speech code, our original speech code, because it did seem to permit the suppression of speech which was not directed at an individual. And arguably, in the opinion of the judge who reviewed our first code, it would probably prevent discussion and be much broader than the fighting words justification included in the famous Toplinski case. And so I was a part of a team of people who rewrote that so that it would only cover that speech which was directed at a specific individual which would be likely to provoke violence. So would you agree that that type of narrow tailoring, leaving free a full range of debate on issues of importance to all of us, race, gender, etc., would be an appropriate way to resolve this debate over free speech?
What you're describing, I think, is First Amendment doctrine, which is that if speech becomes something that is likely to provoke a fight of that nature, it may be censored.
I still want you to come over here.
No, you're over here.
I think you're both over
How do you... How do you explain that there is so much intellectual and political firepower marshaled in favor of people who want to yell epithets and derogatory, hurtful language? How do we explain this marshaling of energy and intellect in support of people who want to act this way towards others?
I think nobody here does, unless possibly Ira Glasser does. But I think nobody does.
Well, then would you agree with me that what we need to do is talk about the real issues and stop hurling our charges at each other?
Oh, with charges are much more fun.
Oh, dear.
Thank you both. This is a very alarming development. It's never happened before in one of these firing line debates that we're getting close to agreement and we still have half the debate to go. See what you can do about that, Mr. Buckley, and submit to interrogation from the Professor Botstein.
Yeah, maybe I can help out too. Your colleague, Judge Bork, said a most amazing thing, which I think is part of the essential argument on your side. The idea that the speaker has no control over the impact
Good
of
news,
her
Scudder.
or his words on
You've
someone
earned clearance
else.
to the next
That's
hazard
an
level.
interesting statement.
This
You
means
really
you'll be
believe
getting Class
that,
2
in fact, when you
reactors
say
now.
something, you are not
Gnarly
in any
things.
way ethically or morally
We'll start
responsible
training when you're
for
ready, and I'll
anticipating,
walk you through.
especially if you're
Oh,
a teacher
they're
in
not so
university
bad.
or a person
You've
in
seen
another
one
room,
reactor,
what someone
you've
else,
seen them all,
how
I
someone else
think.
might react to what you
This
say.
ain't really that
I think there
simple.
are too many variables
Yeah,
to make
I
it
got a
possible
tip
to
for
predict.
you
I've
there,
said an awful lot of
newbie.
things in the last 40 years,
Don't
and
blow
unhappily
it
there
up.
hasn't been the kind of reaction I would have hoped.
Cutter.
Slavish agreement was what you were hoping for?
It's
Let me
quite
know
true
when
that some
you're ready
people
to
have
start training.
a hidden
Don't take
sensitivity
too
about a
long.
particular subject, and you bring it up, and they're terribly offended. On the other hand, what is required there is a cosmopolitanization of society rather than any ersatz efforts at a protection that doesn't work.
Yeah, but you don't think a teacher has an obligation to think about what it is she or he says, what kind of impact it might have on a bunch of graduates or undergraduates?
A teacher has an obligation to be as exemplary in his behavior as you regularly are, and as I'm sure Professor Green regularly is. But we're talking about those teachers who, in pursuit of their ideas of equality, end up being hypercritical towards people who, however eccentrically, express their own disagreements. I don't think that people should have been exercised when somebody called them a water buffalo and asked them to shut up. And yet that was a real incident in this real place.
What about Mr.
engendered
Glasser's
it.
math professor?
What about what?
Mr. Glasser's math professor.
What did he say?
He was the one who wrote a letter to the school newspaper on the subject of date rape.
Oh, well, I think there again, the cultural background of that situation is entirely determinative. I don't have to instruct you in the matter, but there are situations in which, if certain invitations are accepted, this is exactly what is intended. Don't tell me that your experience is so limited that you have neither read about those or imagined, obviously not participated in them.
Well,
but the answer is there are certain circumstances in which a woman accepts an invitation at a certain time to a certain place, like a motel. This is exactly what she anticipated.
Well, how about in these circumstances, Bill?
What?
Let me give you circumstances. If you don't want to take the bait on the date rape circumstances, let's talk about the racial circumstances. Judge Bork said that he agreed with Brown University when it suspended a student for uttering anti-Semitic remarks. My question is, do you agree with Judge Bork? And if not, how would you handle an incident like that?
I don't think that anybody has the right to be drunk and disorderly in a community that seeks to maintain certain standards. I don't think, however, this was a question of going after him for politically correct. If instead of being anti-Semitic while he traipsed through whatever drunken hole or whatever hole he traiped in, he had attacked the Indians or the Peloponnesians, it was his behavior that got him found. I'd like to think that.
You can't get off the hook. Suppose he was not drunk and calmly walked across campus uttering anti-Semitic and racist comments. Would you suspend him? And if not, how would you handle it?
Not. Absolutely not. What he should do is suffer the consequences of social ostracism. People should say, look, we don't like people like you.
Professor West.
I have an incident that's closer to home, and it has to do, of course, with the Dartmouth Review cartoonish portrait of the distinguished president of Dartmouth. He was Jewish, and that cartoonish portrait was one of Hitler in light of an elective affinity to that president. Now, Dartmouth Review you have a cozy relationship with in the past. What response did you actually put forward in relation?
Well, I took the trouble to examine the circumstances. Which
You interpreted
that which manifestly you did not.
You interpreted
this was actually drawn by a Jewish student, by a paper that had come out for Israel over the years, which had a Jewish editor-in-chief the following year, and it was a sophomoric play on a Hitler. If you think that Hitler can't be used in sophomoric ways to prove a particular point, you're simply inexperienced, Professor West.
How did the
answer is that he
president
can.
perceive it, though, Mr. Buck?
What's that?
How did the president who was the object
I
of
think it was in bad taste. I wrote a book in which I said it was in bad taste.
And if you're having trouble finding everything, try using
Hitler's not something to play with.
who's... In the first place, I agree he's not something to play with, but the question is, how should we deal with people whose taste is so misbegotten on a particular moment as to do that? Some people play with the Virgin Mary, and nobody thinks of dismissing them. Some people play with the Holocaust. These people deserve to be told to grow up and to observe better standards.
Thank you very much, Mr. Buckley.
You through with me?
You're all done. Grow up. Mark Green. Submit to the interrogation of the affirmative team. Someone have a question for Mr. Green? I guess you
Well,
want.
I guess I'll take the answers we anticipate is causing us to hesitate. I want to pick up Jan Bostein's comment about the way people receive or perceive a remark, because of course anybody tries to take into account the way reasonable people would take into account a remark. We're now a nation that everybody's claiming victimhood and the right to feel hurt by all kinds of things. And it's that kind of thing which the speech codes try to prevent, which does, I think, suppress speech. And I want to know if you agree with that.
I do. Lawyers call it a heckler's veto. I could say something perfectly innocuous, but if one person in this audience got offended by calling them a TV monitor, could that person silence my speech on behalf of all the others? That is why I am against speech codes. It's too subjective. You cannot have any standard that could be uniformly enforced. Second, if you had some kind of speech code to protect, hypothetically, minority students, my guess is in our society, it would be more often used against minority students in the future. A black woman yelling Polak to a cop in Chicago would be more likely prosecuted than a cop yelling nigger to a black woman. So I want none of the speech codes, unlike you, who said that you would, unlike Mr. Buckley, have sanctioned the brown student for uttering anti-Semitic remarks. I agree with Mr. Buckley. Let social obloquy deter him rather than formal law enforcement.
We're not talking about just uttering. These were shouts in the middle of the night that we heard all over campus. That's confrontational.
You're fighting the hypothetical. I said non-drunk midday.
Not
Okay.
Which is more common.
If he shouted.
Catherine Stimson.
Mr. Green, I think our moderator said something absolutely true. This may be a first for
Occasionally
a firing line debate. There's a lot of agreement between the tables. So I'm going to shift from the question of speech codes to something that hasn't been raised here so far. If we agree on so much, why has PC become this international phenomenon? What reasons do you adduce for the fact that we're sitting here talking about it at all?
PC, political correctness, was a term first used by leftists years ago to mock colleagues who took their ideology veering to the cliff or beyond the cliff of self-absorption, self-righteousness, and intolerance. This is what the left gets for being honest. The phrase was kidnapped by the right wing, and suddenly when it's well funded by the Heritage Foundation, by the Wall Street Journal editorial pages, it becomes a topic of a person, an eminent conservative, who designs the topic. Mr. Buckley didn't design the topic. Is hate speech a menace? The topic was, is political correctness a menace? I would argue, Mr. Buckley's brilliance notwithstanding, that John McLaughlin has 3 shows, Pat Buchanan has 2, Bill Buckley has 1, and there are so few TV shows on the other side that the debate has been hijacked.
Anyone else have a question?
Yeah, Mark.
Glasser.
I want to follow up on and get your views, as long as we're agreeing and disagreeing with our opponents and our colleagues here, with something that Linda Green said. She suggested that speech which was directed at an individual that was likely to produce a violent reaction could be censored. My experience is that most of the arrests for speech and demonstration in the 60s and 70s resulted precisely from the fear that civil rights demonstrators would provoke Southern whites to violence, that anti-war demonstrators would provoke police to violence, that if you called the president a war criminal or a cop a pig, it would promote violence, and therefore they were arrested on that ground. We always defended them on the grounds that that the role of the police was to protect people who speak against the violence that they provoke, not to repress the speaker in fear of it. What's your view on
I
that?
agree. This is why I'm an occasional dues-paying member of the ACLU. So the ACLU's principled an enormously unpopular stand in Cicero, where when Nazis marched, it was frankly likely they could provoke a response by any citizens, much less Jewish citizens. You took the right speech position.
Skokie, you mean?
I'm sorry, in Skokie. Forgive me. You can't leave it up to the subjective editorial opinions of listeners who should speak and who should not speak. I don't trust anyone to make that judgment, and the standards are used against the audience you want to protect. And the reverse is true. In the case in the 30s against the racist Father Terminello, I believe, the protections established by allowing him to speak were later used in the 60s and 70s to protect civil rights demonstrators in the South.
Thank you very much. It's now Catherine Stimpson's turn to, I believe, yes, to ascend to the podium and make some opening remarks.
Soon as you release the thrusters and mess with the
Where'd you get such a reasonable
that reactor will enter a controlled meltdown.
They wouldn't come.
And if you're having trouble
Well,
finding
my team leader has just told me to give him hell, and so I'm going to start by taking a take on this question that my team leader did not. Well, today, using the term political correctness is the verbal equivalent of mud wrestling. Like mud wrestling, the term political correctness is slippery, loose, dirty, and hyped. But despite the hype, it is also dull, dull, dull. And for these reasons alone, the term political correctness would be a cultural menace and a bore. But lots of people seem to enjoy mud wrestling for diverse reasons. And similarly, lots of people seem to enjoy using the term political correctness for diverse reasons. Indeed, the term is so pervasive that it appears in the 1993 Christmas windows of Macy's on 34th Street in New York. But here are 3 reasons why the term has become as common as dirt. 1, the groupthink of political correctness is there, on the left and on the right. 2, and more important, after 1990, the media spread a scare story about the term PC on the left, and the story stopped. Reason 3, even more important, current social movements, for example, the movement for racial and gender equity, make people nervous. And it's easier to dismiss these movements as PC than to wrestle with them courageously. So let's close down the boring mud wrestling ring called the PC Wars. Let's focus on real menaces, fundamentalist groupthink anywhere, media scandal-mongering, violence, and prejudice.
Thank you very much.
All right.
I'm not sure which side of the debate you'd fall on with that.
Mr. West, Mr. Green, Mr. Botstein,
We
Ms.
want to
Green.
invite
Let's
you
go.
over also. I think you agree certainly with my position that the PC charge is obscuring the debate. Why do you think that the charge, the tactic of charging PC is so incredibly attractive? Why is it so attractive? And isn't it better for us to eliminate it from our vocabulary altogether and discuss the underlying issues which you so eloquently outlined?
Oh, Linda, I once thought we could eliminate the term PC as political correctness, and we could think of PC as personal computer or pluralistic cultures. But I was a mistake. But why has it captured the imagination? Why has it become a common term? I would suggest 2 reasons, both of which have been mentioned here before. 1, there was a media hype. Let me give you some statistics from a study that was done of PC. In 1988, in the media there were 101 articles about PC. In 1989, there were 306 articles. In 1990, there were 656 articles. And in 1991, there were 3,989 articles.
Well, Catherine, can we talk about what the people who charge PC want the students to be able to discuss. Are you suggesting that we return to an open debate in our society about the legitimacy of our equality laws, about our public accommodations laws, about our employment discrimination laws? I mean, what is the debate which the people who charge PC feel is being stifled? What is the discussion that they would like to have which is being suppressed?
Linda, I think lots of people, different people charge PC. There is no monolithic charge of PC, and different people are worried about different things.
But you agree that it's covering up our...
Mr. Botstein.
Can I just finish this, because
Sure.
this is an important point.
Briefly.
So anyway, people have different reasons. They're afraid of different things. But what I said before, I want to repeat. I think too often the charge of PC is used not only for political purposes, but to help us evade the hard, hard issues we have to confront as a free, democratic, multicultural, pluralistic society.
Mr. Botstein.
Yeah, I'm going to switch to the other side here. I switch to the other side. I hear you talk. I suddenly want to. You should be here and I should be over there for the following reason. You know, I think the problem with PC is that it probably is the greatest indictment of the low quality of American universities. Really, what this is about, more than anything else, to my mind, if you've been in university a long time, is that it has never been any different. That is to say, we do not foster a climate in which real dissent can take place. Nobody really wants to discuss real issues. And therefore, it used to be somebody else. Now, the victims of this PC, to some extent, are real diverse discussions about questions of race and gender. So it's very hard to question the things you just mentioned, because that's the subject. But has it ever been any different in your own experience in the university? Have we ever accomplished in the American university in the 50s and at Bill's Yale or any of our alma maters, was there ever really a time in which the American university fostered serious debate about so-called taboo subjects? Has there always really been a low level of groupthink?
We got the question. Let's get the answer.
Leon, you're a college president, and I make my living as a college professor, and I'm not going to foul the nest. I think the universities and colleges are better than you just gave them credit for being, and I think they have gotten better since the 1960s. I think there is a level of debate about curricular and intellectual and social issues that simply was not there in the 1950s. But am I going to advocate perfection at the University of Pennsylvania or any other institution? No. And indeed, part of our job is constantly to remind people of the ideal of civil and free discourse at the university, so we can continue to work for it.
All right, thank you very much.
That's over?
Hey, you're over. You're home free.
That's extra time.
Colonel West, it's your turn. It's your turn to come and make an opening remark.
You say what?
It's your turn to come make an opening remark.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. You have the floor. You can say anything you want, directed to anyone you wish.
Well, I think Leon's point about the low quality of life in university is only a version of the low quality of public debate in the nation. The low quality of public debate in the nation has to do with the degree to which dogmatism and orthodoxy and rigidity and self-righteousness trump conversation and foreclose dialogue. And therefore, when I see Mr. Buckley, my friend Mr. Buckley, running to the barricade to defend victims and oppressed people, I'm always a bit suspicious. Precisely because when we look at political correctness from above as opposed to political correctness from below, because below we're dealing with the pernicious legacy of white supremacy and male supremacy and homophobia, those people who have been degraded and have been oppressed institutionally as well as targeted with epithets. But when we look, for example, at the courts in the 1980s, over 100 judges chosen for the courts to appeal, and only 2 were black and 1 was Clarence Thomas. Is that political correctness from above? Interesting question. When we focus on black students here at the University of Pennsylvania, who wrongly did what they did, but Mr. Buckley and others make it as if they are subverting the legal order, but not a mumbling word of critique of Oliver North. Hypocrisy begins to surface in terms of if we're going to talk about critiques of orthodoxy rigidity across the board and broaden the possibility of public debate, not just in the university, but in our society as a whole, including electronic media. Michael, I know you're on the left and cross.
Go ahead, criticize. I'm powerless.
I want you to be left, but that's another issue. The point is that you cannot allow any labels, PC, whatever, left, right, center, to hide and conceal the hunger that ordinary people have. Only 25% of American people even go to college. 75% are hungry for dialogue. Look at the talk shows, radio, TV. They want public conversation. They don't just want name calling and finger pointing that they often get. And if that's the case, we might be able to get beyond PC and deal with these deeper issues that have much to do with what Mr. Bork calls radical egalitarian sensibility.
Don't go away. Any name pointing or finger calling, whatever.
First of all, thank you for the lecture. Now, let me ask you this. Are we permitted to ask whether obviously well-qualified black judges were overlooked because they were black? Or might it be for other reasons?
Hello, Shipbreaker 9346-52. We have to acknowledge our meritocratic criteria. We just don't want it to be
Good news, Cutter.
Well, I say, are we allowed to discuss the question?
Of course we are. I've argued quite explicitly Clarence Thomas was not qualified, right?
Look, you just...
That was part of my argument in my text.
Let's not make this hit and run. You just implied that the last two administrations didn't appoint obviously qualified black judges because they were prejudiced. To which I say, where is your evidence for this? And aren't you a little bit ashamed of having made that charge?
Let me know when you're
in
ready
the
to
absence
start
of such evidence,
Don't
because
take too long.
This makes you ceteris paribus, yourself a racist.
But I certainly don't want to be a racist. You and I are Christians. We know how serious that charge is. But my question to you, though, Bill, would be, what kind of evidence would be sufficient for you? How many judges would have to be
Well, much more than you have, because you say that Clarence Thomas is not qualified. I think he's highly qualified.
Well, we disagree. We disagree.
Well, yeah, I and the Senate agree, and my brother, who sat next to him on the court for a couple of years, agreed that he was highly qualified. On the other hand, we might disagree about Judge Bork. Was he qualified?
Watch it.
We just had a wonderful conversation a few minutes ago.
You don't have to. I'm ruling from the floor. You don't have to answer
I'll put
that.
it this, though, that I have read Judge Bork's essays. There's an intellectual rigor there. I violently disagree with the conclusion that he drew.
Even as a Christian?
Pardon?
Even as a Christian?
Even as a Christian and a human being and a black American. And so, but I mean, I think Judge Bork's a different kind of case, because I'm talking about meritocratic intellectual criteria, not simply my political disagreements with Judge Bork.
Ira Glasser.
Cornell, we have agreed on a couple of things here this evening. One, that laws that try to restrict speech in the name of politically correct thought are impermissible. And we've also agreed, at least you and I have, that using politically correct as an epithet to hurl at someone sort of is a showstopper. It cuts off debate instead of opening it up. I think we also agree that it is critically important, I suppose we would both be characterized as radical egalitarians, Judge Bork's phrase. It is critically important to discuss those issues across our differences, racial, religious, sexual, political.
As citizens,
how would you propose to do that, particularly in the context of the university, where a lot of students come together who come from very parochial upbringings and communities where the differences they confront at school are sharp and new? How would you do that without the sort of imposition of codes and rules and punishments that we oppose?
Leon was getting at something very important. And I think about my experience at Harvard College, when I arrived for psychology. It was a liberating and emancipating experience as I was able to bring critique to bear to my own very rich but narrow parochialism, with all the rich black love that I received, but still part of a world that needed broadening and refinement. If, by example, professors, administrators could exude that sense of liberation and emancipation in terms of their reveling in dialogue with agreeing to disagree radically and so forth, then maybe that could become contagious and the students would see, lo and behold, there's an experience here that I'm missing out on. And I think many persons who matriculated through colleges in the 60s and 70s felt that sense of discovery that life was an adventure, that one could be improvisational and experimental. Unfortunately, many students don't feel it.
What about required courses?
Stop right there and answer it very briefly, please.
Depends on how good the courses are.
Good. Thank you. Mr. Buckley? Mr. Buckley, it's your turn, and Mr. Green, it's your turn for the team captains to interrogate each other, starting with Mr. Buckley interrogating Mr. Green.
Mr. Green, your colleague, Professor Green, said a moment ago that she didn't think it was proper to permit people to revisit such basic questions as civil rights laws. Now, we all recognize that the civil rights laws, notwithstanding that Senator Humphrey didn't so intend, have generated a thing called affirmative action. Is this something which, in your opinion, we can discuss without offending Professor Green's code?
Yes.
Well, do you want to...
In other words, of course you can revisit it. You shouldn't chill it. Some things are largely settled issues. The First Amendment should have been the first. It was a bulwark of liberty. A popular election for senator is better than state legislatures electing them, although in my state, that's half the senators would argue for going back to the old version. But basically, Bill, some things are largely settled. 99% of the country, George Bush opposed the Civil Rights Bill of '64. He says he made a mistake. That may also be true of Judge Bork. I don't want to misspeak, but in your hearings, I think you said a similar thing. Why waste your time on going back on settled issues when there's current problems that cry out for
Lots of people
understanding?
waste their time. That's their business.
Well, firing one.
You wouldn't want to... Some people keep running for office, waste it.
Watch it. This time I got 4 times your vote, Bill.
Well, now, let me ask you this. We have all joined in denouncing epithets. I toured around a little bit, as no doubt you did, assuming you were adult at that point in the late 60s. It was very hard to run into any campus in which Lyndon Johnson and the majority of the Senate weren't referred to routinely as war criminals. What should we have done about them? Should we have said, look, you can't engage in that kind of invidious talk here, you should be kicked out, or what, should we suspend them, or?
This is a very good question. We should have voted them out of office, which is what happened. Richard Nixon, ironically, was the beneficiary. I was a college student in the late 60s. I now visit campuses. There was much more intolerance in the late 60s. More was at stake. Hundreds of thousands of Asians, tens of thousands of Americans were dying. It wasn't we were debating should Catherine Stimson be called a chair or a chairwoman.
Mark, I don't want you to talk about the Vietnam War. I want you to answer the question. What do you do about people who denounce the President of the United States and a bunch of senators as war criminals? Do you say, don't do that? Or do you say, think before you do it? Or do you say, as a matter of fact, you're right?
Well, it depends on the charge. You can't say...
That is the charge.
One second. I earlier said a student at Brown could yell a racial epithet and not be suspended. So I think a student should be able to yell, Lyndon Johnson was a war criminal, not be retaliated against. That's why we had teachings. That's why we have firing line. That's why we have elections.
Since war criminals, to the extent that we've had intimate experience with them, get hanged, then to call somebody a war criminal is a pretty serious charge.
Of course it is.
And none of the charges that we have here denounced tonight is really quite equal in gravity to that. So therefore, do you wish to reject the company of your colleagues who say that something indeed should be done about people?
The only person in this room who so far has said there should be a speech code sanctioning racial epithets for war criminals is Judge Bork, notwithstanding your injunction and your resolution. So you're trying to trap me. I happen to agree with you on this. More speech is better than less speech. And in fact, if someone makes a racial epithet or a war criminal statement, most people would reject it because it's self-impeaching, and that's the reason we have a First Amendment and not a Star Chamber.
Okay, you can now go on the offensive, Mark.
So therefore, you should increase the gravity
you can try.
of an epithet. In order to be immune, you should increase the gravity
of your time. You're running the show, but not for the next 4 minutes and 14 seconds. Bill, Professor Green and myself and others had said that the usage of PC is a conservative rhetorical device to get away from fundamental issues of race and power and talk about censorship. Question. Serrano, Mapplethorpe, controversial artists a few years ago. Do you agree with the Jesse Helmses who wanted to censor them Or do you think, or would you defend them because Helms was engaged in conservative PC?
I would certainly not defend the use of my money to subsidize that exhibit, no. If you want to show his pictures with tails coming out of his rectum, go ahead and pay your own money for it.
All right.
But don't tell me that I ought to contribute to a fund to make this possible.
All right. There was a law before it was overturned banning the symbolic speech of flag burning. What was your position on
who?
There was a law before the Supreme Court overturned it prohibiting flag burning. What was your position on that law?
Who's he?
He's Mark Green.
Flag burn? Prohibit
flag burning.
You know, the issue
Flag
you and I debated on a different show.
Flag burning? Burning the American
flag burning. I thought you were talking about a guy. Well,
My New York accent.
I think the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court was correct when he wrote, however it was a minority opinion, that the First Amendment ought not to be extended to cover the defamation of a national symbol, if indeed Congress thought it ought not to be. In other words, he said that the law against burning flags was not a violation of the First Amendment. He was overruled, but I don't think that intellectually he was made to seem stupid. For one thing, he isn't.
So you would want to suppress speech because it insulted conservatives, because
No, Mark.
but not suppress racial speech.
Careful,
What's
careful.
the distinction?
I wasn't talking about speech. I was talking about burning flags, which is not speech. I can be a deaf mute and burn a flag.
1 second. If I burn the cloth, it wouldn't be obviously a violation of that law. The only cloth that you burn that would violate that law is with stars and stripes and banners. And so you can't get away from the fact that burning a flag insulted the sensitivity and sensibilities of many Americans, just like racial epithets insult people. Don't you want a speech code when it offends your conservative sensibility?
No, I think when people draw swastikas on synagogues, there ought to be some recourse that says you're not protected by the First Amendment in doing so.
Bill, you have some of the critics of these codes have called PCers McCarthyism of the left. You have called McCarthyism largely a historic
I wrote a book
fiction.
about McCarthy, so be very careful.
I know that, Bill. I do this with full knowledge and trepidation. During the McCarthy era, there were people in Hollywood and in the Academy who were fired and who were ruined. Could you tell me how many people, how many conservative professors have been fired and ruined because they said impolitic, anti-PC things?
I don't know, but I have here a list of somebody, Mr. Draper, who was the only person who wasn't given tenure in his particular university because he said something that was unpopular. Now, I don't know what the motives were. Obviously, they said they had nothing to do with it. If you say, why wasn't Mr. So-and-so, I have somebody in mind, Mr. So-and-so promoted at Yale, was it just an accident that they were conservative in their inclinations or that they were pro-Christian?
Bill, the
answer is I don't know, but you and I both know that plenty of people haven't been promoted because of their opinions.
I don't know that. Bill, last question.
Let me instruct you, it is so.
You obviously don't have their names here. Bill, I've been on a lot of programs with you, and I want to ask you, Professor Green said the larger problem is racial and gender discrimination. Even if it's not as bad as 30 years ago, and I agree with Judge Ford, how big a problem is this in this country today?
I don't think it's a big problem. No, on the contrary, it seems to me plain that an enormous effort has been made to affirm and advance the rights of ethnic minorities. And I don't know of any woman at all, including the ones who rule my life, who are effectively discriminated.
All right, thank you very much. It's now Ira Glasser and Leon Botstein's turn. And Mr. Glasser, you can question Mr. Botstein for a few minutes.
Oh, good. Since you're the only university president among the 8 of us, I get to ask you a question I have asked many university presidents, but never in public before, which is...
I don't like this.
I'm going to give you a great opportunity here. I want to talk about and ask you questions about real remedies to the underlying problems. I agree, though for different reasons, with Professor Green that the hate speech code has been a diversion from coming to grips with the underlying problems which produced the speech codes in the first place. How would you deal, since I know you're opposed to speech codes, how do you deal with that at BART? For example, would you consider a required course in the history of racism and civil rights in this country?
First of all, I'm not a university president, only a college president, so that reduces me in importance, I hope. The second thing is that I think a required course is besides the point. Largely because it's not clear to me that a course in racism or a course in such a matter is anything but a kind of very bizarre ghettoizing of the issue and can deteriorate, as Cornel West, into a bad course which is merely preachy in a way. The real problem has to do with the attitudes that people bring to the university campus and college campus and their inability to really question them and attempt a different way of dealing with these very important issues. There is prejudice of all kinds. And what I would recommend is that we create a climate quite opposite what we have now, where this stuff is encouraged, but then responded to. That is to say, where people actually sit and listen. I want to extract from the other person the prejudices they have, because then we have a fighting chance to really argue why they think those things, why they say those things, why they believe
How would you
punish
do that?
them is besides the point.
Right, we agree with that. But if you wouldn't, any course, required or otherwise, has the capacity to degenerate into preaching. All of us who've gone to school know that.
Right.
But the question I'm trying to drive at is, how would you do that explicitly? You run a school, after all. How would you do that? How do you create that climate?
Well, I would say one thing, for example, which has been a real issue about free speech on campuses, is what kind of speakers come to campus. This is a big issue. Bring a person, Shockley in the old days, a man who won the Nobel Prize, who tries to show in what he thinks objective scientific evidence, that African Americans, blacks, have lower IQs, and that there's a genetic basis for inequality. Now, it seems to me that person should be permitted to speak under rules which are uniform on the campus, which is you can't give a speech unless you're willing to be interrogated without time limit. Get up any stupid thing you want to say up there. You want to say the Holocaust didn't exist? Okay, say it. But then you have to stay in the room without bodyguards, without intimidating people around, and then somebody gets up, and then the university has an obligation. The faculty member in history can't say, well, I want to be at home that night with my spouse. That university person has to be in the audience and prepared to get up and say, okay, Mr. So-and-so, evidence 1, 2. So the community actually hears a serious debate. No hit-and-run speech.
What proportion of American universities, particularly those that have promulgated speech codes, do you think run their schools that?
I would say, but again, I was accused by Professor Stimson of being too critical, but allow me to be too critical again. That is to say that I think that we do have a problem in the politicization of the administration of universities such that they do not stick and are not permitted to stick by students and faculty. They're not the administration alone to blame, but there's a lot of cynicism among student groups on all sides and faculty groups who simply want to hear what they already know. And they want to listen to only what they already know, and therefore make it impossible for university administrators to do what they probably are not inclined to do anyway, which is to really promulgate serious rules about how debate is conducted and fostered and inquiry and speech is actually conducted in the university as opposed to any other place.
Okay, Professor Bostine, stop by answering and start asking.
I'm curious about whether you agreed, Mr. Glasser. I saw your head shaking in agreement.
I was just trembling.
Mr. Buckley came up with a very interesting challenge to my colleague about Lyndon Johnson and the war criminal. Do you think there's something different about accusing the President of the United States, who's a public figure, something different about that, than hurling epithets at essentially an anonymous student?
Well, sure, there's something different. Public officials, I think, must have a higher tolerance for name-calling and insult and attack than private individuals. But I do think that the reason why I raised that whole issue in the beginning, and the reason why I was nodding in agreement with Mr. Buckley, is that it seems to me that epithets and name-calling have been a part and parcel of our political dialogue since its inception. To look at the newspapers of the 18th century, for example, is to make the tabloids of today look calm by comparison. Name calling is part of the whole thing. I mean, in fact, not only did people call Lyndon Johnson a war criminal, they burned him in effigy, and nobody confused that with actually killing him and tried people for murder. I mean, that's what metaphor is all about. So that I think that there is a difference between 4 football players, white, cornering a black female coming home at 12:30 from the library in the corner of a dark building and scaring the hell out of her by using epithets. That is a form of conduct which happens to use words, but which is actionable even though it uses words. But to call someone a name in the course of a hot-blooded debate out on the campus quad is something that is of a piece with the kind of name-calling that went on in every demonstration I ever attended.
Let me move on to another subject, Mr. Buckley, your captain, put forward, and that's Mr. Helms and the Mapplethorpe exhibit. He, of course, makes a distinction about his money. Okay, I can see that. Would you think that, in fact, tax exemption for art institutions should be removed, or that, in fact, there is, in fact, not some obligation to protect the freedom of expression? Are you selective in your concern for the freedom of expression? Would you agree with him that...
No, I don't agree with him. As for Mr. Helms, he's the one who uses the term baby killer, for example, to refer to women who seek abortion, and that's not a name that anybody has ever suggested who criticizes PC is a problem. And that's just to go to the previous point. As to the money question, you know, there are a lot of things that my government does that I contribute taxes to that I don't agree with. Why single out speech for the one where I get to have a line item veto power, or he does? I don't understand. It seems to me that the government has the authority to fund the National Endowment on the Arts or not. It has no constitutional obligation to fund artistic speech. But once it funds artistic speech, I do not think it can make distinctions based on politics, based on ideology, based on viewpoint. And I don't think that the argument holds much water, that since I'm contributing my money to it, I get to decide. Otherwise, what about speech in public parks, which is maintained by my tax money, that I don't agree with? Can I also say, that speech is no good because I give tax money to it? I don't think that that's a distinction that holds up when you think about it.
See, you are there for a worthy... We agree you're a worthy opponent because you passed the implicit test that I think Cornel West properly put forward, is there a selective commitment to freedom of expression? That is to say, do you veer off your consistent track of permitting things
God
to be
knows
said?
my hate mail shows there's no selectivity here.
All right, thanks very much. Thank you. Mr. Ward. The opposition team now gets to pretend it's the Senate Judiciary Committee and interrogate Judge Robert Bork.
I'm not under the same constraints I was then.
No, you're not under oath either. Who would like to start? Cornel West, do you have a question?
Not really, though.
All right.
Is it,
Not really.
by the way, is it Judge Bork, Professor Bork, or Mr. Bork?
As long as it's civil, I don't really care.
Well, that's the answer to what my next question was. We have not yet gotten into one of the aspects of what people want to be called. Bill Buckley had an interesting column where he would call up a secretary who didn't know him, and sometimes she would say, "Hi, William. Hi, Bill," when he had never met her before, and he was indignant. He wanted to be called Mr. Buckley. This is his right. He's earned it. What do you think about people who used to be called crippled, used to be called handicapped, who asked to be called physically challenged? And what do you think about people of dark pigmentation who used to be called colored, used to be called Negro, used to be called black? Now they're asking to be called African American. Is that appropriate or just political shooting?
It's appropriate if they want to ask it. I don't, as long as it's not, as long as what you're calling it isn't offensive, isn't meant to be offensive. You have the right to call it.
You don't have any right to be called what they want to be called. So, well, I agree with that. I mean, you can't call me 7 feet tall because it's inaccurate, but why shouldn't a group ask to be called what it
Well, as a matter of fact,
Bill
the group...
Buckley doesn't want to be called Willie, or Slick Willie, for that matter.
I would never identify him with that. But, when you say what they want to be called, what sanction is there for not picking up and calling?
Well, you're mocked as being in PC police. There's no business.
If you
Cornell
don't,
West.
I've lost the train here.
Cornell
I want to come back to this question. I'm still a little bit overwhelmed by my friend William Buckley's candid response to whether the issue of race is a crucial issue in America. Do you think it is? One half? Yes.
Well, it was a very tough issue. Then it subsided for a while. Now we're making it a tough issue again. Thank you. One of the things that's increasing racial tensions on campus is precisely affirmative action and speech codes. And students are now segregated themselves at many universities.
Some of the reasons why you hear some hissing is because I think they also have in mind, we got 51.1% of young black children under 6 who live in dire poverty, whose psychic has been associated with children living under conditions of World War II in terms of levels of violence. So when you say it's subsided, are you talking about the explosions in the 60s that alerted us, and because there's been a certain quietism that is no longer a problem, and yet those young children have to live lives every day of quiet riots? I mean, what would be the criteria that would allow you or Mr. Buckley or any other fellow
We're talking
citizens to
about
say we don't-
racial discrimination, racial hostility, I think, aren't we?
I just said race as an issue. There's a variety of different
Well,
dimensions.
don't worry about race as an issue because, as we now know, there's a white underclass developing that's going to live in the same conditions.
We've always had a
So we
white
have-
underclass.
No, but
Always.
it's growing rapidly now. Faster than the black underclass is growing.
Leon
Well, they're both in
Botstein.
such deep trouble that
Leon Botstein.
Judge Bork, rare opportunity to ask a question which is more open-ended, perhaps. Are there limits?
Don't make it too open-ended.
Yeah. Bill Buckley got around this flag burning issue by making the deaf mute burn it. I'm curious whether you believe there are limits that are not the technical limits of copyright, but for a common citizen, there are limits to First Amendment rights.
Right.
Where
We're
you would
talking-
step in.
Yes. We're talking about flag burning, which is a symbolic act, not speech at all, but we're talking about a symbolic act. If you want to stretch the First Amendment to cover symbolic acts, that's fine. But obviously, some can be prohibited precisely because they're offensive to others. If somebody decides he wants to protest the laws about sodomy by engaging in indecent exposure, I take it we would say that's not protected speech.
But speech, actually, the kind of speech we've been talking about, really, this is about the use of words. I mean,
Well, we're
let's
talking about
walk
flag
away from
burning.
the symbolic flag burning. And I'm just picking that up as a starting. You've taken a radical free speech position in this debate, so to speak. In other words, presumably the way it's been set up. That is to say that you're against speech codes and restrictions on campus and so forth and so on. Therefore, I ask you, do you think there are valid grounds for restricting speech?
You've earned clearance
When
to the
speech
next hazard
becomes
level.
simply
This means you'll be
confrontational
getting Class
hostility,
2
the case
reactors
of
now.
the football players who corner everyone and shout epithets
We'll start
at, or the
training
case of
when
the
you're
Brown
ready,
student
and I'll walk
who
you
goes
through
out
it.
and shouts insults in the middle of the night. Now, I wouldn't, I learned that student was making anti-Semitic remarks to his roommate. No, I wouldn't censor him. But when he really disrupts the college atmosphere and makes it hard for people to do what they're there for, then I would.
How about faculty?
Pardon me? Yes.
Faculty. Are rules different for students and different for faculty?
I don't think so.
Thank you very much, Judge Bork. Professor Green. And you submit to interrogation by the affirmative team.
Please.
Well, why don't I start? Professor Green, suppose you got a job that Leon Botstein has just described as a horrible job, a college president.
I heard he's having a good time.
Well, what would be the first 2 or 3 things you would do to help bring about a campus that you think would reflect the multicultural realities of America?
Well, I think one thing I would certainly do would be to try to arrange for students to have time to get to know each other even before they would even attend classes. I think that I would require them perhaps to live together with people they had not chosen to live with, maybe rotate them through some type of living arrangement so that they would have an opportunity to spend some time with people who are different on all grounds. That's one thing that I would do. I mean, we're talking about, we're talking about political correctness, but we're also talking about hate speech. I try to structure some environment generally in which students have a chance to talk to each other one-on-one as people. There was a reference earlier to the problem of separation on our campuses, self-segregation as it's sometimes called. Well, that's a reference to the idea that those students whose very presence at the university is compromised by the promulgation of these epithets feel that they must band together for security. We need to change the atmosphere on campus so that students don't believe they need to react that way. We need to be much more affirmative in our effort to bring students together. The only place students come together is on the basketball court, the football field, where we have the most diverse groups of people working together towards a single goal. We need to bring that sports culture to the rest of the university, where people know they have no choice but to live together, to survive together, and to prosper together. So if I were running for president of a university, those would be the sort of things that I would urge that we do, that we intervene affirmatively.
Watch out, you may get one.
Ira Glasser.
Yes, Ira.
Linda, let me ask you something about what you said a little while ago. You decried the transformation of the debate about equality into a debate about censorship.
Yes.
And I could not agree more with that problem. I think it has been a diversion from the underlying problem, as you know. But you said you attributed the cause of that to PCism, which I do to some extent. But what you didn't do, and what I want to ask you is, don't you attribute any of the fault to that to the law professors and the universities that drafted speech codes in the first place? The way the issue came up that first got me talking about censorship and got us into court was because people drafted codes that punished speech that were quite overbroad, and people were thrown out of school for it, and then we had to defend them. That's what transformed it into a censorship debate, and yet you didn't mention that as one of the causative factors.
Well, it's a chicken and egg problem. The hate speech codes are not responsible for intolerance on the university. It is a society in which racism is a fact of life. And so we have hate speech codes as a response, some well-drafted, some not. But we're responding to a larger problem that we have yet to fully address.
But, you know, a university president that I spoke to, the privacy of his office, told me when I said, you know, if all you can do is draft a narrow speech code to deal with the underlying problem of equality, what really are you doing? And you know what he said to me? He said we had to throw the black students a bone.
Well, that's an awful thing to say, and that's too bad. Hate speech codes are only one part, could only be one part of a response. I think it would be better if we didn't have to have them, if presidents of universities took the sort of affirmative approach that I described. I think that we could probably exist without them. And I want to say one more thing, and I am watching the monitor. The other point which was made is that the problems on our campuses and other problems are caused by affirmative action. Affirmative action isn't the problem. The problem is an incomplete development of the principles of Brown, which ought to have provided for an inclusive society in which all people are empowered and not just a few.
Perfect timing. Thank you very much. Kathleen Stimson and Cornell West, please ascend the podiums. And Professor Stimson, you may question Professor West.
Professor West, Mr. West, my friend Cornell.
Brother Cornell. Sister Cat.
Now, Cornell, I'm going to ask you a question, and I would be grateful if you would give me a short answer, because then I'm going to ask a question that's going to give you a chance for a longer answer. Do you agree with my premise throughout this debate that the debate about political correctness, has been a menace and a bore?
I think that it has displaced, I think, the crucial issues. I think the one insight that we can learn from, especially our conservative fellow citizens, is that any form of orthodoxy precludes the kind of public dialogue that we must have. That's the one insight.
Now, let's go on. We as a country desperately need a national conversation about our values, about our good differences, about our bad differences, about our unities. How would you construct that conversation? How would you bring us together to talk about our differences and our unities in a way that avoids false polarizations and idiocies?
I think we'd have to appeal to the best of our traditions, and that for me has to be a radical democratic tradition. Jazz is a great democratic art form in which we actually listen to one another. We enter not by highlighting our identities and constituencies, but as members of constituencies and bearers of identities, we highlight public-mindedness because we're involved in something bigger than us. And like jazz players, we summons from one, not simply reacting, but creatively responding, keeping in mind something that is larger than us. And that is very rare in a highly polarized and balkanized society. And yet there's, of course, millions of fellow citizens who are attempting to do this against the odds.
Say I was very poor. Say I had no access to the media. How would you bring me into the conversation? You have written passionately about the underprivileged, about those without a voice. How would you empower the voiceless?
One would have to be part of a network or be organized. That one of the distinctive features of being disadvantaged in American society is disorganization. It's always ironic to look at the powerful and the wealthy dangling the rugged, ragged, rapacious individualism, but they're the most organized sector of our society. The poor are very disorganized, and hence it's very difficult for them to gain the kind of self-confidence, sense of empowerment, sense of possibility, sense of hope. And so you have to become part of a network, part of an organization. Of course, in the black community, the black church is very important in this regard, but it has no monopoly on providing some possibility for a poor person who seems as if they're dangling, they're rootless, they're drifting, and hence feeling as if they do not make a difference. The worst thing that could happen in a democracy is for citizens to feel as if they don't make a difference. Because once that kind of helplessness sets in, then the rage, the anger, and the fury begins to take the xenophobic channels that we know have unraveled every democracy since the beginning of humankind.
Why don't you now go on the offensive and ask some questions to Ms. Stimson?
Yes. My question would be, though, very similar to the question you asked me, that is to say, given the history of patriarchy in American society, what are the various ways in which one can constitute a genuine conversation, even as one comes to terms with the tragic facts of American past and present relation to patriarchy?
Well, Cornell, to my regret, it's not just patriarchy. That as we look at, I'm not going to sit here and indulge in America bashing, but I think we have to distinguish between America bashing and looking at our sins and crimes. And if our sins and crimes were limited to the patriarchy, we would be better off than we are now. It seems to me there are a couple of things we can do. One is the curriculum. One is what we teach. And if we can teach history, neither is the record of grandeur, nor is the record of folly and sin. But if we can teach history as it is, where we struggle against our follies and sins, and sometimes we succeed, and sometimes we don't. If we can teach complexity from pre-kindergarten on, that would be an advantage. A second thing I think we have to do is this. We have to construct groups where we can come to terms with our hostilities. I teach in a public university. I teach a lot of young white men, and they sometimes have an insufficient place to talk about the threats and fears that they feel. And I think if we're going to make a democracy work, we have to have safe public spaces in which we can talk about our fears, talk about our anxieties, and talk about our hostilities in ways that don't translate it into axe murdering or power games.
A shift, love of gain, the love of wisdom, which in part the university should be about anyways.
Well, not just the universities. If we leave the gaining and getting of wisdom to the universities, we're in trouble.
Transferring credit. Yes.
All our institutions have to engage in that.
Then how then do we account for the predominance of PC talk?
Well, I was asked that question earlier, Cornell.
Yeah.
How do we account for the dominance of PC talk? I gave one answer, which is it became a media feeding frenzy.
But
I
is it
wanna-
just that, though? Is
No,
it
it
deeper?
wasn't
is
just
it
that.
deeper?
Yeah, it wasn't just that, and I'm
Yeah.
so glad you asked me. It was an act
just
of
pushing
friendship
you a
because
bit.
now I can expand.
Yes, exactly.
There was some PC there. There really was. There have been mistakes across the political spectrum. And I'm not going to stand here with 7 people and the moderator looking at me and say that all has been sweetness and light on the campus. What we call PC, an attempt to write speech codes, for example, did happen. It was regrettable, but it did happen. So there was material there to be used. There were stories there to be told. But the real reason, I think, is what I said before. We as a country, in an interdependent world, are wrestling with the most difficult possible social, cultural, psychological, and economic issues. And we're wrestling with them in a time where we have no certain roadmaps. We're wrestling with issues that have a public dimension and a psychological dimension. Sexism, racism, homophobia, all the isms. Those don't disappear by snapping our fingers or changing our laws. So that we are working with very difficult historical and psychological material. And I think everybody wants to avoid it if they can. And the PC debate was a way of talking about it and not talking about it at the same time.
Don't speak about the PC debate in the past tense. We're still going. Thank you very much, both of you. We've now reached the moment for closing arguments, and since Mr. Buckley always gets the last word, since it's his program, it's time for Mark Green to give the closing argument against the resolution.
What do I have, Michael? Depending on the quality of my remarks? Or
Depending on the quality of your remarks,
time?
2.5 minutes or more.
I think it has been shown why the resolution has failed. Both sides agreed with a few exceptions. But any future debates, I think, should be better informed by a sense of proportion. Yes, the University of Connecticut had a code prohibiting inappropriate laughter. And I think I hear some of it right now. Right. And that's just silly and indefensible. But the American Council on Education said that of all the 3,500 campuses in the country, 3% had controversies over curriculum, 4% had controversies over textbooks, and 36% had gender and racial bias incidents. In other words, contrary to Mr. Buckley, but in my objective view consistent with Professor Cornel West, it is 1,000 times worse, 1,000,000 times worse, that half of black children live in poverty, and that some conservative professor allegedly may have not been promoted as quickly as he or she otherwise thought. In other words, think of an Empire State Building and think of a hut, and the debate over political correctness is the hut. Second, we didn't really get into the issue of diversity in curricula, that it's okay to teach W.E.B. Du Bois and Jane Austen both without undermining education. But given the doubling of the percentage of women with children in the workforce, given that East Asia market in 20 years will double that of Europe, given that 75% of America is white, but only 1/3 of the world is white, PC is correct in trying to diversify curricula and the campuses, because that's where the markets are. Just to prove to Bill Buckley that I can be an adherent and advocate of capitalism, because markets speak very loudly. Finally, I really do think Mr. Buckley gave away the store when he said it was okay to suppress speech he doesn't like, called flag burning, but not okay to suppress speech that others here may not like, and he doesn't like, called racial epithets. It was consistent with my opening comment that the issue in PC comes down to whose orthodoxy is gored, and I think Ira Glasser and myself and those of us who take a more even-handed approach of the First Amendment, that is, it protects liberals and conservatives alike, are more right. So, to conclude, I'm amused to see that those whose ideology has so often censured speech, from McCarthy to Helms, those who poisoned the well of liberty, now come before us as water commissioners. The issue is not political correctness so much as it is patriotic correctness, and that chills speech more than anything we've discussed tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Buckley, close for the affirmative team.
Mr. Chairman, I think I've told you like maybe 100 times that the rules of debate are that the affirmative speaker speaks first and last, irrespective of whether his name is Buckley.
But the question is, why is it that the man named Mr. Buckley is always on the affirmative side?
I so will it. Now, what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen, is of course taboo. Now, I happen to believe in taboos. I hope I've never said to a fat woman you're fat, or to a homely girl that she's homely. I believe in taboos on the whole. But we're trying to get to the bottom of the question whether or not the current taboos, which go by the name of political correctness, are actually obstructing avenues of inquiry in which we have a genuine and legitimate interest. I love Professor Botstein's solution to this. You got to make sure if somebody comes in with a point of view of shocking to have somebody else right next to him who contradicts him. This would make for a very interesting library. You can't have Das Kapital without Adam Smith sort of glued on to it. These synthetic solutions sound good, but they don't really work. The fact of the matter is that PC, in fact, continues to govern. 2 days ago, the President of the United States gave a speech about AIDS, how awful it was, which it is. And he gave the instance of two people who he knew had died of AIDS. Were they two women? What if they died of contaminated blood? Because he didn't want to talk about the fact that the primary incidence of AIDS is among homosexuals. By the same token, we have Professor West saying 51.1% of the black people in America are in poverty. Did he say that did he say that the chances of getting poverty is 600% increased if you're illegitimate, and that 62% of black births are illegitimate? No, he didn't say that because it's kind of taboo to mention this. A friend of mine walked into Trinity College last week. He's an urbane gentleman. He's been around. He went to visit his son. There was a huge banner, 20 feet long, floating along the archway coming to the contract. I said, "Homophobia sucks." So he said to a friend of his with the administration, that really isn't the kind of vernacular one expects to see, sort of standing guard over the entrance to a college. He said, "No, that's true, it's not. But if we were to take it down, the red guards of PC would be at us within 5 minutes." So he said, "Well, what if one would put up a thing saying homosexuality sucks?" "Oh my goodness," he said, "you would never get away with that for 5 minutes." Now, I don't think either banner should be floated. And I reach for a formula by which one can take that position without coming out against the First Amendment or being against flag burning, being pro-Mapplethorpe. The sentiments of that kind, if people feel that they've got to express them, otherwise they will simply throttle down with frustration, should be in men's rooms or in the Village Voice, either one. This is the formula that we need to explore, and we need to remind ourselves that taboos can be good, they can be protective, they can be civilized, but they can also hinder inquiries into important questions.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley. Well, there's only one person whose freedom of speech has been constrained for the past couple of hours, and that's me. But I have a couple of seconds left, and besides thanking all our panelists who did an outstanding job, I'd like to make a couple of points. First of all, Claire Fagan, the acting president of the University of Pennsylvania, expressed the hope at the beginning of this debate that the University of Pennsylvania will start to put water buffaloes behind it. I don't know whether that will be successful or not, but I think we all share that hope. Secondly, it's interesting, when I was at the university, it was people on the right who were saying that universities should maintain a higher standard of civility than society at large. And the fact that universities were voluntary associations permitted codes to be imposed on them that would violate First Amendment principles in society at large. That seems to have switched. It's now the left that's saying that, the right that's claiming to be the voice of freedom of expression. You also have the interesting fact that Mr. Buckley, who wrote his book, God and Man at Yale, 40 years ago, we never did find out whether he still believes that academic freedom is a superstition. But we don't have time to find that out. You'll have to come back to the next one. Thank you very much for the audience and to the University of Pennsylvania. Thank you very much.
This program was a Warren Steibel production in association with South Carolina ETV. Funding for this firing line debate was made possible by a grant from the John M. Olin Foundation, Incorporated, the Annenberg Foundation, the Laurel Foundation, and the Pappas Lecture Fund of the University of Pennsylvania. For a video cassette of this 2-hour debate, send $49.50 to Firing Line, 2700 Cypress Street, Columbia, South Carolina, 29205. State the subject of the debate and please allow 3 weeks for delivery.
This is PBS.
For a transcript of this 2-hour debate, send $10 to Firing Line, 2700 Cypress Street, Columbia, South Carolina, 29205. State the subject of the program and please allow 3 weeks for delivery. Funding for this Firing Line debate is made possible by a major grant from the John M. Olin Foundation.
Good evening from Bard College in Annandale-on-Hudson, New York. Welcome to a special Firing Line debate. Our topic tonight is Resolved, the ACLU is full of baloney. Now, it's not my place as moderator to comment on the wording of debate topics. I only work here. It's William F. Buckley's show. But I can't help noting that Mr. Buckley has chosen an awfully vernacular way of stating the issue tonight. Quite out of character. A more Buckleyish way to put it might be, resolved, the ACLU is de trop. Or resolved, the ACLU is highly disagreeable. Or the ACLU is a malefactor. Or maybe, resolved, the ACLU is full of pâté de foie gras. But baloney? I suspect it's a delicacy Mr. Buckley is not too familiar with. The American Civil Liberties Union, of course, sees its job as defending the right of people to be full of baloney or anything else. A recent New York Times article pointed out that liberals and conservatives are switching sides to some extent on freedom of speech. Some liberals applaud the use of criminal statutes against abortion protesters, and other liberals promote speech codes on college campuses. Some conservatives, meanwhile, have taken to wrapping themselves in the First Amendment. They oppose campaign finance reform as a limit on free speech, and they oppose regulation of tobacco advertising for the same reason. Throughout, the ACLU has taken a consistent position in favor of free speech, whatever the political or practical consequences. This often has led to bitter criticism from both left and right. Liberals object to the ACLU's defense of Nazis and Ku Klux Klanners, and conservatives, well, we have 2 hours to hear the conservative complaints tonight. I'm tonight's moderator. My name is Mike Kinsley, and I'm the editor of the online magazine Slate. Now, speaking of free speech, the public broadcasting system has a rule forbidding me to give you the web address of Slate. But if you're smart, you can figure it out, I hope. Meanwhile, let's welcome tonight's debaters. The captain of the affirmative team is William F. Buckley, Jr. Mr. Buckley needs no introduction. He is, of course, the Oscar Mayer Professor of Baloney here at Bard College. No, wait, that's someone else. Actually, I suspect there's more than one Professor of Baloney here at Bard, unless Bard is different from every other college I'm familiar with. But Mr. Buckley happens not to be one of them. He serves his baloney in other forms, as founder of Firing Line, and the National Review, as author of books, columns, and magazines beyond number, and even as a former candidate for public office. Now he lost. The voters like the other guy's baloney better. Lino Graglia is Cross Professor of Law at the University of Texas. The Cross Professor is not a description of his temperament. At least it's not supposed to be, nor is it a religious reference. It's just the name of the fellow who endowed his chair. Last year, Professor Graglia got himself in trouble with some controversial remarks about race. And who came to his defense? The ACLU. Professor Graglia shows his thanks by opposing them in tonight's debate. Bill Donahue is president of the Catholic League for Religious and Civil Rights. He's also an adjunct scholar at the Heritage Foundation. Mr. Donahue is author of 3 books, 2 of them about the ACLU. His first book, published in 1985, was called The Politics of the American Civil Liberties Union. His third book, published in 1994, is called Twilight of Liberty, The Legacy of the ACLU. You just won't let it go, will you, Mr. Donahue? Robert Knight is Director of Cultural Studies at the Family Research Council. According to his published bio, he specializes in cutting-edge social issues including arts funding, sex-related topics in education, same-sex marriage, adoption of children by homosexuals, television sex and violence. It sounds exhausting, and we're delighted to give you a nice, calm topic tonight, Mr. Knight. Mr. Knight also has a new book out called The Age of Consent, The Rise of Relativism and the Corruption of Popular Culture. The captain of the opposing team also needs no introduction to regular firing line viewers. He's the master bologna chef himself, Ira Glasser, executive director of the ACLU. In fairness to the ACLU, however, we must keep distinct and separate in our minds tonight the question of whether the ACLU is full of baloney and whether Mr. Glasser is full of baloney. The ACLU wants to make clear that Mr. Glasser's baloney is entirely his own, though they will defend to the death his right to, etc. Now, executive director may sound like a pretty important job, but Nadine Strawson is president of the ACLU, and I have a terrible feeling that that makes her Ira Glasser's boss. She's nodding yes. So, Ira, you might consider not asserting your First Amendment rights tonight when it looks as if Nadine is trying to assert her First Amendment rights. Can you imagine what ACLU board meetings must be like?
No, you can't.
Leon Botstein is president of Bard College, a job he has held since 1975. Mr. Botstein exercises his First Amendment rights in several mediums and several languages. He's music director of the American Symphony Orchestra, and his most recent book is Jefferson's Children, Education and the Promise of American Culture. Finally, Barry Lynn. He's executive director of Americans United for Separation of Church and State. Before that job, he worked for, who else? The ACLU. Mr. Lynn is a member of the District of Columbia Bar, as well as an ordained minister of the United Church of Christ. A lawyer and a minister, one-stop shopping for people who want to render unto Caesar and render unto God at the same time. So that's the topic, and those are the teams. Your First Amendment right to speak ends the moment I bang my gavel, both teams. And I now call upon Mr. Buckley to propose tonight's resolution. Mr. Buckley.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of Bard College, the formulation for the debate tonight is only narrowly protected by the First Amendment, to judge from the expressed unwillingness of our separated brethren to meet us on this field of combat. The Congress of the United States, H.L. Mencken wrote in the early 20s, quote, is full of baloney. He meant by that full of pretentious nonsense. The ACLU began the year with a broad advertising campaign, quote, we are tired of being seen as an old, unfocused bunch of lefties. A spokesman was quoted. The same article said that the ACLU is most generally identified with free speech, religion, and criminal law. That's true. Free speech defined as the right of deep throat and, who knows, maybe even snuff films to the airways. Freedom of religion defined as forbidding the Ten Commandments to be viewed in a courthouse, or creches or menorahs to be exhibited on public property, and criminal law defined as the right of criminals to escape imprisonment because the arresting officer didn't brush his teeth that morning. I hope, Mr. Chairman, vainly, I suppose, that our guests today are going to spend a whole lot of time on all the commendable things the ACLU has managed to squeeze into its agenda in the decades since its founder, Roger Baldwin, defined himself as, quote, anti-capitalist and revolutionary, and conceded his sympathy for the economic system being worked out in Soviet Russia. That is the blind hog escape, turn a blind hog loose, and it will come back with 2 acorns. The ACLU has wandered this way and that in its hectic drive to make over America, and no one was more adamantly anti-communist than Roger Baldwin became. The reason why it has got the reputation of an unfocused bunch of lefties is that it has earned that reputation. In 1964, the Civil Rights Act pronounced that, quote, no person in the United States shall, on the grounds of race, color, or national origin, be excluded from participation in or be denied the benefits of, or subject to discrimination under any program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. 32 years later, the ACLU opposed the California Initiative, written in virtually identical language, known as Proposition 209. It is now back to its penchant for racial and ethnic quotas. With its $35 million budget, its 60 full-time attorneys, 600 yearly lawsuits, its 2,000 legal volunteers, it is everywhere. The school that said the boys couldn't come in wearing sagging trousers that revealed their underwear faced a lawsuit from the ACLU. The Indiana bar that banned dwarf bowling, that's where dwarfs are strapped to skateboards and pushed headfirst toward a row of bowling pins. The ACLU materializes defending the rights of dwarfs to mutilate themselves. Babies can't be tested for HIV. The Los Angeles high school that denied to a 14-year-old girl the right to decorate her clothes with condom packages ran into the ACLU. Boy Scouts aren't allowed to bar homosexual scoutmasters. High schools don't have the right to test athletes for illegal drug use. We must repeal the ban against women in military combat. Reels the mind. The principal threat to freedom in America is crime, and the ACLU comes up with the attempted ban on capital punishment. The overweening social problem in America is the loss of moral coordinates, and the ACLU tries to clamp down on religion wherever it shows its public face. The need for civilized restraint is met with encouragement to people who want to parade in Skokie with their Nazi banners. The ostensible aims of the ACLU are admirable. It is a national pity that it has now become, to use Sunday-suited language, a bunch of baloney. Now my old friend Ira Glasser will don his alchemical gloves and do his best. Here's ireful Ira. Watch out for him. Thank you.
Ira Glasser to oppose the motion.
Well, Bill, you warned me not to list what is commendable about the ACLU, because you know as well as I do that there's so much more of it than the nonsense you were describing. The ACLU has been attacked and praised since we began in 1920, and tonight you'll hear some of the attacks and you'll get to consider their source. But the ACLU has also been praised by some pretty prominent people and pretty impressive people. No fewer than 5 different presidents, while they held office, have said things about the ACLU like, quote, all fair-minded Americans stand in the ACLU's debt. Quote, the ACLU has been in the forefront of every move to defend American freedoms. Quote, the ACLU's role is indispensable. Quote, the ACLU's integrity is beyond question. All that from former presidents of this country. And a former Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court said, quote, it is difficult to appreciate how far our freedoms might have been ended had it not been for the ACLU. And no less a leftist radical than General Douglas MacArthur said, praising the ACLU's founder, whom Mr. Buckley has so mischaracterized, praising the ACLU's founder as, quote, one of the architects of our cherished way of life, unquote. That continues today. We've been praised by conservative Republicans like Senator Mitch McConnell of Kentucky, by liberal Democrats like Representative Cynthia McKinney of Georgia, and we've been thanked by all kinds of Americans for representing them in their attempt to defend their own rights. We've been thanked by African Americans because of our work on behalf of voting rights. We've been thanked by Japanese Americans whose rights not to be incarcerated during World War II because of their ethnic origin, we defended. We have been thanked by Oliver North, whose Fifth Amendment rights we defended, to the consternation of many of our members. We have even been thanked by William F. Buckley, Jr., whose First Amendment rights we defended some years ago, and by his brother, James Buckley, because there's a little sibling rivalry there, whom we represented in a famous Supreme Court case. Now, why do all these different kinds of people praise us and thank us? It's because the ACLU was founded in 1920 and for nearly 80 years since has steadfastly been for one purpose, to defend individual rights and American freedoms, to do so regardless of your creed, your color, your religion, your politics, your sex. Since 1920, we have probably made a few mistakes. Who hasn't? I dare say the National Review has, the Catholic Church has. My God, even Bill Buckley may have made a mistake or two, and he will soon make some again if you listen closely. But it is fair to say that the ACLU has been chiefly responsible for most of the rights that you wake up with and take for granted every morning. But the fight for rights is always controversial, and so we are frequently attacked. Tonight, you'll get to hear some of that. And you may also get to learn why the ACLU defends even the right of William F. Buckley, Jr. to say so many wrong and foolish things.
Professor Grolier and Ms. Dawson. And Professor Grolier will make an opening statement.
In my view, the ACLU is worse than full of baloney. It is subversive. It is subversive of community values, traditional values, and of the social order. On every public policy issue, it consistently takes the most extreme left-wing position there is, a position that usually strikes most people as senseless. For example, on pornography, it opposes all restrictions on distribution, including child pornography. It thinks that free speech includes flag burning, nude dancing, blocking public bridges, obscene bumper stickers. It consistently argues for greater protection for the criminally accused, never any concern for the victims of crime. It favors busing for school racial balance, although it destroys our school systems. It's argued for it for 20 years across the country. It favors racial preferences in employment, contracting, college admissions, although it just divides America on racial grounds. It opposes drug testing, even for policemen, firemen, pilots, railroad engineers. Opposes AIDS testing, favors gay marriage. Opposes teaching monogamy and heterosexuality as doctrines based on religious ideas. It opposes the use of metal detectors, trying to keep guns out of schools, and even use of metal detectors in airports. It opposes prayer in the schools, every form of school voucher. In short, it takes the position inconsistent with social order, social harmony, social peace on every issue.
Thank you, Professor Grolier. Ms. Strawson.
The ACLU's mission is unique and critically important to defend all fundamental freedoms for all people in this country. We pursue this broad mission because we've learned through experience that all rights are indivisible, that if the government is ever ceded the power to violate one right of one person or group, then no right is safe for any person or group. The January issue of the Smithsonian Magazine contained an article entitled "The ACLU Defends Everybody." This article calls our organization, quote, "the most potent legal organization in America, whose story is virtually a highlight reel of 20th century legal history." Now, I'm very proud of the ACLU's historic role in landmark cases that chart new constitutional law, Reno versus ACLU, defending free speech online being a recent example. I'm also very proud of the ACLU's consistent role in standing up for rights of even the most controversial and unpopular individuals and groups. But I am especially proud of the ACLU's role in cases that most of us never hear about because they involve no path-breaking legal issues and no controversial clients. Instead, in these cases, which are the backbone of our work, we simply defend the established rights of ordinary, unsung individuals against local government officials. All over the country, each year, hundreds of thousands of the ordinary Americans that Mr. Graglia said despise the ACLU have no hesitation picking up the phone to call us when they feel that their rights are violated. And our clients represent a complete cross-section of America in every respect, including political beliefs and religious beliefs. I can't think of a higher compliment that so many and so varied people could pay to the quality and neutrality of our work in trusting us to defend their precious liberties.
Thank you, Ms. Strawson. Professor Graglia will now question Ms. Strawson.
Nadine, do you think that you are protecting a special liberty or precious liberty when you protect, for example, the distributors of child pornography from having any restrictions on the distribution?
We certainly do not defend the rights of child pornographers. If you would read our policy on that issue, you will see that the ACLU has always supported protecting actual children from exploitation which occurs when they're used in sexually oriented
That wasn't my question, but you do protest controls on the distribution of pornographic materials. Without which such controls, the attempt to stop child pornography is just futile.
Actually, that's not true. Let me point out that we support strong enforcement of the criminal law against anybody who is involved in the process of production and creation and distribution. And thanks to that kind of law enforcement, by the way, the distribution of child pornography in this country, according to law enforcement officials themselves, has virtually disappeared. What we strongly oppose is this newfangled concept of child pornography that extends the concept even to productions that do not involve the use of any actual children, but simply says that using a young-looking adult or a computer-morphed image or a drawing completely from the imagination is now going to be illegal. Therefore, under this zeal to supposedly protect against child pornography, classic films such as Lolita are not being allowed to be distributed in this country.
Do you think, Nadine, that you're protecting precious civil rights when you told, for example, the Detroit School Board, which has a hardly imaginable problem with guns and drugs and trying to keep order, they institute locker searches in attempt to control drugs. They institute metal detectors for guns. The ACLU comes in and protests and sues or threatens sues to prevent the use of metal detectors. The ACLU protests the use of visiting teachers in private schools and religious schools to provide instruction, required that they be taught in vans outside the school until the Supreme Court recently overruled that. Is that protecting precious rights?
Absolutely. And first of all, in every single situation, you have to look beyond the facts directly involved to the underlying principle. For example, Mr. Buckley mentioned some example of a T-shirt that had a message or some school outfits that he disliked, but the underlying principle allows students to wear whatever is consistent with their own beliefs. For example, in California, we recently successfully defended the right of a teenage girl to wear to school a T-shirt saying, "Real women love Jesus." Now, I think the underlying principle is the same regardless of what your message is. And I could also point out, Lino, that as you know I always do, that all of our positions are not only consistent with individual freedom, but are also consistent with advancing public policy goals. Metal detectors in the schools. Have you ever talked to any teachers or kids who go to public schools? They can tell you, not to mention law enforcement who work there, they can tell you how completely ineffective these techniques are. Every kid can tell you 25 ways to smuggle some metal past those detectors. In fact,
my public school daughter still thinks that it's highly valuable to have there, that it can be evaded and still guns get in is true, but nonetheless she very much favors all attempts to prevent drugs and guns which the ACLU fights and has to be overcome at every step of the way.
You know what? The actual principle that we're defending is in the Fourth Amendment, you know it as well as I do, that the government may engage in searches and seizures, but only if there is probable cause to believe that a particular person has violated
Nadine,
the law.
that's exactly the problem.
And in fact, that is what works. Law enforcement officials will tell you they are able to detect people who are acting in a suspicious manner, people who are actually posing a threat to public safety. That is a more effective as well as a more principled way to protect our safety.
Nadine, were you helping those school children in Detroit, nearly all black, when you prohibited teachers from coming into the schools to provide special instruction and required that instruction be given in vans outside the schools?
You're leaving out a very important fact, which is government funding through our taxpayer dollars going into parochial schools. If there is one principle in the First Amendment that has been sacrosanct in separation of church and state, is that taxpayers should not be compelled to finance religious institutions, including religious education.
Ms. Dawson, you can now question Professor Graglia.
Mr. Graglia, I'd like to ask you, since you've accused the ACLU of being a radical liberal organization and violating traditional values, isn't the idea of keeping government limited, keeping it off the backs of the people, a classic conservative position? And doesn't conservatism consist of conserving the fundamental values on which this country was founded, such as individual liberty and inherent human rights? After all, the Declaration of Independence declared that we all have certain unalienable rights and that governments are instituted to secure these rights. So isn't the ACLU correct when one of our membership pamphlets invites people to join the most conservative organization in America?
No, the ACLU certainly is not. There could not be a greater parody than to say, I accuse the ACLU of being liberal. ACLU is the epitome of liberal. It is the ultimate left-wing organization in the country. It is the #1 left-wing litigator in the Supreme Court. And it litigates only, exclusively, for the left-wing position. Pro-abortion rights, against prayer in the schools, for more protections for the criminally accused. You name the left-wing liberal position, that's the position of the ACLU. And then it says, you accuse us of being liberal?
Mr. Graglia, I defend your right to engage in rhetorical hyperbole, but only exclusively for the left-wing position? Then why do we part company from so many liberals on so many of their pet issues? For example, why do we defend free speech for conservatives, such as your team captain, Mr. Buckley? Why do we support free speech for commercial advertising, including for products that many liberals consider dangerous or evil, such as tobacco and alcohol? Why do we oppose limits on contributions and expenditures for political campaigns, joined with many conservative Republicans? Why do we oppose hate speech codes on college campuses, defend free speech rights for anti-abortion protesters, reject radical feminist calls for censoring pornography that is supposedly degrading to women? And last but not least, why did we recently defend your free speech rights to criticize affirmative action and its beneficiaries? When we are only exclusively for the left wing, does that place you and Mr. Buckley in the left wing?
Proving there is no organization so bad that it doesn't occasionally do something good. A stopped clock tells time right twice a day. The ACLU is indeed to be commended for its position in defense of speech, which unfortunately, and when speech needs defense, it defends it. Unfortunately, it defends what it considers speech when it's not speech and and does not need defense in many issues like nude dancing, flag burning, walking on flags, blocking traffic. Most people don't think this is free speech. The ACLU takes a very good basic idea, the importance of free speech, and indeed more generally the importance of individual rights, and carries them to extremes in the attempt to reach some kind of a one principle absolute view of the world carries them to extremes that most sensible people simply reject.
And
It is not the case that the ACLU opposes consistently greater government action. The ACLU fosters government action. For example,
I never
when it supports...
claimed that we consistently favor limits on government action, but I want to bring you back to this extravagant statement that, aside from the many examples I reeled off in my limited time that you say are supposedly exceptions, we will get back to that. I'd like to ask what should I say to the liberal friends who criticize me for defending your free speech rights, or who a generation ago criticized the NYCLU for defending the National Review's and Mr. Buckley's free speech rights? They say this is taking a good idea to an extreme. How should I respond to them?
You should respond that defending the right to make dispensable statements on campus is extremely defensible, that we live in a society today where political correctness ideas coming from the left have so overwhelmed campuses as to make them the most speech-restricted places in the country.
And so, Mr.
And when the
Grolier,
ACLU says that it defends basic rights to make defensible statements, it is doing the right thing. When it goes from that to saying that flag burning and nude dancing are speech, it is not doing the right thing.
Mr. Grolier, I take it then that you would agree with the proposition that whatever speech is deemed to be politically incorrect in a particular time or a particular setting is something that the ACLU should defend.
Defend whatever is politically incorrect.
Politically, we defend the right to...
I believe the ACLU should...
no matter how unpopular the position is, it should be defended. Well,
I agree.
I'm glad you agree with our core principle.
Certainly the popularity of the position should not be the criterion.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you both. Mr. Donahue. Your opportunity to make an opening statement.
Thank you very much. I've had a number of problems with the ACLU over the years, one of which is that they take the position that rights alone liberate. The position that I'm taking is that you must have civil liberties in a free society, but you've got to balance that with a modicum of restraint. You have to have some degree of community, some degree of civility. If you want to understand something about the ACLU, go back to the founding period. Roger Baldwin, I got a chance to meet the man, I actually got to like him. But let's take a look at where he stood and where the ACLU was going. Baldwin was both a socialist and a nudist, and I don't think that's irrelevant. As a socialist, it gave us some understanding of his concept of the social order, particularly his fondness for statism. This is a man who in 1924 wrote a glowing book about the repression of the Soviet Union, and in 1927 wrote a book, Liberty Under the Soviets, justifying repressions in the Soviet Union. The penchant for the encroachment of the state onto the mediating institutions of our society was picked up in the 1960s when Ira Glasser and Ira Nair came up with their enclave theory of law. And here what they were saying is that there shouldn't be a nook or cranny in American society where the state shouldn't penetrate. That's their idea. My idea of freedom is that you have to allow for some degree of authority lodged in the social, namely by the teachers, by the parents, by the clergy, and by those in private voluntary associations. ACLU, however, if you have a private college, such as Grove City, if they find out that 3 dimes went to Grove City College, they're going to say, bring in the state. Same is true with the Boy Scouts of America and other allegedly private organizations.
Thank you, Mr. Donahue. Barry Lynn.
Yes, Mr. Donahue, in spite of the objections of people on your side of this debate, the truth of the matter is that the ACLU has an extraordinarily good record of winning cases, particularly in federal courts. Now, do you think that that is because, A, the American Civil Liberties Union really does understand what the Constitution means, or B, is it because the ACLU and fellow travelers like myself and the vast majority of federal judges, most of whom have been appointed by either Ronald Reagan or George Bush, are all part of some vast left-wing conspiracy to subvert the Constitution? It seems to me it's got to be one or the other.
Well, unlike Hillary, I don't believe in conspiracies, and what we're talking about here is very much out on the table. Now, the ACLU, let's make it clear, has done an extraordinarily good job in making certain that the prominent law schools in this country have ACLU chapters. Certainly the ideological understanding of most college professors, certainly in the law schools in the area of constitutional law, tends to coincide very much with the ACLU. You have people like Ramona Ripston out in Southern California, runs the affiliate there, a little bit to the left of center of you people here, and her husband is also a sitting judge. So no, I will grant you that there are people in this country who constitute an elite,
a cultural elite who have adopted very much of the ACLU's
And so
understandings.
many of them have adopted this that they then immediately become Republicans and then Republican appointees to the federal bench.
Well, I'm not
a little bit unclear about where this conspiracy stops, because everything you've just said strikes me remarkably like conspiratorial
the ACLU
thinking.
makes a very good job when it comes down to people like Clarence Thomas making certain he doesn't get on the bench, so they've been very political on that. Matter of fact, they broke some of their own policies over the years in making these exceptions. If you take a look at the ACLU's position, they don't get involved in when it comes to appointing a judge, but they've made a few exceptions over the years, no question about it.
Mr. Donahue, you should just know, among your other misstatements, that we took no position at all on Clarence Thomas's candidacy, and that when you say we did, you are not studying history, you are inventing it.
No, I can show you your actual words on this, Mr. Glass. This has been so many times before.
Produce them.
We've been through this. No, it's not what I say, it's what the ACLU says.
Yeah, well, the board resolution was that we would take no position. I drafted it, they passed it. You are wrong.
And Justice Thomas thanked me personally for it, so he has a different view from you. But speaking of Justice Thomas, he, along with others who can hardly be accused of closet liberalism or having been the leading light of non-existent law school ACLU chapters, are among others who have voted with us in our recent cases. How, for example, Mr. Graglia attacked the decisions that flag burning is protected speech. That wasn't just the ACLU's idea. It wasn't just supported by Justices Brennan and Marshall. It was also supported by Justices Scalia and Rehnquist. Likewise, with respect to striking down the Colorado Anti-Gay Rights Amendment, that was a decision we won 7-2, with the leading opinion being written by another leading conservative Republican on the court, Justice Kennedy.
And you lost 8-0 on child pornography, and you misrepresented your own position before. 1982, check it out, Ms. Strawson, ACLU went into court in the Supreme Court, Ferber versus New York, representing the sale and distribution of child pornography. For you to deny it, it's really,
Mr. Donahue,
it's rather amazing. It's a matter of the historical record.
I hold no candle to you in terms of distortion. Let me tell you the actual facts there. What we argued in coalition with such pornographic, pedophilic groups as the American Library Association and the American Booksellers Association was that the definition of child pornography under the New York law, which, by the way, the highest court in New York had found unconstitutional based on our arguments,
but you lost 8-0,
was
didn't
so
you?
broad that it extended to sex education books, to anthropological books, to books of great value that had any depiction of nudity.
But you lost 8-0. You couldn't find one Supreme Court justice to agree.
Agreed with us that as written, it was overbroad. It said, however, we have faith in those officials who are enforcing it, that they will construe
back in 1982,
more
you
narrowly.
said that if child pornography was not legal in this country, there'd be a slippery slope.
And there
you have evidence now that we are less free because we banned it?
Has been. The tin drum has been banned in Oklahoma. Lolita is not being distributed in this country, and I don't think most people consider that to be hardcore.
If the ACLU is really part of a liberal conspiracy, how do you explain its unpopular position on campaign financing, where it's really defending the freedom of the marketplace in our political process against liberal advice? Because they believe that by restricting money, you would be restricting free speech. How do you explain that position?
There's nothing, first of all, conspiratorial about the ACLU. There's nothing latent. That's what a conspiracy is. This is very much out in the open. When Roger Baldwin founded the organization, he said, I will occasionally represent the rights of, quote, reactionaries to make the working class liberties more hospitable, to open up the environment.
Sounds
yes,
paranoid,
you can take
not
the example. I'm
conspiratorial.
waiting to hear about Oliver North any minute now, because your little amicus brief there. The fact of the matter is, overwhelmingly, the ACLU comes down on the side of the liberal left. But that's not my particular concern here, sir. It is with the statist philosophy, where you take a private voluntary organization which doesn't get a dime from this country in terms of the federal state monies, like the Boy Scouts, and you sit and judge them. Or the workplace, the private workplace. The Constitution, everybody here in this room knows, does not apply to the private workplace. What does the ACLU do? It says that to the termination at will, the idea of hiring and firing, is an unfortunate anachronism, an embarrassing relic. Since when does the Constitution apply to the private
If you're so in favor of liberty...
No, I'm sorry, Ms. Strawson. Thank you, Mr. Donahue. Thank you. Professor Botstein.
At the heart of the issue, as we've just heard, is really not the ACLU. I'm not a member of the ACLU. I'm not a lawyer. So I'm not defending an organization, but I'm defending the ACLU because if it didn't exist, we'd have to invent it. What really is at stake here is what Mr. Buckley called the moral coordinates. What our opponents are worried about is sex, drugs, deviance, crime, the messy results of freedom. And they want to find some way to solve this problem. They don't like society as it is now, and they forget that if there is freedom, it is difficult. Not only is it messy, if in fact you have freedom, you...
I got an idea. Okay. All right. I'm not going to use the gavel, but I would like to ask the. Let's take 30 seconds and explicate that, Ms. Strawson. Was that?
It
How
was
did,
not.
how did, what is the? How does
Because they
ACLU
disrupted, they made it impossible to hear Mr. Botstein. It should be, of course, defensible for those students to convey their point of view, but they should not do it in a way that prevents us from hearing him.
Okay, go ahead.
No matter how unpleasant, the right to speak is fundamental. And the right to speak, no matter the context. And however difficult freedom is, even personally hurtful, even if it's unfair, even if the result is distortive, whatever the facts of it are, we live in a society where the right to express oneself and to do so without restriction and without fear is terribly important. If we are concerned about the moral compass of society, and I don't want to spend too much time since my time has partially been taken up, I do want to say the way to restore what people think ought to be the fundamental values.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a factual question. Do you intend, just as a factual matter, do you intend to keep this up so that this and how long are your demands? Hey, hold on. Let me see a. Excuse me, you're not going to... No, hold on. How long will it take to read your demands? Do you have demands? I asked you...
I would like to ask on behalf of everyone here that I am perfectly willing to meet with you after this is over so that everyone here is not inconvenienced in a public way.
Now look, you don't give orders. We're asking you how long will it take you to read your demands? Does one of you have an answer to that question? What was the question? How long will it take you to read your demands? experience with Leon Botstein for about 15 years, and I think there is not enough time for Leon to agree to anything. So how many demands do you have? Okay, let me see. Bring me up a quick copy. All right, should I read them? All right, and then that's it. Then we're going on with our debate.
Is he going to agree to them, or what? There needs to be some kind of a, we want some kind of a...
Yeah, that's fine,
we
but
want scholarships for students of color outside of HIAP. We want affirmative action for students of color at this school, and there is none. We want a student-appointed Dean of Multicultural Affairs, and we want permanent MES Multi-Ethnic Studies and African and African Diasporic Studies professors.
Thank you very much. Would someone in the affirmative team like to question Dr. Botstein?
Yes, I'd like to raise a question.
Wait a minute, I was supposed to, Dr. Botstein hardly finished his statement. Don't you think you should give him another minute or two?
You want to?
I think.
Well, all I heard, you barely got beyond saying that what the opponents of the ACLU are really complaining about is they don't like our society, and it strikes me that the opposite of that. Yep.
Look, I do think you're not winning any friends in this audience or in the audience on TV if this makes it on TV, which I sincerely doubt. Wait a minute.
We're not saying anything about kicking you out.
Do not disrupt the event.
It seems to me you're the ones who are hypocritical. Does everyone in this audience have the right to disrupt this debate to have their demands met? Well, you know, let me say, there's nothing we can do to prevent you from wrecking this debate, but you're not exercising civil liberties in doing so. You're behaving like Stalin.
We would ask you to
And I'm sure, as beneficiaries of a Bard college education, you know what a Stalinist is. It's not a compliment.
And I would just like to be clear that I'll give a little law professor lecture here. We're talking about a content-neutral time, place, and manner restriction on speech. This is not the right place or the right time to air a different debate. In fact, I'm sorry, when you have your meeting, we are not going to disrupt it. I promise you that. I wish you would show us the same courtesy and respect.
If we can continue, I'd like to ask, mightn't you think, Dr. Botstein, that this performance reflects what the ACLU has done to this country? That is,
No,
I would say-
our objection to the ACLU is not that conservatives are unhappy with the country. On the contrary, we are indeed happy with the country. Think it's the greatest in its political and economic systems, contrary to many of the statements of the ACLU. We think that the danger of the ACLU is that it carries the belief in individual rights to fantastic extremes. And it denounces any requirements of responsibility, of community, of social needs. And it is that kind of milieu that makes young students think that this kind of performance is permissible, indeed commendable.
It is. The question is not whether the disruption of speech is commendable. It is permissible. How we deal with it is very crucial. It seems to me that the obligation to deal with it is to try to teach.
Listen up, guys. I got something you'll
that
all like.
when in fact you cross the border between free speech and exchange and disagreement and compromise, or the inability to compromise, or a principled position, and people feel they can't tolerate any move away that principled position, that those kinds of disagreements, that when people disrupt or make speech impossible or intrude, the way to solve it is not to restrict the right of freedom. That is to say, it is as silly as saying, in my view, that because there are people who break the law, or criminals, that in a way the rights of the people who don't should be restricted. It seems to me that the problem of freedom is precisely that it creates extremes, things we don't expect, and we have to find other ways to deal with them other than restricting those rights, which is why an organization like the ACLU has been so unpopular for all sides, unpopular left, right, and center.
Would you admit we need crime control? That when crimes take place, you do need crime control. You do need punishments, and that's what's absent and lacking here. It is not enough to just speak. You must be able, when people are willing to disobey the law and disrupt, that there be some sanction.
Yes, but it's different, it seems to me, by case by case. In a general rule, punishment is not always the best means to teach. Punishment is not necessarily the first thing we reach for. When we're angry or we're hurt, it may not be that seeking revenge through punishment is the way to correct the matter. Teaching is the act, and that's what this institution is committed to, of an act of the exchange of ideas and the attempt to hear people out, to teach something, behavior, if you will. It may be ideas, whatever it is, but it has to do with a lot of patience and the absence of violence. Punishment usually involves violence.
Thank you, Dr. Bob. Can I ask you a question? No, you're about to...
I've been up here too long already.
Mr. Knight and Mr. Lynn. Mr. Knight. It's your opportunity to make an opening statement.
Now, I would have renamed this debate like some other people would have. I wouldn't have said the ACLU is full of baloney. I would have said the ACLU is a bully. Parents all over this country have experienced the wrath of the ACLU every time they try to rise and protect their children from exposure to hardcore pornography, from explicit graphic portrayals of sex in the classroom, to drug needle giveaways in which the ACLU would like to fund. Yeah, that's it. That's it. There's the government funding the use of something that's going to destroy a human being, and you're applauding. It's the government saying, go to hell and we'll pay for it. I don't think that's a compassionate thing to do. I think the ACLU ought to be ashamed of itself for facilitating someone's destruction. ACLU has done that in many areas. They've opposed every reasonable restraint on behavior that could be raised for a raging epidemic that is called AIDS. They're against screening blood donations in San Francisco that got the AIDS epidemic off the ground. They've been against the most time-tested, obvious, reasonable medical procedures such as partner tracing and early diagnosis. AIDS is the first politically protected virus in history, and it has taken an enormous toll. You ask who the victims are of this freedom that we've been told about. Well, maybe over 300,000 people dying of AIDS. They should have been told the truth about the risks. and they should have been afforded the best possible medical prevention, and they weren't, partly thanks to the ACLU.
Thank you, Mr. Knight.
Thank you. It was just one day after George Bush criticized Michael Dukakis during the 1988 presidential race for being a card-carrying member of the ACLU that Mr. Dukakis, not to his credit, issued a lengthy recusal from those ACLU policies with which he disagreed, but without at the same time issuing a substantially longer statement about all those many policies with which he did agree. See, when the full history of the 20th century is written, I don't think it's likely that observers will say, you know, the problem with that century was that there were too many people who stood on principle. I suspect they'll say there were far too few who stood on principle. When it comes to articulating a coherent and a comprehensive view of individual freedom, it will be the American Civil Liberties Union and its leaders and its supporters all the way from Maine to Hawaii who will be standing up and be recognized precisely because they stood up for the rights of everyone. The ACLU does not create rights. It just, with remarkable success, asks that courts recognize the political and the moral basis of our Constitution, which always was intended to preserve the rights of we, the people of the United States, just what the Constitution's preamble says. Moreover, the ACLU will be recognized for its extraordinary capacity to stay the course. It may have been that lonely voice during World War II when it challenged the internment of Japanese Americans, but it was still there 46 years later when Congress issued, finally, that apology and financial compensation that was so richly deserved.
Thank you, Mr. Lynn. Mr. Knight, you can question Mr. Lynn.
Mr. Lynn, this is policy 4G of the ACLU. The ACLU views the use of children in the production of visual depictions of sexually explicit conduct as a violation of children's rights when such use is highly likely to cause A, substantial physical harm, or B, substantial and continuing emotional or psychological harm. The way I read this, if it isn't highly likely, it's okay to use children in sexually explicit productions, or if you don't think it's substantially harmful to them. Can you tell me what form of child pornography that you would find suitable and okay for children?
Well, as a matter of fact, once again, and I'm not going to do a Michael Dukakis, but I am going to say that the record of the ACLU would show that this is one of the few positions of the ACLU with which I happen to disagree and believe that there are ways that we could use within the Constitution and in the protection of privacy to protect the rights of children. But what I am here to say is that the vast majority of the positions of this organization, whether they refer to gender or to race discrimination or to the guarantee that all Americans have a right of privacy against the power of government, that this is the organization that is going to stand up all of the time, not some of the time, not thinking about it. It will do it. The ACLU, Bob, is not full of baloney. What it is full of is passion, it's full of commitment, it's full of principle, it's full of one thing, and that is the premise that if you don't have someone preserving and protecting individual rights, then there'll be an overriding, overarching power of government always ready to take it away. If they're guilty of that, they are, and I hope they're not offended by it, because they ought to be guilty of a commitment to principle. The fact that every member of the ACLU doesn't agree with every policy is hardly an issue.
Boy Scouts of America have been under severe legal attack, thanks to the ACLU, all over this country. And why have they been under attack? For defending their most deeply held moral values. They're a private organization that has done an awful lot of good helping boys become men, setting them morally straight. And the ACLU is attacking the Boy Scouts, saying, you must accept our values. You must accept homosexuals as scoutmasters. You can't force people to say the Scout Oath, even though it's a voluntary situation. And you've got to let girls in, even though it's the Boy Scouts, and there is an organization called the Girl Scouts. Where's the freedom of the Boy Scouts to be the Scouts?
Well, the freedom of the Boy Scouts...
If gays want to get into the Boy Scouts, can't they start the Gay Scouts in San Francisco? You know, I don't...
Bob Knight.
I don't see.
Bob Knight.
Let's be clear who the aggressors are. I don't see the Boy Scouts storming San Francisco and demanding the gay rights groups
here somewhere. Question
to live by their values.
Okay, here's the truth of the matter is the Boy Scouts of America are in many places a private organization and operate as such. In many other places they receive government facilities, they operate in government facilities. They are meeting in the very places that you and I pay for. And sometimes the you and I includes people who are gay. And to make this ridiculous argument that there's no legal issue when the Boy Scouts receive substantial support from government sources for its work is absurd. But it's another good example of how homophobia in America has done away with reason and reasoned understanding of what are essentially constitutional rights.
You know, if very quickly, we're running short of time.
You know, if you're so interested in reason, why don't you lay off the name calling? Because homophobia is a way to shut down dissent on that issue. It's a way to say you cannot possibly disagree with any aspect of the gay rights agenda, or we're going to call you bad names.
Well,
so aren't we beyond that?
That was simply a description. You know,
you can call me homophobic all you want.
What Mr. Knight wants is for government to do the things that he believes are right. H.L. Mencken, who I like also, said once, the kind of man who demands that government enforce his ideas is always the kind whose ideas are idiotic. And I think that Mr. Knight and many members of the religious right share that view of government.
Mr. Lynn, you can ask some questions of Mr.
All right, I would like to ask this. I had an opportunity to read a number of your articles when I was trapped in thunderstorms last night coming up here. Now here's one that says we should free Big Bird, not subsidize Sesame Street through the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Here's an article that claims that members of the Supreme Court, the majority, are terrorists because they didn't do the right thing by a decision that you made. And this is my favorite one. You can explain them all at once if you want. This is a federally demonstrated study of fruit flies, which Mr. Knight believes proves that homosexuality is learned and not genetic. Now, if you've got these kind of ideas, what right do you have to criticize a few policies of the ACLU for being extreme? I mean, aren't these a little, shall we say, out of the mainstream?
Yeah, the way you portrayed them. Well, let's start with the fruit fly study. That was published, touted highly in a double spread in Time magazine as proof that homosexuality is genetic. All I did was get a hold of the study, look at it, and see that it proved exactly the opposite. There was no genetic component to the study at all. By the way, that's the case for all those genetic studies. They're done by gay activists. You can drive a truck through them. Simon LeVay is a gay activist. He's done most of the studies. And Dean Hamer, who did the twin study, has also said there will never, never, never be a genetic test for homosexuality because the environment plays such a key role in formation.
Let me ask, because people don't see me buying this, but let me, you said that the Supreme Court were judicial terrorists because they disagreed with a decision that restricted the right of gay people in the state of Colorado to organize politically. But here's my broader question,
They've struck down the rule of law in Colorado.
My bigger question.
They struck down self-government in
Why
Colorado.
is it that you and your friends on the religious right, of which I'm sure you're proud to be a part, insist on turning to government all the time for the solutions to what are essentially moral questions? You know, I've never criticized you for going out in the marketplace and making the kinds of arguments you're making today. Have you lost faith in your own ability at moral suasion? Is that why you turn to state legislatures and to Congress time and again to rebut the rights of individuals?
Yeah, I think children ought to be protected from hardcore pornographers of the type that you shield and the ACLU constantly protects.
That's a major part of their agenda and budget.
You yourself have testified against every possible way to restrain the pornography market.
I think the only one I testified against, as a matter of fact, again, was a piece of legislation that was passed by Congress, declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court with a rather eloquent statement from Justice Clarence Thomas.
But you also testified before the Mies Pornography Commission. And you said that no pornography should be restrained in any way. I mean, you have the extreme position here. This is not what most Americans want. They don't want open pornography everywhere in their face. And the most reasonable restraints.
Mr. Knight,
you guys have been against even covering up Playboy magazine in a market. You know,
I see. The
you
problem
take your
with this is
five-year-old in there to see it.
if you cover up Playboy magazine, of course, even more graphic Cosmopolitan, I'm sure you'd want to cover that up too. Here's my problem. I don't want to thrust it in the face of America, but I don't know why your organization has supported a complete ban, even on the sale of Playboy magazine on military bases. You would think that the people in this country, the men and women who choose to defend it, would at least be able to appreciate and to exercise their rights to read material that has never been declared obscene, wouldn't you?
You're worried about sexual harassment in the military, case after case, where we're having problems with sexual misconduct. You want to flood the bases with pornography. That's real smart.
Thank you both.
That's great.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Thank you, Mr. Lynn. Mr. Buckley.
Mr. Buckley, you've made your reputation on defending the rights of Americans to be free from an overweening government. You and many conservatives have talked about how important it is to get governments off the backs of the American people. I find it odd that such a respected conservative as yourself would want to keep the government in the lives of Americans. Yes, it is. You want to put the government in our bedrooms to monitor our private sexual conduct. You want to put the government in our living rooms to monitor what we see and what we read and what we choose to let our children see and read. How can a conservative defend that kind of government intrusion?
Okay, all right, both of you. The question is, what about all
this comment? Mr. Lynn just said, we believe in the market. Let people decide what they want. And then that's okay. They did exactly that in Colorado, and the Supreme Court struck it down. In Roma versus Evans, the people of Colorado said, we don't believe that the homosexuals should be a special group, in the sense that women are a special group, children are a special group. That seemed entirely plausible. It was overwhelmingly back in the marketplace. What happens? It's knocked down the Supreme Court with the aid of the ACLU. And now he actually boasts of it, having just 5 seconds ago told us how he's in favor of market solutions to these questions.
Isn't the important thing about the Bill of Rights, and in fact the whole constitutional system we have, that it protects the minority against this extraordinary and easy power of the majority to inflame, as Mr. Knight and you have very successfully
The answer is to your question, that's part of it. The other part is the affirmation of the majority. The majority has certain rights. We decided Mr. Clinton should go to the White House, so he's there. The minority has a right to protest it. But you simply are constructing an entire cathedral around the rights of minority, completely ignoring such majorities as believe, for instance, in prayer in public schools, offensive as that may be to some of you.
But when you look,
those
let me
rights
just go back in
ignored.
history a little bit. The ACLU, of course, some of its prominent cases in the 1930s involved the so-called Scottsboro Boys, 8 African Americans falsely accused of the rape of a white woman. In that instance, the law in the state prohibited African Americans from choosing on jury. That was in fact the majority will, but is that all right?
You can tell us that Jim Crow existed? We know that. I think most people know that.
But most people didn't do anything about it.
You couldn't serve on the jury if you were black. You couldn't vote if you were black. It was
people like you, Bill, talked about how important it was to maintain local government control, even if it meant maintaining Jim Crow laws.
The answer is yes. On the whole, it's better not to have civil wars. If we had compromised on the subject of slavery, we might have gone 10 years, eliminated slavery without going to civil war. There's never a situation in which, to judge from these people here, in which confrontation is automatically recommended. Didn't we just see that?
We weren't talking about civil wars.
The evolution in the South was...
You were talking about, at that time, in the pages of National Review, opposing federal intervention into the South in order to trump local laws, even if it meant maintaining Jim Crow laws. The same position you now take in Colorado and say it's not like blacks. You didn't think it was like blacks back then.
Wait a minute. I and 30 Republicans and about 20 Democrats voted against the Civil Rights Act for constitutional reasons. The 9th and 10th Amendment are there. They have to mean something,
and that's the same position that was at stake in Colorado. My point is, you've been consistent. You have always been willing to countenance discrimination
if it meant maintaining the power of local
Now
government.
that's...
We have not.
Now, look, are you saying this simply to please the public? Because
No,
if you want
I am
the truth,
saying-
I backed Martin
look,
Luther
I
King
am
when he
saying
initiated
that-
his protest, and you
Bill,
remember that.
I am
Oh, do you
saying
remember
that
that?
in 1961, you said, quote, "You are not ready to abandon the ideal of local government in order to kill Jim Crow," unquote.
That's
You
true.
ought to be ashamed of that now, are you?
No, because the evolution...
Now I understand your position
Now,
on
wait,
gay
wait,
rights
wait.
in Colorado.
The question is, how quickly do we get to what we want? If in 1860 I voted against civil war, I wouldn't have thought myself as pro-slavery.
You all right? Thank you very much, Mr. Buckley.
No, I'm not.
Mr. Glasser.
I'm working on that, Ruby. I'll get your comms back.
Professor Galley, you want to start?
Is he actually allowed to do that?
Mr. Knight.
He is.
Mr. Knight, go
Didn't
ahead.
think he would,
I'll start here.
but he is.
Mr. Glasser, you said you have the ACLU chiefly responsible for the rights you have when you wake up in the morning. I find that a remarkable statement, given that the Declaration of Independence says that the inalienable rights come from someone else. So I used to think you guys were raving atheists, but now I think that something else is at work here. That you really are theists, but you happen to find God in the mirror every morning.
Well, there's very little you think about us that's informed. But here's the point, Mr. Knight, as you ought to know.
Hit this up
The
tomorrow,
founding
all right? We are
fathers
out.
of this country, not the founding mothers, because they didn't let them vote. The founding fathers of this country believed that rights were inalienable and came from the Creator, and said so. They didn't think rights could be taken or given by the government. The problem was is that when they established those rights in the Bill of Rights, God wasn't around to enforce them, and they were not self-enforcing. And as late as 1920, when the ACLU was created, the Supreme Court had never struck down any law on First Amendment grounds. Women still couldn't vote. Jim Crow laws were ensconced in the South in a way that seemed ever unlikely to change, and there were lynchings every day. The fact that the rights are inalienable and were believed to have come from the Creator did not mean that they were self-executing. And when I said that it was the ACLU that was responsible for the rights people actually have today, not the rights that were on paper, but enforceable rights, rights that are real, rights that you can act out and protect, I was not exaggerating, and I was not usurping a divine role.
Except for those of the Boy Scouts and a lot of parents, right?
Mr. Knight, Mr. Donahue.
Mr. Glasser, twice tonight we've heard about the great champion of the ACLU during World War II. Isn't it time we get the facts straight? During Korematsu, the national headquarters of the ACLU in New York City did absolutely nothing to help out the Japanese when they were interned. As a matter of fact, they said that the military zones were okay. It was the Northern California affiliate that went into court over the objections of their own members in a poll that was taken. As a matter of fact, the national organization in New York City was so angered by what Northern California affiliate did, they threatened them with disaffiliation. And indeed, Ernest Besage, who was the affiliate director...
Bessig.
It's
only one of the facts you got wrong, but go ahead. As Mr. Buckley said, you're going to get to a question
here, sir.
You're going to get to a question?
He was the one who refused to engage in revenue sharing with the ACLU until 1971. Isn't it time you just simply told the truth about what the ACLU did
Yes,
to the
it
Japanese?
is. And if you will be quiet for a moment, I will be happy to do so. Maybe you'll learn something. The fact of the matter is that the national office, the national board of the ACLU, passed the first resolution condemning the incarceration of Japanese Americans and urging a lawsuit, and supplied the money for the lawsuit. The difference between the Northern California affiliate and the national board was not whether to represent Japanese Americans in this case, it was on what grounds. The national board thought that it was not unconstitutional in a time of war for the United States to declare military-free zones and move people out of it if they could prove at individualized hearings that it was dangerous and that people were subversives, particular people. They called this program racist. They called it an act of war hysteria. They said if you have to move people out, you have to prove it one by one, and then they have to be free in the rest of the country. They were against putting them into camps, and the only difference was between the national and the Northern California affiliate was that the Northern California affiliate said that even in a time of war, the United States government had no power to declare military-free zones on the West Coast, not too far from Pearl Harbor. It was a minor disagreement. The fact of the matter is that the whole organization was the only organization in the whole country
to represent Japanese Americans against that unconscionable incarceration. And I don't know what your point is anyway.
Well,
Is your point that we weren't radical enough? Is that your point?
Is that you have continued in your literature and on your website misrepresenting the ACLU's
How?
history.
What have I said?
Why did the National threaten disaffiliation of the Northern California?
I think you guys are going to have to settle this dispute from 1942 after the show. Thank you very much. Mr. Donahue, you're back on. And Mr. Botstein. Mr. Donahue, it's your opportunity to question Professor Botstein.
Yes, Professor Botstein, you talked before about how one of the messy results of freedom is that we have crime. It doesn't have to be as messy as we principally have it. If you take a look at the ACLU's position, they believe that no one should go to prison in this country unless they've committed murder or treason. Now, what they have against treason, I'm still not certain. But the fact of the matter is, what they say is that you should have fines and probation. I have two questions for you. Number one, what is the appropriate fine for rape? And number two, why is it that the ACLU uses the most draconian law in the last 25 years, namely RICO, to stifle the free speech rights of anti-abortion protesters?
It seems to me that in the case of the anti-abortion protesters,
You know, nobody knows what the heck you're talking about. Is that what you... No, I'm not sure.
ladies and gentlemen, I would like, in the interests of everyone here, it is not significant for me to speak on this issue. So I will cede my time. Nadine, if you can take my place. Thank you.
Thank you for your graciousness. I'd be happy to respond to both of those questions, both of which, not surprisingly, reflect complete ignorance of the actual facts. Let me start with RICO. The ACLU was the only national organization to testify against RICO from the get-go because of its enormous violation of rights, not only due process rights and other rights in the criminal justice system, but we knew from the beginning that it posed a great danger of being used against political protesters. In the case that was decided in Chicago recently, the ACLU had filed a brief in the United States Supreme Court urging, not on either side, because we weren't familiar with the evidence, but urging a set of protective free speech principles that would allow protesters to demonstrate in vigorous ways, in offensive ways, in upsetting ways, and even though we are in the forefront of the reproductive freedom movement, we are also in the forefront of defending the rights of protesters who disagree with us in that movement.
Can I just make, people will have to decide this based on looking at the evidence. This woman was just quoted in the New York Times, Week in Review, about 2 weeks ago, saying that she was somewhat troubled by your organization's use of RICO, and you did it once before in Pennsylvania. Now, you're getting the message either I'm right or she's right. If you check out the evidence, you will find out. They will, if you call the ACLU, they say they're against RICO. If you take a look at the two cases where RICO's been used against anti-abortion protesters, that's the organization that uses the draconian law to punish these people, was used supposedly against the mobsters in the first place.
Well, I think this is something that is easily verifiable by people in the audience. They will see that the other organizations referred to are Planned Parenthood and NARAL and not the ACLU. We haven't taken over all civil rights organizations yet, Mr. Donahue. In terms of your other supposed point about the ACLU opposing criminal penalties for all crimes except murder or treason, I don't know where he concocted that supposed policy or action.
Number 241.
With respect to rape, for example, I'm very proud of the fact that a generation ago, the ACLU was on the forefront of arguing in favor of modification of the rape laws so that it would be easier to prosecute and convict a crime for which it was almost impossible then to secure any convictions.
Nadine, you can now question Bill.
I'd like to ask Mr. Donahue, with respect to this subject of pornography that seems to be of such unabiding interest to those of you on the other side here. If you are truly, I was wondering what Mr. Knight meant when he talked about explicit graphic protection of pornography in the classroom, and then I turned to Ira Glasser and I said, oh, they must be talking about sex education. How can you justify, in an era where statistics show we have very large numbers of teenagers who are engaging in sexual activity, that we have very high numbers of unwanted teen pregnancies, of transmission of AIDS and other HIV among teenagers, how can you justify opposing offering sex education to young people in our schools?
Well, the answer is I'm not opposed to it. I take a much more Catholic understanding of sex education, perhaps, which emphasizes restraint. More people would be alive today if they followed the Catholic Church's teachings.
Are you
But
saying
let me ask
that,
you a question.
excuse me.
That's right.
Excuse
Oh,
me.
yes.
I want to be clear. So your definition of sex education is don't do it?
No. My idea is to practice the virtue of restraint, and you may not go to as many funerals. That's my idea.
Okay.
Now, when it comes to obscenity, you have said, for example,
I think this is my time. This is my time to question you, sir. I'd also like to ask you. Likewise, with respect to needle exchange, that was opposed by your fellow panel member, Mr. Knight, as supposedly to save lives. What about the fact that the entire public health community has a consensus that needle exchange programs would dramatically save lives? How can you continue to oppose that?
First of all, there's not the consensus that you allege. I've seen the studies, and they are very, very mixed. I think the question needs to be raised, to what extent should the government be in the business of subsidizing something which is positively dangerous to your health? And by the way, where those needles are sterilized so nicely, they don't live in communities where you live. That's the question I have. Why is it good after you let these people out of prison, they say they're going to be reintegrated back into the community? They will not go into the community that you live. They will go into the communities where I used to work in Spanish Harlem, and you ask the blacks and Puerto Ricans what they want, and they don't want this kind of nonsense. It's usually white middle-class people who are well-educated who take this kind of position.
Well, I didn't hear a response to my question there about saving lives, but I guess I'm not surprised. Maybe you didn't have something substantive that you could say. I'd also like to know why, of all the ways that you could use your time, 2 of the 3 books I understand that you have written have been focused on the ACLU. Am I right in seeing this as an enormous compliment that you think we are the best way that you can spend your valuable time and talents?
My intellectual interest has always been in the social basis of liberty, and when I investigated the ACLU, you come to the understanding that shouldn't be a social context. So I find you absolutely fascinating.
And what about since you're fascinated in social context, what about the social context that was the basis of our framers forming a type of government in which, as stated in the Declaration of Independence, the purpose of government was to preserve liberty, as stated in the preamble to the Constitution, to secure
They also
the
understood the virtue
liberty.
of religion, and they didn't work against the tax-exempt status of every synagogue and church in the United States the way
Thank you both. Thank you both. Professor Graglia. Professor Graglia. Who wants to begin the questioning? Ira Glasser.
Mr. Graglia, you said, in what I hope you will concede now is an overstatement of sweeping proportions, that on every issue that the ACLU takes a position on, it takes the most extreme left-wing position there is. Let me just take one. Campaign finance reform, which is the liberal darling these days, in which the ACLU stands almost alone against liberals on that issue, as Senator McConnell has freely said. Is that an example of an extreme left-wing position?
No, I think it's not. But nonetheless, we can wait a minute. Let me answer that question. You want me to whether I
So it's not every issue.
Overwhelmingly, I can list abortion, prayer in the schools, aid to private schools, homosexual rights. I can go on for 10 minutes.
All right.
Everyone is on the left.
Remain calm. It's not. It's not every issue. It's overwhelmingly. What about decriminalization of marijuana. Do you think that's a left-wing issue?
Yes, for the most part, yes.
Mr. Buckley, you want to come over to my side over here?
Well, Mr. Buckley.
Do you know that Mr. Buckley
all right,
agrees?
that's enormously clever that even Mr. Buckley can be wrong. You got me.
Mr. Lynn.
Look, and even more surprising.
What makes it a left-wing issue,
Even
Mr.
more
Grogley?
surprising, Milton Friedman.
Mr. Grogley, do you know what you're talking about?
Not every issue, like for example, term limits and others, is easily dividable left and right.
What about tobacco advertising?
The legalization of marijuana is probably overwhelmingly supported on the left. It is supported also by some strong libertarians like Milton Friedman and Mr. Buckley.
Can you name me one left-wing liberal member of Congress who supports decriminalization?
Mr. Glasser, there's no member of Congress of any stripe who
turn to
supports
another
it.
issue. In 1965, in the case of Griswold versus Connecticut, the Supreme Court held that the states could not ban the sale of contraceptive devices to married couples. You have a very narrow view of the Bill of Rights and whether it even applies to the states. Do you think that a couple's right to make this very intimate decision should be allowed to vary from state to state depending on state legislatures, or do you agree with the ACLU that the federal Constitution guarantees this right of privacy?
Well, one thing that should be entirely clear and beyond dispute is that the federal Constitution does not guarantee any right of privacy.
It does not.
No. The
So
Griswold
right?
case was divided in 1965, and someone said, Justice Douglas, where is this right? He said, it's in the penumbra formed by the emanations. I said, oh, I see.
Wait a minute. But
no, it's a joke.
No, you have not. No, it is not. Why is it a joke?
Any
Why is
person
it,
minimally
Mr. Growley,
sophisticated about law.
Professor, let's be sophisticated about it. Why is it that every sitting member of the Supreme Court would today have no doubt that there's a power within the government to the federal Constitution to grant to American citizens fundamental civil liberties? But you, sitting at the University of Texas Law School, dispute that. If the whole court is on our side on this issue, isn't it possible, just possible, that you are the extremist in this debate?
Barry, I am on one side of the debate, along with Robert Bork and several others.
He's not on the court.
The vast majority of common law profs are indeed ACLU supporters, typically ACLU members, and they find every left-wing cause in the Constitution. Perhaps the leading left-wing cause today is this homosexual rights that you so quickly, let me answer this. I want to answer this question.
I want to answer this question. And by the way, that right of adults to engage in contraception in the privacy of their own bedrooms, the first Supreme Court justice to acknowledge it was John Marshall Harlan, a Republican appointed by a Republican president. You mentioned the University of Texas.
Now, wait a minute, Nadine.
Yes,
John Marshall Harlan, an elitist Wall Street lawyer, said, I value my privacy, and therefore there should be a right in the Constitution. All by himself, he said that. He couldn't have been more wrong or misleading. I mean, it's a perfect example of whatever liberals want has to be in the Constitution. Then they don't have to defend it as a matter of policy. This is what Madison wanted.
All right. It's one thing to attack liberals. When you start accusing them of being Wall Street elitists, I think it's time to call it quits. Thank you, Mr. Graglia. No, your time is up. But I think since you got cut off, if you would like to start the questioning of Nadine Strawson, you may. Or Mr. Knight, while Mr. Graglia collects his wits.
Ms. Strawson, you made a comment that I was against sex education. And I think Mr. Donahue expressed it well. I'm for sex education in the proper form, which is to emphasize restraint, and give kids all the facts.
That means celibacy, right? Let's be clear about this.
Until marriage, yes. It ought to be channeled into marriage, because anything outside marriage hurts people.
And what do you say, Mr.?
I would like to ask you, in light of the fact that human papillomavirus is now infecting more than 2 million women a year, that chlamydia cases now total 4 million a year, that gonorrhea is still raging, and condoms don't do a thing against any of these things. Factor one more thing in. Human papillomavirus has now been linked to 95% of cervical cancers. So you're killing 5,000 women a year with HPV and not telling them the condoms won't do a thing to protect them. How can you defend these condom-based sex education programs that don't tell kids these very real risks?
Well, I hate to tell you this, but the ACLU is not in the business of creating sex education programs. We are in the business of defending the free speech rights and academic freedom rights of the teachers and the expert educators who design the programs,
Not the
and
abstinence
the rights
programs.
of the students to receive information. The cases that I've looked at where the ACLU has gone to the defense of these programs have been full-fledged programs that give a lot of information about sexuality, including various sexually transmitted diseases and ways to mitigate against those. It seems to me it's very odd for you to be accusing us of supporting sex education programs that are not detailed enough, that are not explicit enough,
Oh,
that
they
are not
are. They
graphic
tell all
enough,
about anal
when you're
sex and
saying
homosexual
all we should say to them is don't have sex, when we know that a vast majority of them are.
Yeah, well, you hand them condoms, what do you think's going to happen? I mean,
Mr. Austin, you've written a book about in defense of pornography, and you take the standard ACLU position, which is that there's no such thing as the reasonable person, as understood in the Pope decision, that when it comes to things like pornography, that it's inherently subjective and it's personal. If that is the case, why does the concept of reasonable person all of a sudden show up? And why is it that with some kind of taxonomical precision, you understand what constitutes sexual harassment? Why isn't the idea of an unwanted, an unwelcome, friendly slap on somebody, or why is it that the whole idea of an inhospitable environment, isn't this in the eye of the beholder? How can you be so precise about sexual harassment, but nobody knows it's just a roll of the dice when it comes to obscenity?
Well, Mr. Donahue, as has been true throughout this debate, you're very good at citing the titles of ACLU publications, but you so clearly haven't read their contents. My book, to which you referred, contains an entire chapter on sexual harassment, which has a subtitle something like The False Equation Between Sexual Expression and Sexual Harassment, in which I explain precisely those problems. And isn't it interesting that conservatives such as yourself are all hot and bothered about defending free speech for sexual expression when the sexual expression is the basis for a sexual harassment claim, but you don't want to defend it when it's the basis of any other kind of claim, such as the right of adults to read what they want to
What
read
is the
in the privacy
criteria?
of their
I've
own
asked you,
homes.
what is the criteria? How can something which is subjective and personal when it comes to understanding sexual harassment, what is the criteria? How come you suddenly emerge with the principle when it comes to sexual harassment, when it comes to obscenity, you say it's simply in the eye of the beholder?
First of all, as I commend you to chapter 6 of my book, where you can find this answer in elaborated detail. We quote, or that book quotes the Supreme Court's decisions, and I said before the Supreme Court itself said just a week ago that the Supreme Court has not given us adequate guidance in this area. It has said you have to look at all the facts and circumstances in every particular case. The content of the expression is never enough alone. You have to look at the context in which the words are used. The reason why it is so critically important to try to judge each case on its own facts is because of the countervailing right of a woman not to be subject to harassment that interferes with her equal opportunity in the workplace.
Thank you, Ms. Strawson. Mr. Dahlia, I never gave you your shot. Mr. Buckley and Mr. Glasser. Mr. Buckley, you may question Ira Glasser.
Mr. Glasser, you said in your opening statement that if there is one position that is sacrosanct in America, it's the current reading of the First Amendment in respect of church and state. You did say that, didn't you?
I didn't, but
when did
continue.
it become sacrosanct? 1947? When did it become sacrosanct? In 1947?
No, I think it was 1791, but go ahead. You're the conservative. You know about the 18th century.
Well, you manifestly don't, but you're talking about sacrosanct.
Well, I mean, you started out by saying I said something which I didn't say, so ask me what you want to ask me.
The Everson decision of 1947 was the earliest Warren Court decision to the effect that no public money could be used in a sense in a religious school. Now, there have been a lot of decisions since then, but I want to know what made it sacrosanct. How old do you have to be
Well,
to be
the reason why
sacrosanct?
I said this principle was established in 1791 when the First Amendment was ratified is that if you read the history of the adoption of the First Amendment and what James Madison said and what Jefferson said and what all the debates were about, you'll see that one of the things that they meant to do with the First Amendment is to prevent people who did not share a religious belief from being taxed by the government and from those taxes being used to support somebody else's religious belief. Now, the question of whether or not that ought to apply to schools is a legitimate question. But the principle itself was the founding principle of this nation.
Well,
and there's very little doubt about that if you read the history.
But my question is, why did it take 150 years for anybody to decide it was a violation of
Well,
church state?
that's a very interesting question.
Yeah, that's a good question.
a very interesting question. I understand that question, and the answer to it is, in general, that it has taken an unconscionable amount of time for this country to enforce the principles that it said it adopted in 1791. In 1791, it said everybody was created equal, but women didn't get the right to vote till 130 years later. In 1791, it said all men are created equal by their creator, but they didn't mean blacks, and they didn't mean American Indians, and for that matter, they didn't mean women. Why did that take until 1964? I don't know.
The women were enfranchised by a constitutional amendment. It was a constitutional amendment. It wasn't exegesis done on the Bill of Rights. I'm here to ask the question, why do you consider sacrosanct a decision that was not made by a majority of the time?
I know, you keep asking
which is still, yeah, but you don't quite keep answering it. What you say is that you cherish it.
No,
but everything you cherish is not necessarily is constitutionally sacrosanct.
The word cherished was Douglas MacArthur's word, and he used it to characterize Roger Baldwin. But the fact is that when you ask a question about why is a principle that seemed to be at the core of the adoption of the values of this country at its beginning, took over 100 years to be realized, I can only tell you it's in large part because of the resistance of people like you.
Yeah, because...
And, you know, it's taken us some time. We've only been around 78 years.
Yeah, is it not correct to say this is a fanaticization of an original postulate?
Fanaticization?
Yeah, it's a fanatical interpretation.
Now, there's a statement that's full of baloney.
It's based on the assumption...
If I may get back to your felicitous phrase.
If you don't stop buses to people in parochial school, you're going to have an established religion.
Well,
that,
you know...
a great threat waiting for us around the corner.
You trivialize this threat all the time, but...
well, wouldn't you?
In Alabama, there's a Jewish family whose kids were meant to pray a Christian prayer, and when they refused, the kids were told to go home and write an essay or be suspended from school that said, "Why I love Jesus." And when the parents complained, they were told by public school officials, if you want to protect your kids, you could always convert. Now, that is not trivial, is it?
Abusus non tollit usus. Isn't that correct? The abuse of the right doesn't repeal the exercise of that right.
If you say so. You think that the problem of church and state is trivial because you don't live in the places and are subjected to these depredations by the majority. You don't live in those places. You don't have to suffer.
Well,
that's your problem.
Well,
can I get to ask you a couple of questions now?
Are you talking about the Brooklyn College that closes on Jewish feast days? Is this an oppression on the Christian people? Is the closing of University of Brooklyn on Jewish holy days an affront on the Christian community? Because I think
I would have been against it if you asked me. I think so. But the fact is that so many Jews would have stayed out that the place would have, in a city like New York, been half empty anyway. So they closed it. You know, that's why we have Christmas as a holiday, in case you haven't noticed. All right. Now, you and Mr. Donahue and others have talked about the ACLU failing to see rights in a social context. I want to discuss with you the social context of the Deep South. Yes, I do, but if you keep on interrupting, the time is going to go, and then you won't have to answer. How clever. In the social context of the Deep South in the early 60s, the context was not just about abstract principles of federalism. You described segregation as, quote, not intrinsically immoral, unquote. You said, as I taxed you with a moment ago, that you were not ready to abandon local government meaning the local southern governments, in order to kill Jim Crow laws.
Okay, now, Lance,
I would like you to tell me.
Look, you've asked the
whether you
question.
think
We're
that's a
running out
moral
of time. You
failing.
asked the question, and for the same reason that people like John Adams and Jefferson voted to ratify the Constitution, even though they knew slavery was there, I believe in the preservation of democratic structure, which absolutely depended, and still does depend, on a certain hierarchy aimed towards education and towards, I hope, a spreading reality. Remember this, we were talking about an age in which the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People was a big cause. Well, we want to advance the colored people. Why? Because they were disadvantaged at that time. I absolutely not only assert this, I proclaim it.
Yes.
In order to advance them, certain cultural changes, including education, had to be done. How best to approach it was an interesting social issue. Whether it should have been turned over to the federal government, in my judgment, it ought not to have been.
But Bill, people were being shot and lynched for trying to vote because of their color or their skin. This was not an abstract issue. This was the leading moral crisis of your lifetime and mine, and you came up short, didn't you? You came up short.
Now,
I'm astonished that you don't concede that now. I really am.
I hope you don't suggest that anything I ever wrote, said, or associated with was against government or local government, preferably intervention against things like lynch laws.
No, I do not.
But you're managing to.
But you were willing to say that if the local government supports it, I'm going to let it happen rather than the federal government intervene. That you did say.
What I'm saying is, look, I grew up in South Carolina, and what I'm trying to say was that the evolution of attitudes toward race was in fact changing. It changed very dramatically, in part as a result of the Second World War. It would, in my judgment, have been much better to continue in that direction rather than have the kind of forced busting.
Well, we wanted,
education in
the
Boston.
ACLU wanted it to change faster, and I am proud of that, not ashamed of it.
Thank you. Thank you both. Mr. Knight. Mr. Lynn, would you like to start the questioning?
Bob, let me go out of the realm of human sexuality for just a moment and ask you about religion.
I understand why you would.
Well, because I think religion's probably the preeminent right guaranteed in the Constitution. As you know, the courts of this country decided long before the Griswold versus Connecticut decision that there was some right somewhere in the Constitution to have private schools to compete with the public school system. And I think you and I agree that that was a wise decision. Why, however, does your organization continue to push for vouchers for religious schools when you know that the primary purpose of those schools, by the admission of an honest admission of the principles of those schools, is primarily to promote the religious faith? You're not looking for vouchers for churches, synagogues, temples, and mosques. Why are you looking for money for the ministries of those same churches, synagogues, temples, and mosques?
Well, actually, I prefer tax credits because I think families ought to be able to decide how they want to spend their money without the government attaching strings. So I think that's a far superior way to make sure there is choice in education.
Just another distribution mechanism.
But it's funny you should bring this up because back in '83 when the child care bill was being debated, you said you opposed any money going to religious-based daycare centers because impressionable young children may become indoctrinated. You know, as a man of the cloth, you're supposed to be some kind of minister. Why would you fear children being acquainted with the Bible?
Well, I'm not just some kind of minister. I still am an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ, and in spite of what you think about it, I'm very proud to say that and will continue to be so. I don't have any interest in the government teaching my children to be good members of the United Church of Christ because that's what I did yesterday in Sunday school, and that's what I do every week when we go to church or when we pray. Why do you want the government to even help? No, why do you want the government to help you be religious? Can't you do it yourself?
We're talking. By that, I assume you think that churches should not receive tax exemptions, that that's some kind of state-based support, so we should get rid of tax exemptions for churches. In fact, the ACLU did lead the charge against the Catholic Church at one time because the Catholic Church was opposing abortion. Oh, come on.
1988.
Wrong.
You sure did.
Against Catholic
Don't deny
tax exemption?
Come on.
Civil Liberties Union.
Prove it.
Yeah.
Show me the document.
Oh, right here and now.
Bring,
Yeah, right.
Well, when you don't bring documents, you can make it up.
No.
This is good.
The evidence is there.
Anyway, most of the people who would benefit from a program like this are in the inner cities. They're poor. They can't afford anything but the public schools. They're not getting a good education. And one of the reasons people favor helping parents achieve educational choice is not just religious, it's also academic. That's why about 1 million children are being homeschooled now. They've been driven out of the public system because the public system hasn't had enough competition to make it better. I think the public schools ought to get some competition so they could do the best for children in the public schools as well as private schools.
And I'm sure you'll be happy to know the ACLU has come to the defense of rights of homeschooling parents and children. But I was curious when you said that poor parents cannot afford to send their children to private schools. How can they afford to send them to private schools with the voucher programs that are being proposed, which don't include enough money to cover the gap between the voucher and the average private school tuition, with conveniently one exception, and that is for parochial schools, which have relatively low tuition. You're going to say give higher amount of vouchers, but I thought you conservatives were against raising taxes so much. Do you have any idea how much that would cost?
Instead of taking the money out of parents' wallets, we ought to be putting more into it. I think the government takes so much out now that a lot of families have 2 working parents. The government comes through with the idea that, oh, now that we've forced mom into the workplace, or dad, whoever it is, to pay the others' taxes, now we can give them subsidized child care. But what we won't do is give them choice in education, because that may challenge the paradigm.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Mr. Lynn. Mr. Growley.
I was very surprised to hear you say that you thought it was the conservatives who had a lack of faith in public suasion and in having their position accepted through the ordinary political process. Yet it was the opponents of special rights for homosexuals who used the political process in Colorado. Now, you were very quick to accuse of homophobia people who are opposed to homosexuality, but I take it you must agree, certainly as a man of the cloth, that some people seem to seriously, deeply feel that homosexual activity is immoral on some basis. And the people in Colorado who felt this way used the political process, and they got the people of Colorado to vote for an amendment to the Colorado Constitution denying special rights to homosexuals. And that is, so an apartment owner could refuse to rent to 2 men, for example, if he disagreed. And yet it was the ACLU and the opponents who got this overturned through the courts. So don't you agree that it's your side, not the other side, that has lack of faith in the public and
You
wants
know
to
the answer. No, of course not, because all that was going on in the state of Colorado was an effort by a slim majority to deprive gay Americans who happen to live in that state of using the political process to achieve anything for themselves. In other words, it would be as silly to argue in favor of Amendment 2 in Colorado as it would be to say in some other state, we're going to restrict the political rights and political activities and advocacy activities of African Americans. It's literally the same thing. If you don't believe that the people who find themselves oppressed within a community have a right to pass laws to do something about it, then you fundamentally don't believe in our whole constitutional system.
Homosexuals have exactly the right to overturn that amendment that the people who passed it did.
You don't have a right in the state of Colorado or even in the state of New York to overturn the Bill of Rights, and that's what the people in Colorado were trying to do.
Is there something in the Constitution about homosexuals in the Bill of Rights?
I think it's called equal protection of the law.
Mr. Perry.
Go ahead, Bill.
Which is not in the Bill of Rights.
The ACLU does not object to testing a newborn baby for sickle cell anemia. It does object to testing a newborn baby for HIV. It also says that we should not have laws which criminalize the intentional transmission of the AIDS virus. Could you explain that to me?
Well, I think the understanding that I have is that the policy here, as Nadine talked to you about earlier, but it hasn't sunk in yet. We're talking about a policy here that says under certain circumstances, certain kinds of interventions with individuals who may be sick, in fact, will be counterproductive. That is to say, it will restrict their ability, make it less likely that they will go and obtain the kinds of testing necessary to determine whether they do or do not suffer from the HIV infection. That's called a rational public health matter. That's not about ideology. Bob Knight said a few minutes ago he's against needle exchange programs, and I can't believe it. I don't think one of you, even if needles were readily available, would decide to become heroin addicts simply because of the availability of needles. Clean needles do one thing: they save human lives, and every public health official in this country knows it. The four of you are not public health officials, and you don't know it.
The president's drug expert is against drug.
Innocent babies have died because they don't give the information to the mother or the doctor that the mother may have HIV, and the child may have HIV. And you're going to defend that?
Some would say that innocent people die because this country has never made the commitment that it needed to make when it was aware that there was an epidemic called AIDS going on. And we sat by, and
Like
conservatives
screening blood
unfortunately
supplies?
sat by most quietly and did nothing except condemn gay people and say that this was a curse.
Why did President
that came
Clinton
from
veto?
God. Remember that?
Why did President Clinton veto the free needles thing last week?
Oh, why did he?
Why did he veto the suggestion of free needles for users?
Well, I suspect because he decided that politics was more important than the principle of public health. Remember, I don't get invited to Bill Clinton's birthday parties or his Christmas parties, Bill. And I don't get invited to yours either.
Thank you. You're invited to sit down.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Closing arguments. Ira Glasser for the opposition.
The ACLU, as I started to say 2 hours ago, has been around for 78 years. No objective scrutiny of our entire record could come close to supporting some of the nonsense that you have heard from our opponents today. I do not suggest that we have not made mistakes, and I do not suggest that we have not been wrong on occasion, and I do not suggest that there are not legitimate arguments on constitutional and public policy issues between us and between our opponents. What I do suggest is that the overwhelming bulk of the ACLU's work has been in the interests of most Americans, and that most Americans know this. That most of the rights that exist today and that people want to have and would be furious if it were taken away are rights that we supported at a time when nobody was in favor of them. That is true about First Amendment rights, about equal protection of the law rights, about fairness and due process of law rights, and about privacy rights. We have sinned by being right too soon. President Reagan signed a bill in 1988 in which he called the internment of the Japanese Americans an act of racism and war hysteria. Those were the exact words we used in denouncing that incarceration, but we did it in 1942. Morality requires that you don't wait 50 years before you decide something is right. Morality requires that you don't wait 40 years for the race problem in the South to work itself out. Morality requires that when people are getting arrested for saying unpopular things, you don't wait until the local sheriff decides it's okay. Morality requires, if you believe in these fundamental American values, that you invoke the Constitution when it matters. And you protect people when their rights were violated, not 50 years later. No organization comes close to having the record of the ACLU in doing that, and doing it consistently for the people we like and for the people we hate.
Mr. Butler.
The sentence uttered this afternoon that seemed to have most impact was a sentence in which said, why should the government worry about religion? Why can't you do it yourself? Now, what is, of course, absent from that analysis, of course, is will you do it yourself? Now, maybe you will, maybe you won't. But Martin Luther King in several of his most eloquent statements, traced his idealistic energy to his training in religion. He attended public schools and was taught religion in those public schools. Whether if he were here today, he'd say it doesn't matter whether or not religion was in that public school. I'd have transcended it. I don't know. But I do wonder about this. If the enthusiasm, for instance, felt in this audience for keeping religion out of the public schools were different from what it is, if there were a corollary enthusiasm for it, what would be the nature of your frustration at being told by the court that you couldn't do it? 3 weeks ago, a ruling came down in Alabama. You couldn't send a Valentine's Day card in this public school because Valentine's Day is related to an old religious festival. Heather McDonald in Wisconsin introduced a movement, she's 14 years old, saying, true love waits. And she got 50 people to sign this pledge to abstain until they were married. When the principal found out about it, he knocked it down. Why? Because the ACLU had pointed out that this little girls' organization was affiliated with a religious group. Now, it seems to me that the constriction of the First Amendment to advance and support positions like that shows us the extent to which we are governed by the judiciary. The judiciary is an assault under the current rubric against basic democratic authority. And it is that which I think the ACLU has a terribly hard time with. They have their ideals, their paradigms. They say anything that enacts this, a movement of the Supreme Court, since we could never get through a legislature, is what we want to advance, and they defend their record on that basis. I think it a pity that an organization which ought to be limited to the enhancement of civil liberties should now invent a fresh civil liberty every time they find a grievance group that they want to defend.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley. I'd just like to say a brief word in favor of zealotry. I'm a member of the ACLU like Barry Lynn. Like Barry Lynn, I don't agree with everything it stands for. I have conservative friends who are supporters of the Family Research Council, also don't agree with everything it stands for. I think there's a necessity in our society for zealots, people who go too far, make the world a better place, for people who are of more modulated views. And if we didn't have people who go too far, we wouldn't go far enough. And that's why I'm happy to pay my dues to the ACLU. Thanks to all the panelists, and thank you to the audience, most of the audience here at Bard, and good night.
This program was a Warren Steibel production in association with South Carolina ETV. Funding for this firing line debate was made possible by a major grant from the John M. Olin Foundation. For a video cassette of this 2-hour debate, send $49.50 to Firing Line, 2700 Cypress Street, Columbia, South Carolina, 29205. State the subject of the debate and please allow 3 weeks for delivery.
This is PBS.
For a transcript of this 2-hour debate, send $10 to Firing Line, 2700 Cypress Street, Columbia, South Carolina, 29205. State the subject of the debate and please allow 3 weeks for delivery. Funding for this firing line debate was made possible by a grant from the John M. Olin Foundation, Incorporated, the Annenberg Foundation, and the Laurel Foundation.
Good evening from the Marvin Theater at the George Washington University in Washington, D.C. Welcome to a special firing line debate on what used to be called the woman question. The official wording of tonight's debate topic, composed by William F. Buckley for a maximum fairness and balance, is resolve, the women's movement has been disastrous. It's been more than 30 years since Betty Friedan, who is captain of tonight's opposition team, published her seminal book, The Feminine Mystique. That book is widely credited or blamed for launching what became the modern feminist or women's movement. A generation later, has that movement been a success or a failure? On the one hand, opportunities for women have blossomed. Women now sit as governors, senators, members of the Supreme Court, in numbers that were unimaginable in 1963. On the other hand, the American family is widely regarded as being in trouble, and some people blame attitudes promoted by the women's movement for that. So, on the one hand, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, on the other hand, Roseanne. Those are the parameters of tonight's debate. Let's welcome tonight's debaters. Captain of the affirmative team, and isn't it amazing that he's always on the affirmative side somehow, is, of course, William F. Buckley, Jr., the patriarch, if I may call him that, of both Firing Line and the National Review. Something about Mr. Buckley sets him apart from the rest of tonight's debaters, but I can't quite put my finger on what that is. It must be his tie is crooked, perhaps that's it. Mr. Buckley, of course, has special insights on the thoughts and needs of women being married to one. But I hope he won't press this advantage unfairly tonight. Ariana Stasinopoulos Huffington honed her debating technique as president of the Cambridge Union, the famous debating society at Cambridge University in England. She is the author of several books, including best-selling biographies of Maria Callas and Pablo Picasso. Her first book, The Female Woman, was an attack on feminist extremism. Since she's on the anti-feminist side tonight, I guess it's okay to mention her husband. He's a Republican Congressman, Michael Huffington of California, who lost a Senate race last month to Dianne Feinstein. I don't know whether they're cheering Ariana or cheering that Michael lost the race. We'll find out. Elizabeth Fox Genovese is professor at Emory University and founding director there of the Institute for Women's Studies. Her books include one entitled Feminism Without Illusion and a new one to be published next year entitled Revolt Against Children. And I take it that title is a description, not a recommendation. The final member of the affirmative team is Helen Alvarez. Ms. Alvarez is Director of Planning and Information on Pro-Life Activities for the National Conference of Catholic Bishops. She's also an attorney and has a master's degree in systematic theology, which should come in handy tonight.
You never know. Might feel good to open up. No?
A profile of Ms. Alvarez in the New York Times a few years ago said she has, quote, a readiness to acknowledge a debt to feminism and liberal views. We'll see if that comes in handy tonight. Captain of the opposition team tonight is Betty Friedan herself, the godmother of modern feminism. Not only is she the author of The Feminine Mystique, published in 1963, she is also a founder of the National Organization for Women and the National Women's Political Caucus. Oh, come on, no hissing. Her latest book, The Fountain of Age, addresses the role of older people in our society, a topic Mr. Buckley perhaps can relate to more than Ms. Friedan's writings on feminism. Judge Karen Burstein was the Democratic candidate for New York State Attorney General in last month's election. She lost, so perhaps she and Arianna Huffington can console each other after the program. Before making that race, Ms. Burstein was family court judge in Brooklyn. She also served as Auditor General of New York City and as president of the New York State Civil Service Commission. Camille Paglia is, well, where to start? According to her latest book entitled Vamps and Tramps, she is, in her own words, quote, a parallel phenomenon to Rush Limbaugh and Ross Perot, who suffers from raging egomania and a volatile comic persona. Sounds perfect for a firing line debate, wouldn't you say? Ms. Paglia is a writer and controversialist on almost any subject you can name, and a professor at the University of the Arts in Philadelphia. She is neither a candidate nor married to a candidate for political office, as far as we know. Finally, on the opposition team is Catherine Colbert, probably America's best-known leading attorney on abortion rights. She argued the most recent abortion case, Planned Parenthood versus Casey, in the Supreme Court a couple years ago. Ms. Colbert is founder and vice president of the Center for Reproductive Law and Policy. Before that, she was for many years a reproductive freedom attorney for the American Civil Liberties Union. And I have to add, Kitty Colbert and I went to high school together, and I haven't seen her, never mind since when. So those are tonight's teams. My name is Mike Kinsley. Ordinarily, I work at CNN's Crossfire, but tonight I wield the gavel in these more elevated surroundings. Gentlepersons, start your engines. I now call upon Mr. Buckley to propose tonight's motion.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, 24 years ago, Germaine Greer was retained by the Cambridge Union to debate with me on some aspect of the women's movement. She insisted that I formulate the resolution, which I attempted to do using what was then known as cluster immunity. The trouble was that she rejected my first three proposals on the ground that they were, if I remember, stupid, asinine, something similar for the third. The telephone call from the president of the union was now desperate. The BBC, which was filming the encounter, needed to know the resolution before noon the next day when their guide went out to print. I sat down at the typewriter and tapped out, resolved, give them an inch and they'll take a mile. But thank God I was smart enough to say no to myself. No, we don't play those games with Germaine Greer. So disconsolately, I moved in the direction she had made it clear, however oblique her communication she wanted to go. I gave her resolve. The women's movement is a failure. She loved it. Absolutely certain that she would win any resolution so incautiously formulated. And I knew she would win it not only because it is almost impossible to contend that the women's movement is a total failure, but because her considerable wit and learning would profitably scorn anyone who ventured, let alone argued the opposite. Yet, here we are contending with this distinguished panel on the resolution that the women's movement isn't a failure, but that it is a disaster. I will contend, and perhaps my colleagues will go along, that there is a difference. The women's movement has accomplished certain goals, encouraged by sensible people, and yet at the same time it is a disaster, even as one might argue that the civil rights movement has accomplished a great deal, yet agree with such as Professor Sowell that from certain perspectives, with crime, illegitimacy, ethnic hostility is also a disaster. Well, how so? Inevitably, one thinks of the most conspicuous symbols of a disaster. Such a symbol is, of course, political correctness. I have in my briefcase, Mr. Chairman, an article by Phyllis Schlafly. She is the godmother of the anti-feminist movement. We are careful tonight to identify the women's movement not with such as Claire Booth Luce, who was a feminist but despised the movement's successes, but with such as my old friend Betty Friedan, the founder of the National Organization of Women, whose idea of a perfect culmination of feminism would be when the commandant of the Citadel announced a school holiday to celebrate her abortion. But consider the far reaches of the women's movement and its effect on people as preternaturally normal as Mrs. Schlafly, in a published essay in Current Events last month, she used the following sentence, quotes, "Feminism has no happy role and can boast of almost no legislative victories. Its ideology is still, and its spokespersons are bitter. It's what are bitter? It's spokespersons. Now, if you're not disrupted by the word spokesperson used in place of the simple word spokesman, denoting someone, whether male or female, who speaks for a collectivity, then the assault on your ear is nothing less than disastrous. But no one is more eloquent on the subject of PC than Professor Pallier. If the search for so-called gender-neutral language causes you to refer to first-year college students as fresh persons and to bridle at the sentence, man is born to be free, then that is truly a disastrous turn against the laws of tradition and euphony. Yet it is so, even in quarters that would squirm at the least liberty taken with the Bill of Rights, which no longer protects traditional usage. Women should indeed and obviously be free to engage in any pursuit desired, but where did we get the conviction that to admit a woman into the citadel is to augment freedom, even as it denies to men the right to seek single-sex military education? Is the women's movement properly celebrating the first woman fighter pilot killed in a training accident on an aircraft carrier? Is the women's movement reduced to enthusiasm for the right to abort a fetus? The movement that, in its devotion to choice, refuses even to consider any possibility that the fetus deserves protection. I'm just about through. Subjects ever so solemn, Mr. Chairman, but they're spoken in my case as the only male on the positive team, but I am not, so to speak, here as a former slaveholder, feigning enthusiasm for the Emancipation Proclamation. In my lifetime, in the company of my mother and my teachers and 6 sisters, the very idea that women should not have the freedoms of a free society simply did not occur to my father or my 3 brothers. Nothing else was even conceivable. But we did not think that that parity should lead to the indistinction now everywhere urged, symbolized by the raw fear of using the word spokesman or mankind to denote thoughts entirely pure and free of sexual abuse. It is because of the excesses of the movement, Mr. Chairman, that we conclude that what began as the affirmation of rights became instead the nightmare we now designate as a disaster.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. Ms. Friedan. Betty Friedan will now oppose the motion.
Well, I cannot take the women's movement for equality as a joke. It has been perhaps the most life-affirming, life-opening development of modern democracy. It has been perhaps the most important movement that has changed people's lives for the better, women, men, and children, of this last half of the 20th century. I'm not the godmother. I am sometimes called the mother of the women's movement. My book, The Feminine Mystique, in 1963, broke through the image of women that was absolutely the only image of women in those years after World War II. Women defined only in sexual relation to man, only as wife, mother, sex object, housewife, server of physical needs of husband, children, home, never as a person, defining herself by her own actions in society. And this image, fed to us by the mass media, television was beginning then, given new guise for old prejudices by Freudian thought that had hit these shores, bolstered by the return of the GIs from the war, and women, Rosie the Riveter, left the jobs, and they were home making up for lost time in the Depression, in the war, having the children, and war industry needed them as housewives to buy the appliances when they retooled out of war industry. But that image, which was obsolete, which did not enable women to take real control of their lives and use their possibilities in the last half of the 20th century in America, that image was so pervasive that it had blotted out of national memory 150 years of struggle for women's rights that ended with winning the vote the year before I was born. That image was so pervasive that I called it the problem that has no name when I heard from women, and if I was doing a group interview and they said the problem, and they said, well, I'm BJ's wife, I'm Junior and Janie's mommy, I'm a putter on of diapers and a server of meals, but who am I? There was no name, although all sorts of things were blamed on women then, all sorts of problems, you know, not getting this kitchen sink clean enough, the husband's shirts ironed enough, the husband's ulcers, the children's bedwetting, her own lack of orgasms, but no word for a problem that had to do with woman as a person in society. And we had to break through that feminine mystique, and I feel odd that I was able to do that with some combination of my good Smith education and my training in psychology and my experience as a journalist and my mother's frustration and the fact that I was fired from a newspaper job for being pregnant with my second child. But I really bought that feminine mystique, which I didn't call it that then because it made women then feel guilty working outside the home as if they were losing their femininity, undermining their husband's masculinity, neglecting the children. So I retreated to the housewife years and secretly, like secret drinking in the morning, freelanced for women's magazines because I couldn't quite suppress the itch. But by putting a name to the problem and by saying women are people, no more, no less, and by figuring out how we had bought into this obsolete mystique, by taking women's experience seriously when it didn't fit the book, I was able, with this little book, it wasn't so little then, to help women take their own experience seriously. And once we moved to the personhood of women, which is what it was all about, then from that followed our claiming of our human and American birthright, equal opportunity in education and jobs, our own voice in the decisions of our destiny, in the decision society. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, in any event, it's not been a disaster. Look at the daughters today who have a whole world open to them that was not open to my generation. Look at the older women today, women in their 50s, 60s, 70s. Their mental health used to decline precipitously every decade after 20, American women, and drastically after 40 compared to men. In my new book, The Fountain of Age, I give the evidence that American women today, because they have more control over their lives, and they have larger, more complex lives, their mental health is as good in their 50s and 60s as younger women in their 20s and 30s, and this improvement has happened with women, but not
mental
with
health
men.
is declining. Thank you very much. I think henceforth we will impose a rule, only one book plug per speech. Ariana Huffington and Camille Paglia, please ascend the podium, and Ariana Huffington has a minute and a half to make an opening remark.
The last time I took part in a firing line debate was 24 years ago at the Cambridge Union. I was speaking on the side of Ken Galbraith against Bill Buckley. And ever since, I have been praying to God to speak on the same side as Bill Buckley. And finally tonight, God has granted me, she has granted me this opportunity. 30 years ago, Betty Friedan launched the women's movement with a feminine mystique at the same time that Lyndon Johnson launched the Great Society. 30 years later, we can look back and say that both the women's movement and the Great Society were spectacular disasters. They maintained the big lie that government, the federal father up in the sky, is going to take care of all social disputes and kiss away every economic boo-boo. They contributed to the breakup of the American family. And they also contributed to the politicization of American life. 30 years later, we look around and divorce rates have tripled. Illegitimacy among teenagers has gone up 400%. Violence against women, rape are worse than ever. So what has happened? What has happened to that marvelous social experiment that so completely failed? What has happened, as some might argue on this side of the aisle, is that somewhere along the way the women's movement went wrong. Well, I'm arguing that the women's movement was born wrong. It was born on the wrong side of the ideological tracks, and it was born on the wrong side of history. It was born on the wrong side of history, as I argued in my first book, The Female Woman, 20 years ago, because it glamorized, it idealized the masculine realm. It idealized what it is like to have power, success, to make it in the world. And therefore, it ignored what today we need more than ever, the feminine realm of soul, spirit, compassion, heart, and empathy. Thank you.
Don't go away. Thank you very much. Ms. Carver, you have a minute and a half to make an opening remark.
I'm very honored to be here in the presence of Betty Friedan, who indeed changed history. I'm known as someone who has many deep criticisms of the women's movement, but what I have constantly said is that if we could return to what Betty Friedan was saying at the beginning, we would be on the right track. I was born in 1947 into that horrible, repressive, domestic era of the 1950s that Betty Friedan ended with her great book, The Feminine Mystique. And I feel that my generation of the 60s went through, there were many, many excesses that we committed, but essentially feminism remains one of the great progressive reform movements of the last 200 years. It is analogous to the abolition of slavery, to the abolition of child labor, and so on. Just as Mr. Buckley would not want to abolish Catholicism because of the excesses of certain fanatics, so must we not attribute to feminism the excesses of various neurotics and incompetents who have been swept into it underneath the table, as it were. For me, I believe that feminism is about equal opportunity for women and men in society. But I do agree that certain members of the movement have neglected areas outside the social realm. That this is simply part of what we must do to rectify feminism, to bring a kind of narrow little steering thing to bring it back on track. But I remain 100% committed to this movement, which has liberated women. Women will never go back in the closet again.
Thank you. Don't go away. Ariana, how can you now interrogate the real power?
Camille, you have argued very eloquently that there are two realms in culture, the Apollonian and the Dionysiac, the rational and the intuitive, the spiritual, whatever words you want to apply to that. And yet the women's movement has exclusively glorified the rational, the masculine, and whatever the results of that, however glorious they may have been in the past, wouldn't you consider the possibility that right now, as our culture needs more than anything to rediscover the spiritual, the intuitive, the emotional, all qualities that are very identified with the feminine?
Well, Ariana, I totally agree with that, but you see, the women's movement is actually split. There is one part of the movement which glorifies achievement in the social realm, the woman with the attaché case as the ultimate human person. I, too, have great disagreement with that. But there's another part of the movement, the separatist part, that glorified the goddess and the irrational and the intuitive. So actually, there's a kind of chaos, I think, in the movement for the last 15 years or so. But we need much more dialogue. We need much more discourse of a rational kind. But I agree with you. There are serious flaws in the current Western idolatry of the career woman.
But even tonight, as Betty Friedan was giving her opening statement, she idealized work. She idealized the liberation of the woman from home, as though what the woman was liberated into was this glamorous 9-to-5 existence. And the idea of women not being as depressed as they were is absolutely pathetic. There are more women on Prozac, there are more women on Valium than there have ever been. They may be less depressed because they're on so many drugs. Because
Well, I agree with you, Ariana, that in point of fact, certain elements in the women's movement have gone too far, and there has been a kind of denigration of the role of woman and mother. I agree with that. But feminism at its best is all about options. When I was growing up in the 1950s, I was the only young girl who even dreamed of a career. It was assumed that you had to date, you had to marry. It was a horrible, repressive, totalitarian regime in America at that time. I think that at that point you were in your native Greece and not in America. But I remember...
which was a very liberated country, yes.
Correct, and I'm often saying that we need a little more of the sort of Mediterranean woman's moxie into the Anglo-Saxon women's movement.
Let's move to another subject for a minute. You have identified yourself as a Clinton Democrat. You were once in favor of the Clinton health care bill, and you are proud of that, or maybe less proud now than you were then, but nevertheless, you're public about it. The whole women's movement has been identified with this big government mentality. They do look to big government constantly to solve women's problems, despite the amazing failures of big government. A definition of insanity is to keep doing the same thing again and again, expecting different results. I would say this is also a definition of the women's movement. Would you agree?
I'd agree with you that... I agree with you that there has been an excessive partisanship on the part of many women in the feminist movement. I myself am a Clinton Democrat. I look forward to voting for Clinton again. However, despite all... But I want George Stephanopoulos fired immediately. I want the whole White House staff fired. I do feel that there should be room in feminism for Republican women and for pro-life women as well. So I agree, but those have been errors of the leadership. Again, we cannot dismiss the entire women's movement because of errors of the leadership.
You have just demonstrated one of the main cornerstones of the women's movement, which is blame. Clinton is okay, his staff is at fault. Let's fire everybody at the White House, Clinton is okay. It's the same thing, the whole women's movement mentality is always that somebody else is to blame. It's never the women themselves. If it's date rape, it was never anything the woman did, and you yourself have argued that brilliantly. So I would really like to ask you, right now to do something which maybe has never happened before on Firing Line, but you always like to make news, and this is to cross over to our side, because you... If nothing else, wouldn't you love to see the look on Michael Kinsley's face?
I have to tear up my program here.
Unfortunately, I cannot because the resolution says the women's movement has been a disaster, and I feel the women's movement, despite many errors, despite many excesses, is still an overwhelming success.
On that note, if you're not going to cross over to the other side, you can start interrogating the other side.
Ariana, I could ask you the same thing. Why aren't you on this side? Because in your book on Picasso, you took a tack which I have been critical of the feminist leadership for taking. That is, you say that we cannot take Picasso seriously as a great artist because of the way he treated women in everyday life. So that position seems so doctrinaire feminist. How can you defend that and yet be on that side?
Well, I'm sure you haven't read my book, because that's not exactly what I said. What I said is much worse. I said that Picasso, although a great genius, was not one of the greatest artists who ever lived, not just because of the way he treated women in life and in art, but because of the way he denied the existence of something transcendent, because of the way that he was unable to give us a glimpse of the light through the darkness. And what I argued is that all great artists, whether Shakespeare or Mozart or anybody you would care to mention, even as they exposed the darkness, they were also able to give us a glimpse to the light. And that's really one of my problems with the women's movement as well, because it's a very secular movement. And I personally do not believe that there can be ultimately important, profound solutions to our problems without reconnecting with God, with the divine, and with the spiritual element in our lives.
But Ariana, there's an enormous part of the women's movement in America that is constantly talking about spiritual values. Unfortunately, it's a big mess intellectually. It's one of the areas of feminism that I'm trying to clean up. To me, it's often a big pile of manure. But there's a whole wing, a very strong wing associated with Mary Daly and so on. It is extraordinarily separatist. It involves often white witchcraft and worship of the goddess of nature. And there's a kind of
white witchcraft is not my idea of spirituality.
Well, there's a vision of God as she. Surely you realize that a lot of these reforms of the language of the Bible, which I totally oppose on historical grounds, is the rewriting of the language of the Bible so that there are gender-neutral phraseology and so on. That's coming from the spiritual wing of feminism. So I feel that you are blaming feminism for some. In fact, this is one of the most dominant wings within it.
Well, certainly not in my experience, and certainly not in the way that the women's movement is perceived. You yourself have described yourself as an atheist. I don't know whether you still hold to that opinion. I know your opinions tend to change every week. But what matters here is, for me, the recognition that what our culture is missing more than anything is that element of the spiritual, because ultimately that's where our caring for each other comes from. When the founding fathers created this country, when the Constitution was first written, at the heart of it is that belief that there is a God, that there is something larger than ourselves, and that's what ultimately unites us. And I believe that without rediscovering that source of caring for others, without moving beyond our own self-centeredness, which dominates the women's movement, we'll never be able to solve the so-called women's problems. And even more importantly, we'll never be able to solve the dramatic problems that we're facing in our culture.
Well, Ariana, in saying that I change my ideas every week, you too have demonstrated you have read nothing of my work, since Sexual Personae is all about the history of religion and argues, in fact, that art began as religion. And everywhere in my work, I have argued, despite the fact that I'm an atheist, that the true multiculturalism, the true reform of education, would be one based on comparative religion, on all the great religions of the world.
I don't want.
No, I'm just putting her in her place.
All right. Keep asking
No.
questions.
Right, but isn't she? I'm still asking her?
You're asking her,
All right. I would have to ask you, Ariana, what exactly is your direct or practical experience of the American women's movement that enables you to make these judgments of it?
I have lived in this country since 1980. Before that, for 12 years, I lived in England. I wrote a book on the women's movement. And after I wrote that book in 1973, I decided I would never read or write another word about the women's movement for a very long time. Now, this is giving me the opportunity to revisit the women's movement and to also affirm the wisdom of my decision not to speak or write about it for over 20 years. Because, frankly, I don't believe that that movement, when you actually examine what it achieved things that are really fundamentally important to women. When you look at the way that so many pathetic women like Gloria Steinem are wandering around, unhappy, depressed, trying to look 20 when they're over 60, unable to accept that they're older, desperately trying to pretend they never wanted to marry a man who didn't want to marry them, desperately trying to pretend they never wanted a baby. You know, this is the kind of pathetic demonstration of the poster child of the feminist movement, still the same as it was 30 years ago.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, both of you. Time is up.
Okay.
You're free.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Elizabeth Fox Genovese, it's your chance to make an opening statement.
It certainly is a measure of the complexity of what's going on with the women's movement these days that I find myself on the side I am in this debate. Let's start with the question, which women's movement and whose women's movement? For years, I have counted myself an unswerving supporter of the movement for women's formal equality in society. I have no desire to return to a world in which a married woman cannot get credit in her own name, or a woman cannot get the same pay as a man for equal work. By the same token, I'm not much interested in statist interventions to ensure that a woman gets the same pay as a man for different and unequal work. This is the problem we are confronting. If we were indeed talking about the movement that Betty Friedan had launched, I would be wholeheartedly on that side. That is not the movement we are talking about, since it has been superseded by another women's movement, which means that it is the women's movement of today, not the women's movement of the past, that I regard as a disaster and which has landed me on the side I'm on.
Thank you very much. Does someone have a question for Professor?
Professor, I have read some of your work on Southern women, and it's brilliant work. And I want to remind you that if there had not been the modern women's movement, the whole the whole contribution of people like you, the whole study of women's history. Women had been virtually blotted out of history, of the Civil War, of history of the South, which is your specialty. And women like yourself who are making enormous contribution now in every field, that has been made possible by the modern women's movement. Further, I would think you would have to agree that the women's movement for equality, which is in the society now, which has made it possible for your students to aspire the way they do, has enormous diversity you could not have now that the great majority of American women identify with the general movement to equality. Even if they don't always call themselves feminists, you couldn't have a movement taking in so many women and have only one voice. The diversity of voices, my voice is still there, and the major thrust of the women's movement for equality, as I helped organize it, is still the basis of it. There are a lot of diverse new voices, and they argue and they are opposed, and I'm as opposed to some of it, and I think some of it's silly, and I think some of it's diversionary. Okay. But the basic movement for equality, wouldn't you agree?
I will take that as a question. That is a question. I do agree on the movement for formal equality. What I do not agree with is that the women's movement, having discovered that formal equality is not enough, is going to change the entire world in order to engineer a substantive equality. Furthermore, I would add on this score, elite women have done extremely well. Upscale women, I have benefited inordinately, as have all of us. We are not typical, and as we have done better, other women have done worse. Today, the typical working woman is a mother, and the typical mother is a working woman, and the official feminist movement has nothing to say serious about the relation between taking care of children and enjoying and benefiting from work, the balancing of career. And
don't you think that's tendentious? The truth of the matter is that it's a women's movement that's addressed itself in large measure to questions like, do you share responsibility for raising children? What do you do in terms of providing for safe spaces for children when people have to work? It's the women's movement that said something is really desperately wrong when women are marginalized in our economy and therefore don't have the kinds of resources they need as they get older to be able to sustain themselves in dignity. I mean, when I talk about the women's movement, I mean women like you and like me and the women here and the women over there who have, regardless of whether they belong to the National Organization for Women or some other organization of that kind, still speak out of their real experience. I mean, that was the genius of Betty's book. What she said is, look, and Emma Goldman said it too, equal rights and the right to vote are all very good in their way, but true emancipation begins in a woman's soul. And you don't believe what you're saying here about it being a disaster. What you believe is that some positions that have been taken by some parts of this movement are ill-founded, unwise, and ultimately counterproductive, but a lot has been done that's been important, and you've benefited from it, and so forth.
I think it's time that we make the invitation to come to this side of the stage.
The most successful dodge of the women's movement has been that each of us has our own opinion, that it doesn't really speak for any of us, that there are multiple feminisms, and we all know that we all agree because we all benefit from it. Well, this is enough of that. There are a series of women's organizations that, with the help of the media, are invariably consulted on all important issues and are taken to be the women's movement. It is taken to be disrespectful, unsisterly, and frequently treasonous to challenge them in any way. Therefore, in private, Karen Bernstein and Camille Paglia and all the rest of us have our own private modifications of the official line. When Felice Schwartz proposed the mommy track, and when Betty Friedan wrote the second stage, they were trashed by the official women's movement. Shared parenting assumes you've got a father at home. Daycare assumes that we know that it is better for children to be out of their home than with one of their parents. The list could go on. I don't want to use up other people's time, but it simply is not honest to claim that the women's movement has seriously engaged the issues that are of most concern to American women and men. These are all of our top priorities.
Thank you very much. Judge Burstein. Judge Burstein. Judge Burstein, it's your turn. It's your turn. You have a chance to make an opening remark.
How fortuitous.
It looks like you have something you want to say, too.
Well, what I really want to say is that this is not the most useful mechanism for exploring this issue. The truth of the matter.
That's out of bounds, I'm afraid.
I'm sorry, but I feel compelled to say what I think is the truth, which is that, there isn't such a thing as a monolithic women's movement. I was thinking about preparing for this. I said this to Helen before I came, and I decided I better not because I would have had to bring, the Book of Esther and Lysistrata and some of the works of the early suffragists and Betty's work and the work of Elizabeth Fox Genovese. And so I think that we should start with the proposition that it is impossible to say that the women's movement has been a disaster, because women are in movement, and in a lot of ways what they've been able to do is experience themselves as full human beings. And they have been able to have a voice, and it becomes critical for them to have a voice because they're part of the human race. And unless their voice is able to, unless that voice exists, what happens is the dialogue is just too shrunken, it's too little, it doesn't get to these questions. And the truth is that these matters, for example, matters about what we will do with our children. These questions of how do we make relationships that are meaningful and continuing, and how do we connect in community. These are ideas that are better, for the most part, in this last period of time. I don't think that it's a function of gender. I think it's a function of socialization. Have been better addressed, more generally addressed by women. And if there's something to be taken from this, it is, in fact, that absent that voice, there would be a deafening silence on these issues.
Don't go away. Don't go away. Helen Alvarez.
Dang it. I really need to upgrade the strength on my tether.
Such as how to combine the burdens of work and family at the same time. First, I would agree with Professor Fox Genovese that there is such a thing as a women's movement that is most regularly consulted by the press, taken to be the women's movement, and they in fact ran a program on this at a Boston convention a few years ago and had 15 women show up. If it really was the case that addressing that central problem, what women really want to hear about today, was being done, then why is it the question that we have achieved abortion on demand for 9 months for any reason as the law of the land, and you still can't get child support if you're a woman who has custody of your children? Why can we have all of one and so little of the other?
Helen, I think the important thing is that we shouldn't confuse what the media determines, constitutes a movement or an activity, with what actually happens in people's lives and the kinds of questions that are addressed by people and the kinds of issues that are brought to consciousness as a function of their presence. And so let me tell you very concretely that when I was a legislator in 1972, 3 women for the first time sat in the New York State Senate. No before that, there'd never been more than 1. And when we came to the legislature, we were Democrats on the Senate side. On the Assembly, there were Republicans and conservative women. For the first time, we had on the agenda child support enforcement legislation. For the first time, we had full financial disclosure in divorce actions. For the first time, we had some pregnancy disability coverage.
But individual examples of this do not make the national trend. The national trend is opposite that.
Helen, the fact is that the national trend is to the extent that women begin to enter these places of power, for example, the legislature or the Congress or even the United States Supreme Court, questions that otherwise were not even seen as critical ones begin in fact to be discussed. Now, wait,
that still doesn't answer the question why we have all of abortion and very little of child support,
Helen,
say 26 years after NOW's founding.
Helen, the fact of the matter is that there are very, I said when we came to the legislature, all of a sudden these issues got addressed. They didn't get solved because there were only 3 of us out of 60.
Mrs. Huffington. Mrs. Huffington. Ariana, you have a question?
Karen, I think it's
it's incredible that you really still believe that all problems are going to be solved if only the correct legislation is passed. We've been passing the right legislation for years now, and every single cultural indicator has been getting worse, from violent crime to divorce statistics to everything you want to look at. So on what is your faith in legislative solutions to social problems based?
Well, it's a very good question. If that's what I said, you would really put me right up against the wall, Ariana. But the truth of the matter is, I didn't say that my belief is that everything should be resolved by legislation. I simply said to you that there were matters of the kind Helen addressed that got addressed in legislatures because women were there. I will say that legislation is sometimes necessary. I'm sure you would agree with me in that regard. Certainly, I don't know, I assume you're a citizen now, you like to vote. Wouldn't have been able to if we hadn't had a change in our Constitution. That came out of the women's movement.
I'm not clear how my voting came out of the women's movement. I missed that.
Well, I think, Ariana, this is the problem about coming to the country 14 years ago. Because, you see, you didn't go to school with all of us, and you didn't learn about the early suffragists. And you didn't learn about the First World War and the impact that it had on women's self-perceptions and the capacity that women then had. Well, that's very productive.
You know what is fascinating here? If she was a conservative making comments like that about somebody just because I'm an immigrant, just because I'm a naturalized American,
Ariana,
there would have been.
Ariana, you
But
made.
because.
Ariana, you know.
1 second. Because she's a liberal, she can say anything. I'm sorry, Betty. Shut up. I'm talking.
Ariana, let me tell you, let me answer
No,
this.
just 1 second. I want you to let me finish.
I will let you finish.
Just because I was not born in this country, just because I went to school at Cambridge rather than here, does not mean I have not studied. It does not mean I have not learned about the women's movement. And to make that assumption is absolutely unbelievable. And you are only getting away with it just because you're a liberal. And if you're a conservative, you would not have got away with it.
Ariana, let me say something back to you. The truth is that I know that you're an extraordinarily intelligent person, and I know that you're also an extraordinarily educated person. So that when you said to me, I don't understand the relationship of the women's movement to the question of suffrage, I thought to myself, it can't be that she doesn't understand what is a historical fact. It must be that she doesn't know it. And therefore, rather than claim that it was a function of your not paying attention to material that you could have learned, I thought I would give you a good excuse.
Thank you very much. You're all set. The only man here tonight on the either side. Here's the chance for the 4 women on the opposing side to ask him a question. Catherine Colbert.
In your opening statement, you indicated that women participating in the military and women having the right to choose abortion were in some ways demeaning to them and therefore demonstrated that the movement was a disaster. But in fact, it is those very things, the fact that women can now equally participate with men in the military, have the same obligations and the same duties, as well as the same disadvantages of men, that have led in many respects to changes in their ability to progress in other areas of the world. And similarly, the right to choose abortion has meant that women have the ability to make childbearing decisions, both to choose abortion and to choose
This is a question about what I
family.
think.
And the question I have for you is why is it that real progress you denigrate and expect that change has to come so quickly that just because we haven't accomplished all of our goals,
What's your question?
It's been a disaster.
Her question is, why do you assume that progress has to come right away, and why do you denigrate all of their goals because not all of them have been achieved? That seems to be a question to me.
Yeah, it's a question. It's a good question.
That's a wonderful exercise in compression, and I congratulate you.
I was just repeating what she said.
You of course, transform a favorite word of your movement, what I said. What I said was that so fanatical is the support for abortion in the women's movement that no thought is permitted to be given to whether or not there might be certain rights that inhere in the fetus. I think it is at least a subject that can and ought to be discussed, but it isn't discussed, nor, in my judgment, is serious attention given to whether it is appropriate for a woman to engage in trench warfare with bayonets and so on and so forth. Now, it is considered an affront on the women's movement to suggest that it is inappropriate for a 19-year-old woman, or for that matter, a 90-year-old woman, to engage in jungle warfare using bayonets. And it makes me sound, God, Betty, are you that disgusted by what I'm saying? It makes me feel sort of as though I'm engaging in anti-feminist warfare to suggest that we should do the fighting and that you have enough responsibilities as it is. Now, why is that not considered an open question by the women's movement? Why do you all want to go to the Citadel?
Betty Friedan. Well, you know that women, I think very responsibly, when we demand equal rights and fight for equal rights and an equal voice, we have to accept equal responsibility, and we cannot. My own position on that question was, I am very opposed, for instance, to nuclear warfare, or to women fighting, or men fighting, my sons or my daughters, in any unjust and unnecessary war, which I think what all war
We're not
is
talking
today.
about whether
But if there is such a thing as a just and necessary war, women have the same responsibility.
We're talking about whether or not the women's movement has become so monolithic
not
in this
monolithic.
as not to permit serious questions on such matters.
Well, I'll answer it. I mean, I'll tell you right now, I don't think a 90-year-old woman should engage in trench warfare. I'm pointing out to you, Bill. I'm not going to ask you a question. The point is, Bill, that if you make a straw person like that, I mean, obviously, it becomes clear that it's entirely improper of anybody to believe what we believe, because it leads to the proposition that a 90-year-old is going to be fighting in trench warfare. I want to go away from that for a moment. I want to ask you something I thought was really interesting. Do you really think it's such a terrible thing to call a person a spokesperson? I understand it's offensive, but apparently Phyllis Schlafly has even adopted it. I got your point there. But do you really think that there is not a virtue in trying not to pretend that there is a generic in the English language for a species that has both men and women?
I think it is an index of a total perversion of taste and of a fanatical attention to details that are not only insignificant, but absolutely unmusical in their consequences.
Samir Palia. Quick question from Samir Palia.
A man sitting next to me there introduced himself to me. He was Haley Barber. He'd been in Congress a long time. He said, a liberal, by the way. We used to call Liz, we used to refer to Congressperson Liz Holzperson. It leads to that kind of distortion.
You didn't even go. No, that's not what I asked you, Bill. What I asked you is there no merit? Of course, you can have some objection about particular words, but is there no merit, for example, to removing from us the assumption that every time you talk about a human being, you should use the word he, and instead substituting for that the notion that occasionally
what is objectionable is that you should construe the use of he as offensive to women, in which case the entire English literature of the last 1,000 years becomes.
No, I've got to cut you all off. Thank you very much, sir. Betty Friedan, it's your turn to be interrogated by the affirmative team. You have to step into the torture chamber up here. Elizabeth Fox Genovese, would you like to ask a question of Betty Friedan?
Oh, I'd love to ask a question of Betty Friedan. The ones I'd really like to ask, however, I can't do in public. No, because I wonder very seriously, I wonder how you really feel about a movement that has moved so far from what you inaugurated. But I'll try another one.
I like that one.
No, I'll answer. Every day I'm stopped on the street and by women of all ages and often by men. In any town I go to in this country and often in England as well. And they say, it changed my life. It changed my whole life. And thank you. And I'm very moved by that. And they mean by that not just my book, The Feminine Mystique, but they mean the whole of the women's movement. And for me, the whole of the women's movement is what counts. And what is open to my daughter and will be open to my granddaughter if we are not pushed back. And what all these women are doing, what you are doing. And I have enormous awe almost that I've been able to be a part of that. Some of the derivatives that are going on today are silly, just silly. There can be a silliness about language. On the other hand, I mean, I can't believe that Bill Buckley, whom I've known since we were both kids, would try to claim that all of history has to be he. There has been something added when Elizabeth Fox Genovese adds a whole history of the Southern women that were ignored before in histories of the South. So, I mean, it's how do I really feel? I feel proud and awed to have been a part of it and to be engaged by it. And I don't like the silliness. I don't like the silliness. I don't like the diversity.
I'd like to ask Betty whether you, how you react to the following sentence. Quote, our patriarchy requires violence of the subliminal threat of violence in order to maintain itself. The most dangerous situation for a woman is not an unknown man in the street or even the enemy or even the enemy, but a husband or lover in the isolation of their own home.
Oh, please.
That's Betty Friedan. I'm not Betty Friedan.
It's not me.
No, that's
Was
Gloria
that
Steinem.
McKinnon?
That's Gloria Steinem.
But I don't agree with everything Gloria Steinem says. And she doesn't agree with everything I say. I don't like extreme statements like that. I think the relationship between woman and man is much more complex than that. I happen to love a lot of men too well.
Okay, so you disavow that sentiment.
I don't disavow the contribution of Gloria Steinem. I don't approve of that kind of statement. These, sort of excessive, all sexual intercourse between woman and man is oppression of women. No, I mean, that's McKinnon. I absolutely disavow that.
Helen Alvarez.
Did you want to continue?
Well, I just want to say, when people reach for spokespersons of the movement, they think of in terms of Gloria Steinem, do they not? So I mean, I don't think not exclusively of her, but they think of her as highly qualified.
One of them, absolutely.
And yet she is capable of saying we are a patriarchy in which the principal danger to a woman is from her lover or her husband.
I don't know when she said that, but it was a little excessive.
You made reference to the women's movement as life-affirming.
Yes.
And in part, about parts of women, I could agree. Unfortunately, as you yourself acknowledged in many newspaper reports over time, abortion has almost threatened to take over every other issue in the movement. How can a movement that says that some have no right to be born based on dependency, size, stage of development, disability, and I might remind you, some of your sisters say it's okay to have sex selection abortions, how can such a movement call itself life-affirming when the underlying principle is disaffirmed?
I think that... The right of women to choose to have children is enormously life-affirmative and has moved motherhood
not for the child.
To a choice rather than a martyrdom. And it is enormously important. And if we had better sex education in our schools and not what we have now and the reactionary against it, I would hope that abortion wouldn't be necessary.
Okay,
I'm not for abortion. I am for the right to choose.
Ariana Stashnopoulos. Mrs. Huffington. Brief question, please.
Betty, since sex education was introduced in schools and the distribution of condoms was made as available as it is now, abortions have gone dramatically up. So what kind of sex education do you have in mind? And you would consider the possibility of a sex education that includes the connection between sexuality and ethics and morality, and the connection also between sex and abstinence.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know where your figures
Got
are.
a bit of a surprise for you this morning,
again,
Well, I
United
think we
States,
should talk
you know,
this
is
through.
not
Yeah,
the best
Joseph.
nation to look at for
Something
models here.
you'll learn
We
about
have
being a
very
manager.
strange attitudes about
Always
sex in
be
this country. We
pushing
have
your people
a lot of
and how they
conflicting,
grow.
with prudishness and so on
I
and so
see
forth.
so much
And in many European
confidence
countries
on this crew.
where they don't have
I think
such
it's time to
attitudes,
bump
you know, where
everyone
sex is a
up a
fact of
hazard
life,
level.
they don't have all the
This is too
problems
soon.
of the teenage
I
boys.
really don't see eye to eye with you on this. Well, sometimes you need an outside
Helen
perspective.
Alvarez, your opportunity to make an opening
All right,
statement.
Joseph. Go ahead and train up 52 here when they're ready.
Many women are waking up today in beds
sorry,
made
Cutter.
with linen sold
I'll
to them by
help
the
you get into
feminism of
this.
the 70s, and they
let
are
me know
not
when you're
warm
ready
and
to start
cozy.
training.
On the surface,
out.
women are seeing improvement in the respect accorded them in some cases, and we are grateful. But beneath the surface lies a disastrous notion of the nature of freedom that was a guiding premise for the women's movement, a notion that has infected even some of her healthier offspring. It envisions freedom as freedom from the other, not for. Freedom as willism, or the license to do anything, not freedom as the capacity to do the good. Freedom as if objective reality's natural law limits didn't exist. Exercising this freedom hurt women and the whole culture's commitment to the common good. The most disastrous effects were produced in the name of freedom of choice, legal abortion, the most prominent cause and greatest pitfall of 70s feminism. Its sad fallout are legion. It reaffirms the old sexist canard that women's biology is a disability one men don't have, that the women's movement doesn't mean its central tenet. One need only be human to deserve human respect. It treats women and children as enemies, privatizes reproduction so as to invite irresponsible behavior toward women and children, stigmatizes the Project for Women as violent and oppressive. Since women are more pro-life than men, it chases many women from a unified women's movement. The abortion obsession leaves issues of most concern to women completely unaddressed, such as easing the balancing act between home and work. In conclusion, a woman's movement is necessary, but only one that promotes authentic freedom, which includes respect for life. 70s-style feminism did not.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ray. Neil Pollard.
I totally agree with you. I speak from the position of firm abortion advocacy, but I agree with you that that the media through again I speak as a libertarian, the media through its liberal bias has too emphasized the strains within feminism that insist on abortion rights, and that media has totally neglected any other voices which are pro-life. So again, let's not just blame the women's movement. Let's blame the cant, the conventionality of the media over 20 years.
At some point, some of the women's movement organizations have to take responsibility for what they're saying and some of their leaders. And I came tonight, let me just finish, with just a list of quotes from those leaders of the women's movement, particularly NOW since its founding, which have said abortion is the sum and substance of what we are about. It's the core. The most prominent feminist book on this says that.
I think, of course, we have to go toward the issues which are under the greatest attack. Frankly, if the Catholic Church hadn't put $100 million into fighting against abortion, I wouldn't have to spend my lifetime in the courtroom defending rights that we won in 1973.
If my budget were only Planned Parenthoods, I am one over 144th of Planned Parenthood's budget.
The reality is the issue of abortion gets to the core of equality for women, because without the ability to make decisions either to terminate a pregnancy or to carry a pregnancy to term, you have no ability to function as an equal participant in society.
By endorsing abortion,
it is the attacks of your church, it is the attacks of the government that has led us to have to make that a premier fight. And
let me respond to that by saying that it is a good end. The ends we likely very much agree on. It's the means that the leaders of the women's movement has used. And when you use a bad means, even for a good end, the handle is more dangerous than the sword. Well, it has degraded women, and it has degraded their children.
But my dear, you defend the killing of doctors and the killing of women.
We condemn it.
Go into clinics to exercise their right to choose.
We condemn the killing of doctors as strongly, probably more strongly than any group ever.
Karen Burstein.
But your movement's divided on that question, isn't it?
I want to ask you something. I just want to ask you this is a very specific question. If a woman, and I had this case in my court, a 14-year-old girl was raped by her stepfather, and she became pregnant. Is it your conviction, is it your belief that it is in fact essential in order to be consistently life-affirming that that child at 14 should have born that fetus to term, should have given birth to
A couple points in response. First, it's very common that advocates for abortion use the rape incest argument, even though Planned Parenthood's own statistics show it's less than 0.5%,
It
to
doesn't
make
matter.
the whole case.
I'm asking
but I
the
want to make that
specific
point. Secondarily, it is our position that a child conceived crack addicted, disabled, in rape, in a non-loving marriage, no matter what, once you start to break down the wall and say some lives are less worthy than others, you have some trouble there. That is not to say, however, that you don't address the pain that the woman is feeling. I'm proud to say the Catholic Church is the largest provider of social services to born
Helen,
women in the entire United States.
A 14-year-old girl's life is involved here, too.
Exactly, and you can never cure that rape. So what's the best you can do? You try to address both lives at stake.
Just a minute. You're taking
Speak to
9
women
months.
whose lives have been destroyed by abortion after rape, and you might have a different
Helen,
sense
you know,
about
I will
it.
tell you. I will say one thing. You have now actually answered the question that you originally said. You said, why is it the women's movement is so obsessive about abortion? Why does it, drown every other issue out? And you said why, and Bill Buckley said, why isn't it possible to discuss the rights that fetuses might have? But the truth of the matter is that your position is equally.
My position is a consistent one. I can only be for women because I am also for all human life. The bumper sticker, feminism is the surprising notion, women are human beings. If you hold that true, then you cannot be a movement that endorses the abortion of the dependent and the vulnerable.
Thank you very much, Helen Albright. Catherine Colbert. Here's your opportunity to make an opening statement.
I would. We've all sat around this evening and talked about a simple vision of the feminist movement, that women and men must be equal, they must have equal duties and rights, and that they must have the right to dream and have the opportunity to make those dreams a reality. That vision is one that has captivated millions of Americans and has palpably changed their lives through the last 30 years. The problem is that as we mature as a movement, like any movement for social justice, whether it be the civil rights movement or the gay rights movement, many, many voices are affirmed. And the ability to blame women for the very progress that we have made, because we haven't gone far enough, begins to adopt the view that all women's attitudes, just because they're different, are not worthy of exploration. We have to stop that blame, because the very resolution that the women's movement exists and has changed the lives of Americans means that it is worthy of debate and continuing attention. When I was 14 years old, I was in France with my parents, and I met a woman who had worked very hard in the French underground. And she said to me as a 14-year-old, I can't understand you Americans. You want change overnight. You want change to happen yesterday. You want your issues to be resolved in 3-minute sound bites. This is a long struggle. We've got a long way to go, but don't blame us for not getting there fast enough.
That was your minute-and-a-half soundbite, Kitty. Don't go away. Who has a question? Ariana, go ahead.
We're not blaming you for not getting there faster. We're blaming you for going in the wrong direction.
Well, I don't believe...
We're blaming you, and let me ask you the question I want to ask you. We are blaming you for excluding the spiritual dimension out of life and yet calling your movement life-affirming. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think that you have a very limited view of millions of American women if you believe that spirituality isn't a very important part of their life. The important part of this is that our spirituality comes in many, many different forms. It comes in those people who practice religion in the Catholic Church and other people who practice spirituality in other forms. And the point of freedom is that America must respect the differing views, whatever they may be. And the women's movement does that. I think that the problem is that you take one voice, and again, frankly, I can't tell given the discussion today which voice you seem to be identifying, because all of us at this table have been those spokespersons, if you like, and all of you at different points in your life have been those spokespersons, and we've all said different things. But the point is we are diverse, and that diversity makes us strong, and that diversity has led to major changes in the lives of women.
Following up on Ariana's theme, that it's not a question of speed but of substance, how do you explain actions like the ACLU, who was, I believe, your former employer before the new group, going into states like Maine and New York and filing lawsuits against state programs providing prenatal care for poor women because those programs didn't provide equal money for abortion?
Actually, I don't think you understand those lawsuits. I actually brought those lawsuits, and I think what we were saying is, in the same way we've said all along, people have a right to the full range of reproductive health information. We don't believe in gag rules like the Catholic Church.
So abortion
we believe that
is just on the same moral plane as bringing a child to term and should be funded with the exact same dollars, even if those women were denied prenatal care because you wanted to shut down the whole program.
No, we didn't ask for
abortion.
shutting down the whole program. What we asked for is that if state dollars are going to provide services, in the same way as I believe if your church is going to be provide services at your hospitals, and you bring people in from the public and you subsidize childbearing, then you ought to give women the full range of options, whether that be sterilization, whether that be contraception, whether that be sexuality education, whether that be abortion. That is, if you are in the arena, you ought to be neutral in that arena and not discriminate on the basis of your choice.
It seems to me that what you've just said points to the core of one problem, and I'm not going to argue spirituality, but what you're doing is...
I don't want to argue spirituality.
No, but this is a focus on rights for women, which we all applaud. But where the rights for women conflict with the rights of children, born or unborn, the children have no voice in the public women's movement. Why hasn't
I disagree with you on that. Let me just say why I disagree with you. The women's movement was there in Congress pushing for child care legislation. We were the leading backers of the parental leave legislation. We have been there fighting for children's services. Who's manning those domestic violence centers and those shelters for battered women? It is the women's movement. And therefore, it is just totally absurd for you to believe that we don't believe in children. It's like believing that all women have bouffant hairstyles or wear army boots. It's just crazy. All of us have differing views. We believe in children. I myself am a mother. I believe in giving my children rights and opportunities, and that's the critical point. I want my daughter as well as my son to have equal opportunity to advance in this society.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Buckley and Judge Burstein, it's your chance to interrogate each other, and Mr. Buckley starts.
Your Honor, she was a judge until quite recently.
And a fair one at that.
Intending to pursue the question of who speaks for the movement that some people honor, as begun by Betty Friedan, dishonors having gone in the wrong direction, as Mrs. Huffington has said. Let me ask you to comment on three statements made by leaders of the movement. Deborah Lewis, president of the National Women's Studies Association, said, quote, according to the last March of Dimes report, domestic violence against women, pregnant women, is now responsible for more birth defects than all other causes combined. Asked to comment on that, the head of the Children's Boston Hospital said that although severe battery may occasionally cause miscarriage, he'd never once heard of battery as a significant cause of birth defects.
Well,
we're sorry about that last.
No. What I want to say is that people make statements that sometimes can't be supported.
Okay.
I, for example, remember, Phyllis Schlafly saying that domestic violence shelters were R&R for irritated housewives.
And what did Hitler say? I mean, are we discussing statements by people we don't approve of?
No, I'm simply saying to you that there are people who
Okay.
make statements.
Yeah, but I'm talking about representatives of the movement. Now, you heard about the great Super Bowl scoop in which it was maintained that 40% more women will be battered on the day of the Super Bowl than any other day in the year. This was a statement that alarmed a lot of people, including football enthusiasts. So people monitored movements to hospitals and so on, and it was found that there was no different whatsoever. Yet that statement was made by that statement was made and is very widely available in the literature. Does that embarrass you? Well, obviously it does. Yeah, okay.
No, it doesn't embarrass me. People make mistaken statements, on both sides of every issue, seem to me really terribly irrelevant to the discourse that we're engaged in at this moment.
We try to. We are for or against a movement according to who is leading the movement.
But who made that statement?
And if Mr. X is leading the movement and we don't think he's doing a good job, then our views of the movement and stuff are affected. Gloria Steinem says, quotes, "In this country alone, about 150,000 females die of anorexia each year." So clinicians asked about that, and one of them says, well, he'd had 1,400 patients that she has treated in India. 4 have died of anorexia and have died who had anorexia, and they committed suicide.
Is that a question?
No, this is a part of the compilation which I'm asking
Bill, you know
Judge
perfectly well. If
Bernstein
I were to take some of the statements that you've made
to whether or not
God and Man at Yale, or any of the mystery books, which I've enjoyed a great deal, I must say, that you've written, I'm sure you'd be embarrassed also.
Well,
my point is that they are hardly representative of your of, and I think it's ridiculous for you to find 3 statements, one of which is ostensibly from an unnamed person who has now become a leader of the movement, and say that this should doom anybody's respect
Karen,
for
a movement is known by its spokespeople.
We're going to convert you, Bill. Before he's through, he's going to begin to think that it's euphonist.
Contaminated if it is understood in the public perspective as a movement that is dominated, as has been charged here by Professor Fox-Genovese, by people who are taking it in a direction that is not congruent with its original purposes. This as much happened in some people's position with the civil rights movement. Does quotas define the civil rights movement? Well, there are a lot of people who don't think so. But to the extent that people who dominate the megaphones from that movement say that it does, we have to ask, do they speak from authority?
Look, the women's movement is rooted in women's lives. I think that's the most important thing we have to remember. And the fact that at any particular time some phrase or some statistic becomes bandied about, either correctly or incorrectly, should not for 1 minute incline us to misunderstand the power of this movement. I can't underline it enough. The truth of the matter is that in every group, every organized activity of humankind, there are excesses. That's just the nature of human beings. But the reality is that what women strive for, which is to be full human beings, to be full participants in our society, that striving is going to go on no matter who speaks at any particular moment.
Okay,
that striving will continue and ultimately triumph.
Here's your dunk away. Here's your chance to ask a question, Mr. Buckley.
I'm kind of fascinated by your statement that you grew up in a home in which it would have been inconceivable that women be not full participants. But I think you must be aware that for long periods of time, our laws, in fact, did exclude women from participation in a number of things, in their own property, in management of their property, in their management of their children, in the custodianship of their children. Do you think really that none of the efforts made legislatively as a function of women's gaining their voice and having presence in legislative assemblies and in the political arena are bad?
I don't think that, but I do think that it has been an evolving situation, i.e. perspectives do change, and certain things opportunities that weren't open to women back when my sister worked for Betty Friedan at the Smith newspaper, have opened up. But I'm saying that the evolution has gone so far as to cause a destruction and to contaminate the movement itself. I would like to see it under the circumstances renewed by beginning with disavowals of people who say indefensible things.
Well, are you prepared to do the same thing for people who are on your side?
Absolutely. I do it all the time.
Okay. Yeah. Well, then I'll tell you what, I'll make you a deal. I'm prepared to say that something's indefensible, but that doesn't in any way shake my absolute resolve to continue to struggle for the interests of women, course, I also struggle for the interest of men, because that old labor song says,
Well, what do you want now?
with the rising of the women is the raising of the race.
She gets another question.
So you're still on the attack.
Oh, what do I want as a question? I'm sorry, you asked me back a question. I thought the question, I guess, is the last question is this. It seems to me that you will now admit that you were wrong when you took the other position against Germaine Greer, right?
Oh, I knew I was wrong when I took it. It was simply a gymnastic exercise.
I see. So I'm glad to say then that it is a possibility that 10 years from now, from the vantage point of all of our achievements between now and then, that this proposition that the women's movement has been what an abysmal
I agree. 10 years from now,
may in fact have been a mistake.
The movement may be reformed.
All right. Thank you very much. Now it's Ariana Huffington's turn to be interrogated by the opposition team. Camille Paglia is itching to ask a question.
Ariana, you gave a litany of the cultural ills in America at the present time, most of which I think we would not disagree with. You spoke of a rising crime rate or anxiety over crime, an excessive divorce rate, and so on. Why do you blame this on the women's movement per se? Would it not make more sense to look to broader social and economic changes, perhaps of 200 years in length, from the agricultural era into industrialization, from a manufacturing-based economy into a service sector economy, and so on?
I'm not blaming it on the women's movement. The women's movement is only a contributing factor. Most important, though, is the fact that the women's movement has nothing important to say about those problems. Take the important question of rebuilding our communities. You mentioned it as something very important. Take the important question of revitalizing our values. The women's movement is totally silent on these issues unless it is hostile towards them. There are constant writings, not to mention speeches, on the fact that volunteerism is part of the past, that it's part of the way women used to be, when they didn't have important 9-to-5 jobs, and they had to go out and volunteer and do charity work. All that is denigrated. And yet again and again, you see that the only way to rebuild communities is to recognize that problems are local and they're going to have local solutions only when the whole community comes together and when everybody, men and women, give of themselves beyond their own self-centered existence. In all this, the movement has nothing important to say.
Catherine Colbert.
Don't you think it's a little exaggerated to believe that the women's movement has not used volunteers to run institutions that we've built over the last 20 years?
This is not the point I'm making.
Thousands of women in this country are volunteering daily in rape crisis centers, in embedded women's shelters, in homes in orphanages. My God, the new place. We do lots of wonderful work, and I think that it is absolutely naive to believe, or you haven't left California in a long time, to believe that the rest of us are not contributing to our society in lots of different ways. The point is it not, that we have the ability not only to do volunteer work, but also to work or to go to school or to function as equals.
What I said is very different. I would like you really to hear it because it's very important. What I said is that the women's movement has constantly looked to government, especially to Washington and federal government, to provide solutions. All the examples given here had to do with the Family Leave Act, with what Washington and the federal government did for child care. And what I'm saying is that the solutions are not going to be found there. The solutions are going to be found in our neighborhoods, in our communities, when all of us reach out and find ways to solve these major social problems.
But I have a problem with your somehow evasion of the reality of experience. I have been, am, and will be a part of the women's movement. I am a spokesperson.
Many of them don't like you. You know that. Many of them have spoken angrily against you.
Helping the women's movement and the thought of the women's movement and feminism evolve, and I apply it to new questions. And I happen to believe today, and have said so in all my lectures and so on, that a new vision of community that transcends polarization is the next stage. But I want you to be honest about your own experience. You were the first woman head of the Cambridge Union. And
Actually, I was the third.
You were the first woman head of the Cambridge Union.
I was not.
In
I was
the
the third.
1970s, I believe. And you wouldn't have been the head of the Cambridge Union and wouldn't have had that easy route to a reputation that you got thereby if there had not been a women's movement. Furthermore,
No, we're running out of time.
Now I have a question. The question is this. If you think politics, legislation, government is so useless, why did you let your husband spend $80 million to try to buy a...
I'm going to give you 30, we're out of time, but I'm going to give you 30 seconds to answer that. Yeah, go ahead. Hold on, we're running out of... Take a few seconds and answer that, even though we're out of
Let
time.
me start by correcting all the inaccuracies in your statements. First of all, I was not the first woman president of the Cambridge Union, I was the third. And the first woman president of the Cambridge Union was there before the feminine mystique was written. And since you called yourself the mother of the movement, we are taking that as the beginning of the movement to also answer your question, Karen, about my ignorance of the women's movement in relation to voting rights. The second point is that my husband is free to spend his money the way he wants. He doesn't ask me. Let me continue. My husband could have spent 30 million, not 80 million, incidentally, another minor inaccuracy of $50 million in your calculations. He could have spent 30 million building a boat or buying a bad Picasso. Instead, he chose to spend it promoting some major ideas of importance to the whole country, including volunteerism, including replacing the welfare state, including things that I'm sure you don't like, just judging by your expression.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ariana. Camille Paglia. It's your turn to be subjected to questioning from the opposition, from the affirmative team.
Warning.
Who wants to start?
Oxygen reserves.
Go ahead, Professor Jenny Fox, NBC.
Yes, I would like to ask Camille Paglia what she thinks of the Gender Equity in Education Act.
Well, I'm known for my opposition to this kind of Rube Goldberg contraption. I'm an equal opportunity feminist. I do not believe in these enormous bureaucratic special protections for women. I feel that particular act is reactionary. But
take 15 seconds and tell us what it is.
She asked the question, let her define it. How
do you know you're against it if you can't define it?
I know I'm against it. No, but what I would want to say, and this has been a theme running through a lot of the comments on this side, is that again I must stress, all right, that there's a distorted voice. It appears in feminism that is overemphasized by the media. It's that the media has given too much attention to the present leaders of the movement who have promoted that particular act. The media does not give any voice, does not allow the kind of access to the talk shows and so on of people who would oppose that act. So again, I have to say,
when do leaders of the women's movement ever challenge the media? When does someone defending abortion ever bring someone from a pro-life feminist to a meeting with her? Why is it that most feminist groups will not tolerate pro-life feminists and will not allow them to use the word?
No.
You can't blame the media.
No. I speak as an expert in mass media. I teach mass media. This is one of my areas of expertise. For 20 years, dissident feminists like me have struggled to get heard. All right, there's unholy marriage in this country between the liberal media in the East Coast, all right, in the Northeast, and these often self-appointed leaders of the movement. History will show that the moment the movement started moving away from Betty Friedan, you started getting problems. I loved Gloria Steinem in the beginning, okay, but very soon she too became a prisoner of that cultural elite on the East Coast. We've got to go back to basics again. I agree with Betty Friedan on a lot of different issues, and I still feel that her principles actually speak to every single thing that has been said on the opposite side, okay? Her original writings speak to.
Okay, Helen Alvarez. Mr. Buckley.
Ms. Paglia, in your rather interesting, exciting book, A Vamp and Tramps, you have an essay in which you described the big freeze on you by the women's movement, and incidentally also by the gay and lesbians who don't review your books even. At what point would you think that the leadership was excluding you, and that therefore you should seek another different banner to march under?
The leadership has been excluding me for 20 years. The point is there are many women like me. We go all the way back to the late 60s. I belong to a kind of extinct strain.
There are not many women like you.
Oh, no, I belong to a kind of extinct strain of a kind of a streetwise, street-smart feminism. We believe in personal responsibility and so on. Now, another thing, the women's studies programs, okay? A lot of crap is coming out of them. I believe the whole thing should be demolished, all right? Do not confuse the women's studies program with the feminist movement. Okay, the feminist movement is much larger than those horrible women on campus, and I blame, okay, not the women's movement, but rather that the servility of the administrators on campus and the self-castration of our American faculties that have permitted the creation of those cells of non-feminist women, just fanatics, doctrinaire, Orwellian women who are indeed guilty of the perversion of language that you have so well spoken to.
I think you're off the hook with that.
Is that it?
Sure, thank you very much. Elizabeth Fox Genovese, it's your turn to converse with Betty Friedan. Betty Friedan, ascend the podium, please, and Elizabeth Fox Genovese. And Professor Fox Genovese starts.
Ms. Friedan, you went to Smith, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How do you feel about single-sex education?
Well, I'm very torn. I got a wonderful education at Smith, as did Bill's sisters. We were there together. But I think that it is very important for, I don't think separate is equal. And I think it is very important that women learn how to be full people